From the schoolyard to the stadium, Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success on a local, regional and national level for over 20 years. We're proud to support New Zealand's sporting organisations and communities up and down the country. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance with expert advice and local service. From quote to claim management, we're with you every step of the way. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Well, welcome along to this, the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals, the Squash Championships here at the Christchurch Squash Club, and a huge amount of players, 170 players, their fans, their family, their coaches, all here for 3 days of the individual championships in Christchurch. And great for so many of the players catching up with their friends, their rivals, their colleagues, and seeing them all together here in this updated venue in Christchurch. And today, well, there's 160 matches on court, not just on the one court, but on the 6 courts, make that the 8 courts here available at the complex over the whole tournament. Over 300 matches to get through, a very busy schedule put together by Deanna Forsyth from Squash New Zealand, and also from the organisers here at the club, Bruce McGeechan, the president, who will be joining me not too far away. Very good players from all over New Zealand, from Whangarei through to Invercargill in the south. So plenty of players from throughout the whole of the country. And so far, some of the matches that we've seen some good quarterfinal matches on different courts. One key one was Ryan Coe from Christchurch Boys High School, up against Upper Wharealofa in the quarterfinals of the under-17 boys. And it was Wharealofa coming through in straight games on that one. Also from Marlborough, Paul Moran, he's the top seed in the under-17 boys, coming through over Noah Thomas in that match. So good matches coming through in the under-17s. Let's also check on other quarterfinals there. Luke Stein from Taupo, he was also through to the semi-finals. And it looks like Mason Smales from the Henderson Club in Auckland through in his match as well. So as I said, we range from under 11s, 13s, 15s, 17s and 19s. So many matches, so many good players. Should feature in the final perhaps some semi-professional players. You have players such as Elijah Thomas, 200 and around about 40 in the world and the men's PSA senior rankings. Glenn Templeton is the second seed and defending champion in the under-19s as well, and he's ranked just over 300 in the world. We're going to get ready for a little bit of commentary and more information on the key court, the TV court that is, Annabelle Romero Gemmell. She's only 13 years old, but she's in the under-19 girls, and she's from Squash Gym in Palmerston North, up against Hamilton's Leah Hodges. And this match should be quite an interesting one to see the tactics come through from both players, both with a bit of experience, even though Romero Gemmell is so young. Father Victor, a very good tennis and squash player, and a very good coach as well. And Hodges, well, her sister Sophie's the top seed in the under-17 as well. Let's just see where we're at. These players in their warm-up now, and also so many other courts, so many other matches, and so many players enjoying getting on the court for their contests throughout this tournament. And looking through the quarterfinals, that is, as we have coming up later on today in the under-19 quarterfinals. We have in the boys Leo Wharealofa up against Kobe Fleming, Jack Condor against Glenn Templeton, also Elijah Thomas, the top seed, against Sam Kelly, and Riley Jack Vetter-Bonquist from Whangarei up against Bay of Plenty's Joe Smythe. Some very key matches. A lot of these players will be taking part in the senior nationals in around about a month in Auckland's North Shore Club as well. So let's get ready as the players warm up. On court, Annabelle Romero Gemmell up against Leah Hodges. Take a little bit of commentary on that one in just a few moments. So back now with this match. It is a quarterfinal in the girls or women's under 19. And Annabelle Romero-Gemmell, she is in the white shirt, and Leah Hodges in the white skirt. Both players wearing either goggles or, for Hodges, the full protective gear, as is the case with all matches under the age of under 19 according to PSA rules. So we've had one let. Let's see now with Hodges serving from the forehand side. And what you're going to see is the more mature player in matches will counter with the best tactics or the most appropriate tactics. Some players come out and want to hit the ball as hard as possible. Let's just see how we go for the tactics. Both players probably a little bit nervous. This is the first big match of the tournament for them. And whoever can keep their error rates down, most likely the winner in this one. And you always see quite a lot of energy from Romero-Gemmell. She's certainly the Energizer Bunny at times. Working the backhand side with the cross, and a nice shot there already from Romero-Gemmell. Working the backhand side and waiting for the cross court deep into the backhand of Hodges. That couldn't quite reach that one. A nice shot from Hodges to get on the board. Couldn't quite reach it. A little bit slow off the mark there for Romero-Gemmell, as Hodges was able to dominate the tee a little bit more in that particular rally. But still, 2-point lead. Playing the ball a little bit higher down the backhand side this time. Who's going to go cross first? And now with the 5-2 lead, using the backhand shot from the forehand side of the court. A little bit of a flip right from one corner to the other, just stayed in that one from Hodges. So far, Romero-Gemmell really using, really using all corners, but instead that one hitting the tin. Oh, and really the corner, it is warming up outside, so that will alter the flight of the ball, but certainly overnight it was very cool. Expected to get around about 20 odd degrees, and the front door not too far away from this court, the show court as it is. So a little bit of a comeback so far in this particular game for Leah Hodges, from still attending Hamilton Girls High School. And you can see the ball going a little bit dead in the corners. And forcing 1 point back for Hodges. Back into this after the early lead for Romero-Gemmell. She was up 4-1 at one stage and 6-3. And the shot away from the body not coming off for Hodges. They're certainly not mucking around during this match. It's straight back to getting ready and serving straight away for both players. Both got to be very aware that if the ball's going into either corner, it will drop and die a little bit. So perhaps moving forward to it rather than waiting. And the let call. Dominating the tee, Romero-Gemmell, but not able to put it away. Perhaps hitting with too much power rather than taking a bit of pace off. And again, a let. Or no let on that one. play. Moving forward, haven't seen too many drop shots so far. And now the first game ball of this, the first game, and it is under 19 quarters. Well, there we go, first game, 11-6 to Romero Gemmell against Leah Hodges, the under-19 girls quarter-final. And as we said, plenty of matches today. In fact, around about 160 of them. We'll be bringing you court 2, probably about a dozen or so matches live to air throughout today on Sky Sport Next. Thank you very much to NTech for putting this on, and also we're joined by various people to help out with commentary and interviews throughout the day. We're back very shortly with game 2 of this, the girls under 19 quarterfinal. And back in for the second game of this, the quarterfinal of the under-19 girls, and it is Annabelle Romero Gemmell, the 13-year-old from Palmerston North, against Leah Hodges from Hamilton. And Romero Gemmell, plenty of energy around the court. Just was able to push forward. She had a 4-1 lead at one stage. And Hodges, when she went forward, was certainly able to do well in the points. The ball dying a little bit in the corners, both backhand and forehand. Haven't really seen very many drop shots. And the opportunity there for Hodges as Romero Gemmell pushed into the wall. And so far, in the under-17s, plenty of matches. The under-17 boys quarters, Paul Moran, Luke Stein, Apa Fadialofa and Mason Smales all winning through to the semi-finals. And Sophie Hodges through to the semi-finals in the under-17 girls. That's the younger sister of Leah, who's on court now with the white skirt. Romero Gemmell is in the white top and a black skirt. Let's see if we can a little bit more tactics. I like to see players moving forward and using the drop a little bit. Both very quick, particularly Romero Gemmell. And again out to a 4-2 lead. She was 4-1 up in the first. Let's see what Hodges can do. Use a bit of a drop, and well played from Leah Hodges there, pushing Annabelle Romero Gemmell into the backhand corner. She recovered very well, but had the tee there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's now introduce Bruce McGeechan, the president of this very nice squash club, the Christchurch Squash Club. Great to have you, Bruce. And,
good morning, everybody.
It's quite an amazing event with 170 odd juniors, plus parents, coaches, and everybody else.
It's a lot of people to manage. It's a lot of people to manage. We're very lucky that we're in level 1. If we were in level 2, it would have been an absolute disaster.
That would have been a nightmare. I was just, for instance, speaking to a friend last night who's a swimming coach. He said he's going to the swimming nationals.
Yep.
in Hamilton, but Aucklanders and people from counties Manukau can't go.
Yeah, we were trying to do the same thing with squash because the Auckland team's too
You didn't
strong.
want the Aucklanders. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of them, and some of them are very good.
They are very good.
They would have gone down a treat. What about this particular venue? It's been done up in the nicest possible way from what it was. What was it, about a year or so
we're
ago?
very proud of it. It's 13 months old now. But even the best facilities in the world, we still have your day-to-day problems.
Right.
We had a blocked up toilet this morning, which is the last thing you want on a tournament.
Yeah.
But that happens with the best of facilities.
I mean, it is one of those things. Isn't it? I mean, you go from your X number per week or per day, and then suddenly you've got probably 200 people coming in and out.
Yep, it is. But the centre is designed to handle those sorts of numbers. We've got a lovely big lounge area, which is fire rated for 120 people. So we can handle 120 people sitting down and having sandwiches and a cup of coffee.
Well, I mean, I just off camera at the moment, we're watching this entertaining contest, the quarterfinals of the girls under 19 between Annabelle Romero-Gemmell and Leah Hodges. There's just a huge amount of teenagers, fans, and everybody watching this match around it. That's great to see, all of these competitors catching up with each other, and it's just very good socially as well.
It's the whole social aspect of squash has improved a lot over the last couple of years. Having facilities like this does tremendous things for the game of squash, because you've got that ability now to sit down and talk, catch up with friends, and make it a real social event, which you can't necessarily do in some of the older style clubs.
Right. But that is important for any sport. It's not just about rocking up, playing your game, and taking off.
It's not about rocking up.
You have to be able to incorporate and engage the whole family.
Yep, it is. And when you lose as often as I do, it's more important to have that social side.
Well, I was going to ask about your own form, but I think you reminded me yesterday, don't ask about my form, you'll get a rude reply. You're extremely busy running this event, putting it together. However, have you managed to see some of these juniors? You know, we're talking about from 11 years old through to 19-year-olds.
The talent that's on display here is just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
All the way from the under 11s through to the under 19s. The talent pool is very deep, very, very strong. And the amount of support that these juniors are getting from their clubs and from their regions in the way of coaching support is certainly paying off, and you can see it in the style of the game that's being played. I mean, these aren't just ordinary, everyday, average hack kids off the street.
Well, it's interesting. You look at someone like Zazino Waitai, who won the 11 boys last year. He's in it again this year. He's from the Bay of Plenty. And he's such a little professional. He's a real sweet kid, too.
Yes, he is. Nearly all of the squash kids down here today are lovely children. There's no scon-doers. We haven't seen any conduct warnings issued at all for bad language.
Well, we've got 300 matches to get through. We'll see how we go on that. Just in this particular match, Leah Hodges now has a game ball and serving from the forehand side, using the forehand shot as well. Now the ball has been dying a little bit into the corners, but that kind of happens. Oh, then a mistake there, so it gives away. With the ball in these courts, particularly. We're going to get around about 21, 22 degrees outside. Obviously, we're inside, but it is very close to the doors. Is it generally a fast venue, or as we change weather, is it going to spin up, or is it going to die a little bit?
When it starts getting a bit warm, we just flush the courts. We've got the ability to flush the courts.
Okay.
So we can.
You want to explain what that means to people who might not?
What it means is we can extract all the air off the courts.
Right.
So we've got a full air conditioning system built into the squash club that holds it at 21 degrees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But it also gives us the opportunity when you've got a big tournament like this with 200 people, which is a lot of temperature fluctuations all around. We have the ability to extract the air off all the courts.
Well, there we go. That is Leah Hodges taking the second game at 12-10. Again, Annabelle Romero-Gemmell did have a substantial lead. She was up 4-2. So just like in the first game where she was up 4-1 and took that 11-6, up 4-2 in the second, but some good fighting qualities from the older player Hodges against the 13-year-old from Palmerston North, Annabelle Romero-Gemmell. Talking about that flushing there and keeping the temperature around about 21 degrees, that actually sounds like something clubs in Auckland should really get onto because of the humidity there compared to the kind of more drier heat in Christchurch.
We have a very dry heat in Christchurch,
Yeah.
but what we have noticed from running other tournaments is that the heat tends to migrate around certain courts, so you can get like a really interesting game might be on court 5,
Right.
and suddenly you find that whole area suddenly heats up, and you've got all these bodies and all that heat, and the ball starts bouncing at a different sort of pattern than you would normally expect. That's why it's important to be able to flush those courts and keep the temperature as stable as you possibly can for tournaments like this.
Well, that sounds like a great thing to have around the courts here. Just tell me about the overall complex. You've got the 8 courts, but then it's joined to the...
It's joined to the Kashmir Club, which is a working men's club, and where we get a significant advantage from the tournament control point of view is that all the bar staff, drinks, food preparation, cleaning up afterwards is all done and owned by the Kashmir Club. So we're not involved in that side at all. We can just concentrate on the tournament, and we've got professional caterers that come in and supply all the food all day and tidy up afterwards, which, as any squash club will tell you, is the hardest bit to get volunteers for.
Yes, of course.
Yep.
So how did that all come about? Just explain to the people that there was a club, a squash club
There was a small club here called the Kashmir Club that had 2 courts. And there was the Christchurch Squash Club, which had 5 courts in Chester Street. And then there was Squashways in Blenheim Road that had 8 courts. The Christchurch Squash Club in Chester Street got badly damaged in the September earthquakes and was pretty badly damaged in February earthquakes as well. So we had to pull that down. So it gave us the catalyst to start looking at new court centres, whereabouts we wanted to be positioned. And the real reason we wanted to be here is that where we are here in the Kashmir Club car park is where the building is built. We've got 8 schools within walking distance of here. So the junior pool, from our point of view, is huge.
Well, that's smart thinking. People don't like amalgamating clubs of any sport because they feel as though their kingdom, their pride is going. However, in the end, you have to actually be smart and think about where you're going to be in the community at that time and in the future as well.
Yep. One of the big things we were concerned about is trying to amalgamate 3 different cultures.
Yes.
Because each one of those clubs had their own culture. Very proud to say after 12 months, we've developed a whole new culture, which really has just brought all 3 together. We're a very social, very well-structured team. None of the Kashmir Club's guys stay in the Kashmir Club. They all go and mingle with the guys from Squashways.
Well, that's important.
Squashways and mingle with the guys from our old club. So it's been tremendous from that point of view.
Well, there we go. A ball just hanging in the corner there, the forehand corner, and Hodges looking at it as it died in front of her going, how did that happen? And what they probably do need to do is step forward and take the ball a little bit earlier. If you let the ball go right into the corner, both of these players, you're going to suffer a little bit, so it's coming back to 4-all. Let's see what we can do here. Let's just check on the tactics of these players. And both players trying to get into the middle. And there we go. Another little error. What we'd like to see is a few drop shots coming in and really moving players forward and back. Don't really see many drop shots at all so far. Content to play out the longer rallies. There we go. That's Hodges dominating the middle. Ooh. Well, we do have the let on that one. What's your umpiring skills like? Your refereeing skills like?
Good. Yes.
There's quite a few players that just admit that they're terrible at it when they have to have a go.
Oh, I actually love refereeing. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You can't afford to take it personally. But I think as long as you explain what it was that you saw, it's out again. It's not that hard. I always find it enjoyable.
Let's just have a look at this particular point. As Romero Gemmell, only 13 years old and in the under-19s, but she's got certainly a lot of pedigree behind her in racket sport. That's a better shot there from Hodges. She was able to dominate the tee a bit more on that one.
Yes. Yep.
When you get such sort of age differences, you've got a 13-year-old against a player around about 4 years older. what do you think it comes down to?
Top 2 inches. It definitely is the top 2 inches. It's the person that, that's got to be a stroke. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It's the top 2 inches and the overall attitude towards the game. And that's where so many of these juniors are so much better than us old crusty fellas.
I mean, that's what we're going to see when we look at the under-19, particularly the men's, the boys, and particularly in the semi-finals, when they're all most likely going to be PSA ranked. And, Elijah and Glenn, particularly, and Leo Fatialofa, they've all got the big rankings. And even last weekend, we had Elijah in the semi-finals of the PSA satellite tournament in Auckland up against, I think it was Luamba. Jalisi, who's ranked 150 and that was, competitive, those sort of matches. That's what takes you up just that bit more.
Yep.
So Hodges coming back to 7 apiece now. Oh, you can see it just come off the side wall there, really dying. Well, that's better to actually see it drop, because I want to see some variety here.
Yes.
The what you also see with some of the younger players is that if they're up on the tee, they're tempted to hit it hard.
Yes.
When really 3/4 pace is probably better, or take some pace off.
Yes. But again, that's the top 2 inches. Isn't it? That's a learning that they have to learn. You can't hit everything at 100 miles an hour.
One thing that we saw from Emma Miller, the Waikato player, she's ranked about 3rd in New Zealand last weekend against the younger players. She was using a higher, almost lob serve, because the players couldn't quite get forward enough to take it on the volley, and they had to wait for it to go back. And that's actually a smart move.
Yes.
It may not work against someone as tall as Glenn Templeton, who will be able to take it up in the air, but for just put that hesitation in, do I go forward or back? And that again would be a good tactic here. Now the players deciding whose serve it actually is. It's quite interesting for some players. They're like, is that really my serve? And the officials have to remind. Here we go. Let's see if she can take it up to a game point. Nice angle. Going right to the back again. Well, that was a well-disguised shot.
That was well-disguised. Even back here, I couldn't see where it was going.
Yeah, for Hodges, she was moving forward, thinking, I've got to move forward, she's going to drop, and then went to the backhand side. However, Ramiro Gemmell really put it deep into the forehand. Down the line, the back and cross. And let's see the tactics, just waiting. It's a nice high shot, really had to wait, Hodges. Interesting to have slowed this rally down a little bit. It's good to see. Oh, that's a nice forehand. And not quite what she wanted to do. No. What if Ramiro Gemmell scoops a little bit on her forehand, comes underneath, a little bit of a cut or a slice on it? Not sure that's always the shot. Maybe a little bit, almost topspin might work a little bit more. Better into that corner, loving that shot at the moment. Oh, not quite. She's a real runner.
Yeah,
she's got a lot of pace.
She covers that court very, very well.
So we're back
she's having to run around the other girl as well.
Yeah, we're back to 10 apiece and looking for the 2-point tiebreak as we had in the second. Digging that one out of the corner. That's better. You see some variety. A couple of unorthodox shots away from the body here. That's a better one. In all corners of the court. Very long rally for these two. And well played. You see that away from the body. We should just remind people that a match earlier this morning in Egypt, and that was Joelle King in the World Tour semi-finals. And Joelle King, unfortunately, losing. She won the first 2018 and then dropped the next two 8 and 2 in 56 minutes against Al Himani. So unfortunately therefore Joelle King losing in the semis, but 2018 in the first game. What a match. And certainly this particular match, maybe it won't go to 2018, but it is both players fighting hard. Again, the long rallies coming into it. Hodges, the opportunity, being right up close. And game ball for Hodges. See what she can do here. Have you been impressed in the last few points? We've seen some long rallies, both players sort of working each other, just taking their time a bit more.
Yes, they are. Although it is getting a bit busy for traffic in some of those rallies as well.
Yeah, it seems to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So 13-11.
Yeah, it was.
It happens when they're getting close, doesn't it?
Yeah.
People just sort of,
Yep.
whether it's tiredness or is it just blocking or...
I think it's just tiredness tends to do it, but that was like a prime example. There was there's too much traffic.
Yeah. Well, you get that particularly, I remember last year's under-19 boys finals with Glenn Tibble against Elijah. Glenn been about 6'4" or 5, and Elijah's now over 6 foot. The two of them trying to get around each other.
Yes.
Long reach as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. Back onto the venue here for you. What happens regularly during the week?
I think the biggest change we've noticed in the last 13 months is initially all our peak bookings were between 5 and 7 o'clock, and we were having trouble getting court allocations in there. But suddenly people are realising you've got this lovely centre and you don't have to play in those times. We're now seeing the bookings spread all the way out from 3 o'clock through to 9 o'clock. And people are now recognising that it's an indoor facility. You don't have to play between 5 and 7. You can play outside of all those hours. And we're seeing the bookings spread out all out right throughout the day, which is absolutely tremendous because nobody's now complaining they can't get a court.
Well, that's the thing with squash. I guess unlike golf, where you can't say, well, just going to have hit a golf for an hour. Well, no, that's not going to happen.
Yep.
It's 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas with squash, you can say, okay, 1 hour, I'm just going to have a hit in a lunch break or whenever.
Exactly. Yep.
And with a lot of venues, it is a struggle of, yes, we've got people from 6 a.m. until 9, and then we've got from 3 through until 9 or 10. It's that gap in the middle. It's how to actually use that gap, because you've got nothing happening. And
there is nothing happening.
Yeah, and that's when you want to get people in.
We've been very lucky. We're seeing a lot of court usage in there from people that are retired.
Right.
So there's a lot of retired players that are playing between 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock. But there's also a lot of shift workers.
That's
and
you forget about that, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We've got a lot of shift workers, including some of our elite players in the club are in that shift work area. And they'll come down and solo train 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's not unusual to find 3 or 4 bookings in the afternoon for solo training.
Okay. So, and the bookings, is it keeping you going? Is it enough?
Yes, it is. We still have 3 courts we use as pay to play.
Right. Yes.
And that generates a lot of very valuable income for the club, which we need at this stage because we're only, as I said, 13 months old. Mm-hmm. So we still carry a lot of debt. So pay to play is a large part of our business. So that's very, very valuable to us.
Well, as a club, pay to play, a lot of clubs get really wound up, a lot of club members get really wound up, and this is in other sports as well, for pay to play, they're not joining, why aren't they joining? Well, they can't.
Yeah, we've got 2 lots of pay to play. We've got the casual walk-in pay to play, which is the guy that plays once every 2 months. And then we've got people that fall under the other heading of pay to play. These are guys that have played together every Tuesday at 6 o'clock in the last 14 years. Reasonably well-heeled individuals, and they're quite happy to pay $30, $40 every week if we can guarantee court 6 is available at 6 o'clock every Tuesday.
But and some club members can still get quite wound up about that. However, they are people who come in, pay the money.
They're paying the money.
And they're not going to play interclub. If you made them, you're going to have to pay to join the club. They're going to say, well, forget it, we'll go somewhere else.
Not everybody wants to play interclub.
Yeah.
A vast majority of our new members, and this is specifically about new members, are not interested in playing interclub. What they are interested in is coming down with their friends and having a hit, or coming down on
Keeping
a club day on a Saturday.
Social.
Yeah, a club day on Saturday, a club day on Wednesday, and a pennant day on Thursday. It's just an unstructured, friendly game of squash. That's all they're interested in.
And that would end up being a reasonable part of your budget.
That's a large part of our budget. Thank you very much.
Yes,
it is. And that really is one of the big changes for squash. is that, you know, if we want to grow the game, we've got to grow it outside of playing interclub. We've got to make it more social, more enjoyable, easier to access, and much better conditions.
So adjusting to the community, adjusting to what is going on in the community rather than staying with what it was.
Like we've talked about this for years, but most squash clubs in New Zealand are dirty old boys clubs. There's no way you'd bring your wife or your girlfriend or both, if you're lucky, down to a squash club.
Yes. Well, you look at now, we've got an outside with a kids' playground and things, and around the main court that we're looking at here, and it's 4-all. Annabelle Romero-Gemmell up against Leah Hodges. Hodges with the 2-1 lead in this, the quarterfinals of the under-19s. It's packed with, yes, we've got a lot of juniors here, but I can tell you what, we've got a few younger, some kids, and quite a few adults here as supporters. And, you know, if anybody wants to come down, they can over the next couple of days as well. And a nice shot there by Hodges. Nice touch on that ball into the forehand corner. Up 6-4. She's grown in this match, hasn't she, Bruce?
She has.
She's. I think it was perhaps maybe not nerves, but just a little bit of shock we had in the first game. Romero-Gemmell just racing around, and a couple points going the way of Hodges in the second, and the third close again. But so far, Hodges just taking the time a little bit. I think the way she's slowed it down has probably worked.
It's made a big difference. Yeah.
So again, Hodges just moving forward, and we should remember that Romero-Gemmell is 13 years old. She's certainly born on a sports court. Her father being the tennis coach and squash coach in Palmerston North. I don't think there was anything else that Annabelle was going to do other than play something with a racket. As long as she's enjoying it, that's all that matters.
Yes, it is.
Let's see what she can do on the forehand side with the backhand swing into the corner. Nice down the line there by Hodges. Oh, that's a good shot on the ball. Right into the corner. That was a very nice shot.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that was well done off the board. I'd like to see the players move forward a lot more.
And take it forward.
And you're starting to see that even more so with the pros, where they're going forward all the time, trying to take it on the full.
Yes.
Although someone like Paul Cole doesn't mind going back because he just loves those long rallies and will just grind it out.
But he's so fast. So fast and so fit. You know, you almost think he throws the first game for fun.
Yeah, he has sometimes. And Paul Cole from the West Coast, but went to college here in Christchurch, and players getting tackled up.
He's actually registered here with us.
Oh, really?
He's our number one player.
Oh, right. Oh, good stuff. We'll have to hopefully when he can come back again. Obviously very restricted this year with travel for both Paul and Joelle. And we might just keep you until the end of this game if you don't mind, Bruce.
That's fine.
Let's see, down the line again, down the backhand side. Let's see what we can do with this. Oh, that's a nice couple of shots. Oh, just chips it and hitting the tin. There we go. It is Leah Hodges. Cool. 3-1. So that's the first televised game. And thank you very much there, Bruce McGeechan, the president of the squash club here.
Have fun.
Cheers. And we'll see you around the next couple of days.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, that was the first of the quarterfinals in the under-17, under-19 girls. And Leah Hodges coming through in 4 over Annabelle Romero-Gemmell. Plenty of top matches. We've got Natalie Sayers against Leonie Marshall. We'll just give you the score update on that one in just a moment. That was also a quarter-final contest. So let's have a look at that score and let's see what we can give you on that one. And Natalie Sayers was the winner in that in 4 games. A little bit of a battle in the first 2, 11-4, 7-11, 11-1, 11-1 over Leonie Marshall, the 8th seed from Marlborough. Plenty of other matches coming up. In fact, 160 matches today. So let's tell you who's coming up next on the show court. Another one of the under-19 girls quarterfinals with Anna O'Connor from Southland up against Bella Crawford. I believe she's actually from Southland as well, so we'll check that out. That game coming up in just a few moments, and we'll just let you know just a few moments with this warm-up, and it should be a good one there for the Southland folk. So we'll come back with this match just one moment.
shot, Bella.
Welcome back for this, the second televised game of the women's under-19 quarterfinals. And it is the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals. Anna O'Connor against Bella Crawford, two Southland players, with Anna O'Connor wearing the black skirt, serving now, against Bella Crawford in the white skirt. And just in the early stages of this first game, and the score will come up very shortly. In the earlier under-19 quarterfinal for the girls, it was Leah Hodges in 4 games over Annabelle Romero-Gemmell. And also we had Natalie Says winning in 4 over Leonie Marshall from Marlborough. The other match going on at the present time is Georgia Robke against Lily Ray. That is also an under-19 girls quarter. There is 160 odd matches being played today out of the 310 or thereabouts for the whole tournament. Now let's see what we can have here from the players. Both, well, certainly Bella Crawford quite tall. And let's see how her movement is around the court for people who haven't watched her play. These players will know each other very well. The ball has been dying in the corners a little bit. It is quite warm outside, and that's starting to come through into the courts. And see about the tactics of using a drop or using the corners. And we'll let people know that the scores will be coming back in just a moment. As we have Anna O'Connor serving from the backhand side with the forehand shot. Both players putting a lot of power into the shot so far, but that one in that forehand corner in particular really goes low. And see if we can just get the scores coming up in just a moment. Oh, bit of a whippy error there on the returner serve. High and hard, and looks as though we've gone over the wall. So we will get the scoring up coming up just a moment. But in the meantime, we have Bella Crawford serving from the forehand side. And very much from O'Connor, quite an Australian style grip that sometimes, particularly on the backhand, she moves her hand up the grip quite a lot. Nice play from the tee, right up close. Domination there. Points so far. Nice drop. So well played by Anna O'Connor. Moving forward, using a drop, using a bit of variety and taking up the first game as well. Just waiting for the scoring app to come up at the moment. It will come back. Going through hard work. And looking at these quarterfinal matches we get later on, we do have some top contests coming up. In fact, next game on this court is Jack Condor, the 17-year-old from Mount Albert Grammar in Auckland, up against Glenn Templeton, who is still about 17, out of Katikati, and with a PSA ranking. That's the first of the quarterfinals for the boys. There's some really tough quarterfinals coming up, particularly in those boys for the under-19s. Leo Fatialofa against Kobe Fleming, Elijah Thomas against Sam Kelly, and Joe Smythe against Riley Jack Vetter Blomqvist. So players from all around the country. Vetter Blomqvist is from Whangarei, and obviously we've got the two Southland players here. So we'll come back with the second game in just one moment. Right, we're into the second game with Anna O'Connor serving right now against Bella Crawford. It was O'Connor taking the first 11-7. Just a little scoring glitch at the present time. And a lot closer in the second. You can see there's plenty of power from both players. And the tactics of moving forward and back, working a little bit more use of the drop than in the previous game. But O'Connor, a couple of quick errors, bringing Crawford back into it. Let's see how we can go now. And suddenly a couple of very strong shots. And O'Connor very quick to serve again. There's no mucking around in this. Perhaps for O'Connor, she could slow down a little and take the pace off and work her way back into the match. Might be the best thing for her. She's certainly been around the New Zealand juniors for a little while. It's Crawford coming through into the quarterfinals, helped by Ella Lash withdrawing from her match, the second seed, with an injury. Wasn't able to play her match at all. So that's disappointing for Ella from the Belmont Club in Auckland. But you've got to take the advantage of what's put in front of you, and for someone such as Bella Crawford, that helped her come through to the quarterfinals. So an all Southland match, and good to see. Squash doing reasonably well out of Southland. And good to see players from around the country. As we said, Betta Blomqvist is from Whangarei, and these two players from Southland. And now the second game. We're just getting the scoring system all worked out again. And we'll be back with game 3 in just one moment, with Annabelle O'Connor looking very strong at the present time. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the third game. We still have an issue with the scoring app, and 11-7, 11-8 to Anna O'Connor over her fellow Southland player, Bello Crawford. Crawford going through because, well, Ella Lash pulling out with injury. She was the second seed in the girls under 19, but just a few issues there that with the scoring system, and O'Connor looking fairly strong at the moment after taking those first two games. One of the top coaches from around New Zealand joins me now. It is Manu Yam from the Belmont Rackets Club in Auckland. You've got quite a few players here at this championship. Manu, how many would you have?
Well, first of all, good morning, Dave. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. Yes, so Belmont Park has about 15 juniors participating.
How many, sorry?
15.
Okay, that's great.
15 juniors across all age brackets, boys and girls. And we've had some, unfortunate events happen even before the start of the tournament, where obviously Ella Lash injured her shoulder, and one of our top boys, Riley McCracken, in the under 15, suffered a biking accident, the same morning, the start of the tournament, and had to undergo stitches. But other than that, all
they
the
would have
boys,
both been contenders. Riley
yes,
would have been probably semi-finalists maybe, and Ella is certainly the...
Yep, one of the favorites, and Ella is likewise a part of the Auckland Junior Girls team.
Yeah.
Participating in the team, so we need to reassess. But anyway, all the boys and girls in the underage, in the lower age groups are doing well. Well, obviously some are, hit and miss. Some are winning, some are losing. But overall, it's a good experience. It's a good day one results. It's nice to see a lot of juniors come and play and go to Christchurch and compete.
Well, we're just having a look here that a couple of Southland players. Now, you're obviously from Auckland, but isn't it good that we've got Veta Blomqvist up in Whangarei?
Yes.
And then we've got a couple of Southlanders here, because,
yes,
I mean, it's great that you've got a lot of people at your club that you want throughout the country, because
yes,
then you get different styles, don't you?
Exactly. It's nice to have that exposure, north, south, and this national events. The good thing about here is the exposure of the other districts playing different juniors from other districts, and at the same time, one of the very few age group tournaments we're in, especially the younger kids we're in. The younger kids get to play kids their own age.
Yep.
Unlike other tournaments we're in, it's graded. They end up playing older or even younger kids, so it's a good mix.
And the other thing is, it's also social as well, because a lot of these players in the last couple of days, they're like, hey, here's my rival, here's my mate.
Yep.
And that actually counts a lot, not just on the court.
Yeah.
But just off the court. It helps them mature as players on and off.
Yes, that's what memories are for. Just junior tournaments. A lot of the juniors look forward to these events because the social side of it all. They get to hang out and chat with their mates from other districts, and those are the memories that they will never forget. They will have memories inside the court, results, good or bad.
Yeah.
But they will always have those memories that they will cherish for a long time.
And we should just say that Anna O'Connor won that contest there, 7-8, and I believe it was 4 in that final one.
Yes.
Still a little bit of an issue with the scoring app at the moment, but
Impressive.
well done there to Anna O'Connor through to the semi-finals.
Yes, and I've been very impressed with Anna. I haven't seen her for quite a while because obviously during the lockdown, but she lost a lot of weight. She lost a lot of weight, and she looks very fit and trim.
Well, what we
Very
saw in that
exciting.
match was also a bit of variety and power through to the drop. And we didn't see it quite in the first match, just the previous one there.
Yep.
But I think players, as they get older, start to think, I don't have to hit every single ball as hard as possible. I mean, hey, it's fun.
Yes, it's fun,
doesn't
but
always
again,
work.
that mix of long, short, hard,
Yeah.
soft, high, low.
And I guess that's what we're going to see, particularly now with the under-19 boys. Yeah, I don't really like calling them boys, because when you see Glenn Templeton and Elijah out there, they're hardly boys.
They are now considered the seniors of this tournament.
And 240, I think it's 249 in the world is on the PSA World Senior Rankings. That's Elijah's ranking at the moment, the latest one, and Glenn's about 330 odd or thereabouts.
Yes.
And when you see them, they're going to be competing in a very much a lot of depth in the national senior champs at the end of this month.
Yes.
Because obviously with no Paul and no Paul Cole and no Campbell Grayson,
it's
you've
a
got
wide open race.
Well, yeah, you've got Evan Williams sort of standing up probably as the number one, you know, at 80, ranked around about 85, and then you go to Luamba at around about 148.
Yep.
But then there's a group of about 8 players.
Yes.
Similarish.
Exactly. The senior nats will be very, very exciting to watch.
Yeah. It's strange that we're saying it's exciting without two defending champions
still,
not there.
Because obviously with Paul, PC, and Campbell, you know, they're just fighting basically for third place.
Yeah,
you know, but now that it's pretty wide open, you know, like what you said, 10 players will be in contention for that for that number one, which being a national champion.
It's kind of nice in a way.
You know, it's quite exciting. It's quite exciting.
And I think you know, we're just seeing Glenn Templeton just walk out on the court there for the warm up, and you know, he'll be up there, and he's a big guy out of Caddy and Bay of Plenty, and Jack Condor. He's well, we called him the pinball because he just bounces off the walls.
Hardworking. Yep. This will be an exciting match because basically a bit more contrasting styles of game. You know, Glenn will try to dominate the tee, will try to go for his shots, will try to take advantage of his reach and that dominance on the tee. Jack is a grinder. He will grind it out. He will return all shots. He will die for every point. He'll try to make every point hard for their opponent. So this will be a good mix.
The other thing with Glenn is that because he is a big guy, I mean, don't get me wrong, he can move. This is the thing, he doesn't look as though he's moving because he's so big. He can almost lope around the court.
Yep. And that's always been his style. You know, sometimes he looks a bit, you know,
lethargic.
Lethargic, that's the word. You know, doesn't really, you know, it seems like he's not making a lot of effort, but staying on the tee, hunting for those shots, not easy to do. It's not easy to do. It takes a lot of effort. It takes
because he's a big guy, it means the opponent has to almost run around him.
Exactly. That's why, you know, when you're a big guy with long reach, it will always be an advantage in squash, especially when you dominate that middle part of the squash court.
That's an interesting way you're saying that, because we look at some of the Egyptians, but particularly the Egyptian women, they're not tall. You know, you compare them to Sarah Jane Perry, then you compare them to Joelle King, and I think there's one other sort of tall player. But
Camille,
the Egyptians,
they're quite.
The Egyptians are quite short. They're they're interesting how they're able to. You know, it doesn't
because
matter
obviously,
so much.
it doesn't matter for at that level. Level, if you see a Wilstrop, he's 6'6". You know, suddenly he plays a Rodriguez who's 5'6". But you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's just whatever game plan works. You know, obviously when you play tall players, there's a different game style. You know, your cross courts need to be either wide or high. You know, when you play a short, you can go a bit higher. But again, it's nice, you know, to come up with different game plans and see different tactics getting enforced in the game. It's pretty interesting.
Well, Mano, I should ask you, Gabe Yam, what's he up to?
Yes, Gabe Yam, my nephew, together with one of my
nephews. He's won this a couple of times, I think. He must have won several junior titles, maybe the 19s, I'm not totally sure, but he's certainly done very well in the junior titles.
I think he's won it since he was under 15. But anyway, Gabe has been accepted to Drexel with a full scholarship.
That's a good That's
a Division I school in America, and squash, in college squash in America, is quite very, very competitive.
Well, that's the other thing. You know, we know about tennis, we know about certain other sports, but squash, how big is it at university?
College squash or university squash in America is huge. It's huge. You know, there are like 5 or 6 divisions, and one division has the top 8. I mean, sorry, 8 schools.
Yeah.
So D1, Division 1, top 8, Division 2, 9 to 16. I think there's 5. It's huge, and a team of, let's say, one men's team has about 15 players, because every league there's 9 players to play. Okay. And you have to have depth.
Wow. And they're playing how regularly? Are they, you know, we're talking about in a normal year, how often would they be playing?
Well, obviously with COVID, the season has been moved to January. I think it starts in January. Normally it starts sometime October. I think the season lasts about 3-4 months. It's quite long, it's quite extensive, and it's huge. It's huge. I'm sure you've seen, you know, Facebook videos wherein, you know, the finals, wherein the cheering and everything. It's a huge sport, and a lot of these high school students aspire to get into those universities and play for their schools in America.
Well, so for someone like your nephew Gabe, he's going to use his squash to, in theory, get a very good degree which he can use for whatever else. So, and maybe if the squash works out, he may go pro, maybe. It's all a bit of a maybe, isn't it?
Yep. So obviously, you know, when you're a junior squash player, you look at your pathway. You know, there's different pathways. You know, there's just not one pathway available. That's the good thing about sports. You know, you can choose your own pathway. So there's one pathway, you can become a professional squash player. There's another pathway wherein you do well in the juniors, you get scouted, and then you get offered a scholarship in a good university, either in America or in Europe. And then you decide which pathway will I pursue, you know, and it's up to the individual. But again, both pathways are there for these players, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing that now that squash is popular in the world, you know, and these opportunities are given to these young juniors, up-and-coming juniors, and it goes well for the sport.
All right, well, finally, Manu, is there one particular player that you... Well, I mean, it's a bit harsh, actually. You're a coach. You can't pick out one particular player, can you?
I have a lot of students here.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be nice.
So
is there several players that you've sort of seen, maybe not from your club, but at the different ages so far that are coming through? Going, gee, that player's interesting. Who? Is there anybody?
I've been watching because obviously I look at the younger age.
Yes.
I look at the long-term potential of these junior players, and I've been quite impressed with a couple of under 11 boys.
Really? That far? I mean, that young.
That young. I look at it at that young because that's where it should start. You know, like if you look at Egypt and Malaysia, you know, who dominates the under 11 British Open? It's this kid.
Wow.
Particularly Dominic Dominic and Zezima, the under 11 boys. I think they're the future of New Zealand squash. A couple of young girls, under 13s. So pretty good. Well, obviously, Annabelle Romero is a giant killer.
Yeah, well, she's only, I mean, she lost, but she's 13.
She's 13, and she's playing in the under 19, which just goes to show there's the future. It's good to see Maya Smales back.
Yes.
You know, so there's Zoe Lepper, one of my students.
She's lived on a court
with a Lepper bloodline, obviously.
Yes, exactly.
You know, you cannot. But so it's quite exciting. It's quite the future of New Zealand squash is quite
And what
exciting.
about then when we look at the under 19 men? You know, when you have say Glenn, but you have someone like Elijah, who's obviously been coached.
Yes.
And he's still only 17. He's at university
young.
as well.
He's only young.
You know,
he's in uni, and obviously Elijah. You know,
he's ranked highly already, you know, like we said, about 250 in the world, and his speed around the court.
Exactly. I mean, I've known Elijah since he was young.
Fascinates me how he moves. He doesn't mind moving forward to the court and then turning and running back. I'm like, wow.
One of Elijah's strengths is his court coverage. You know, he can cover that court, like what you said, efficiently, and he just has this ability to frustrate his opponents.
You know, be very frustrating.
For me, I think that's one of the hardest players to play when you work hard and when you get everything back.
Yes.
Because as a player, as an opponent, what do I do? You know, this guy is returning all my shots. You know, and it's so hard and it's so frustrating playing players like those. And that is Elijah's strength.
Yeah.
And not only that, when you hit a loose shot, you know. When you hit a loose shot, you get punished. So it's a very hard player to play.
So we can look out for him. I mean, because the other thing is, Elijah had I think it was a 2-game or maybe 2-game-to-1 lead over Glenn Templeton in the final of the under-19s last year, and lost. And that was possibly a surprise for some people, but Glenn Templeton just worked his way back in just quietly. Elijah,
in fairness,
but it was close enough to having that match in his grasp.
I remember that game very clearly. Glenn played well.
Yeah.
Glenn played well.
Yes, he did.
Give him credit. He dominated. He did what has to be done against an Elijah Thomas. You know, and he deserved all that credit. And Elijah admitted it that, you know, Glenn played well. You know, I could have won, you know, it could have been, but Glenn played well. He deserved it. And it's good. And you know, that final could easily be again this year. But obviously, you know, Leo Fatialofa is there to challenge.
Yeah, well,
you know, there's Riley Jack as well.
Yeah.
So it's good to see these under-19 boys, you know, put up that challenge against each other.
Oh, definitely. Well, Manu Yam, I really appreciate your time, and great to hear all about all the players, and hopefully no more, touch wood, any injuries for the rest of your players, because it's always tough for you as a coach, but also for the family and the players themselves.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Manu Yam, who was with me there, one of the coaches out of Belmont Rackets Club on the North Shore in Auckland, and certainly a number of players, as he said, about 15 at the tournament here, but he has lost Riley McCracken and also Ella Lash, and Ella Lash was the second seed in the girls under-19s. And now we have on court, as you can see, Glenn Templeton against Jack Condor. Templeton with the blue jersey, the taller player, against Jack Condor from the Titirangi Club in Auckland. And Jack Condor is really known for bouncing around the court, almost bouncing off the walls at times. Templeton, you see, big guy. He's still fairly young. And I think he's 18. We'll check on that age again. But a very capable player is Templeton. Whereas Condor is still 17 or thereabouts. And Templeton, the defending champion in the 19s, racing out to a fairly solid lead. His sister, Katie, taking part in the women's competition. And she's a 17-year-old. Is Katie. You can just see the relaxed nature of Templeton there, just off his forehand and whacked away, putting it mildly. And in fact, he'll be 19 as Templeton later on this month, so still 18 at the present time there for Templeton. As he takes out the first game, 11-3. And looking at some of the other scores around some of the other courts as well. Of course, we did have Anna O'Connor winning in straight games over Bella Crawford in the All Southland match, 11-7, 11-8 and 11-4. Georgia Robke from Thames Valley, that was a 5-game victory over Lily Ray, 11-6, 5-11, 9-11, 11-5, 11-4. So through to the semi-finals there of the under-19 girls. Let's just have a look at the semi-finals of the under-19 girls to be played a little bit later on this afternoon. Every Natalie stays the top seed against Leah Hodges from Hamilton, and Georgia Robke from Thames Valley against Southland's Anna O'Connor. So some good semi-finals coming up later on this afternoon for those the semis of the under-19s, and it really will be some good quality squash. And we can tell you the under-17 boys semis. Let's have a look at who will be playing who in those semi-finals a little bit later on today as well. We have Paul Moran from Marlborough up against Taupo's Luke Stein. Upper Wharelofa from the Henderson Club up against a fellow club member Mason Smales. That'll be another close one as well. So those are the semi-finals. That contest will be around about 2 o'clock for those semi-finals there. Checking out other semi-finals of the under-17 girls. The under-17 girls semis will feature Sophie Hodges from Hamilton up against Martha Toko. Then we have Dora Galloway from Wellington against Gina Gregory from the Hawke's Bay. So plenty of good matches. We'll update you on some of the younger age groups very shortly as well. But back on to the second game of this, the quarterfinals of the under-19 boys. Templeton there serving with relaxed nature. And against Jack Condor. Hasn't quite been able to get into the match yet. First game going very quickly. Templeton competing in the PSA Satellite Tournament last week in Auckland. Disguising his shots very well when he plays away from the body. Oh, nice play. Oh, there we go. Right back into the body of Jack Condor. Looking very efficient and wanting to get on with the game. It's almost as if he's got a rush to get off the court at times. Templeton, a couple of bounces the ball before the serve. Right into the back. Let's see what Condor can do for this one. He's got all the options. Oh. And the stroke goes the way of Templeton. Much better rally from Condor. Let's see what he can do. Push back into the corner. Straight away you can see Templeton just moving. Oh, nice drop. And moving forward to the tee again, trying to dominate from there. Intriguing the different styles from these two players. Another point back for Condor. He's shows a bit of emotion on court sometimes to Jack Condor. Been relatively quiet so far this particular match. Back on the board though in their second game. See the casual stance at times of Glenn Templeton. He was there at the tee, his racket just down by his side. Been quite relaxed, but now out to a 4-1 lead. And again, all these players wearing the goggles or the masks. As PSA regulations, as soon as you get out of the junior ranks, you don't have to wear them anymore. And some players finding that very relaxed and a lot easier. And certainly in the conditions last week in Auckland, where it was very humid, quite a few breaks for players having to wipe down their goggles. And this really is an exercise in playing your game and making it work for you with Glenn Templeton. Still 18 years old, up against the 17-year-old Jack Condor. Just the relaxed style of Templeton. Plays very well away from his body, particularly on that backhand. And then on the forehand, he's got a good jab away from his body as well. One of the longer rallies of the match so far. But again, Templeton generally taking the advantage. Able to move forward as much as possible. Warm temperatures now coming through onto the court surface and onto the courts itself. Starting to get into around about 20 degrees here in Christchurch. One to the backhand corner here. And across court. Again, slashes away from his body. And Jack Condor really having to make a lot of movement. Drop not quite short enough. Right into the backhand corner. I would say this is a masterclass so far from Templeton. Having to work a little bit on this point. Let's see if they can stay cross court again. Just taking his time. And very long rally, but Templeton coming through in the end, and must be very frustrating to play against for Jack Condor. He likes the quicker points, but Templeton just able to stay in it. When he needs to, he can pull off the big shot, and not quite on that one though. So Jack Condor back into the game a little bit. He's equaled his first game points, back onto 3. And a good atmosphere around the venue today. Players enjoying seeing each other, not just in a real social environment, but being around other players, which, as we've had Manu Yam say, and also Bruce, the president of the club, it's good for the players on and off the court that they can actually be around other rivals. Practicing at home or against the same players is quite difficult. Whereas when you get out and see other opposition and other players, very useful. So Templeton just letting the ball bounce a little bit, move forward and actually take it on the full if he wants. Doing that big stretch across, oh, and playing the backhand down with Jack Condor and straight into the tin. So 9-4. Scoreboard just catching up there. Oh, That was a beautiful boast. Just about hit every ball possible. Did it come off? Oh, goodness. Didn't quite come off. Look at that flick. The forehand. Up close there with the Jack Condor. Back into the game just a little bit. Poached his way back in. A couple of errors from Glenn Templeton. But otherwise, it's been a masterclass effort from Templeton. He's controlled most aspects. Let a couple of points get away from him just of late. When he moves forward, that's when we want to see. When he takes the ball on the forward, takes it away from the body, here's the opportunity. Oh, too much. Hitting the top of the tin on that one away with the backhand volley and giving Condor a little bit more hope. He's within 2 now. And after the early lead in this, the second game, you would have thought that it would have been whipped away by Templeton. That's what Jack Condor does, though. Keeps on going with all of his energy. I'm just not too sure about that score yet. There we go, it's corrected. Only 1 point away for Jack Condor to try and equal. And 1 point away for Templeton to take game ball. That's well recovered there from Condor, and oh, nice on the full. Good recovery again from Condor. Talking to the officials. Not sure if he was ever going to get anything back there. Now game ball for Glenn Templeton after winning the first by 11-3. See if he can take this out on the first game ball. Oh, and the error into the tin. That is second game to Glenn Templeton, the second seed here at the boys under 19 at the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals at the Christchurch Squash Club. So into the third game, and Jack Condor had a little bit of a fight back in the second. We're just going to get that score updated because we are now into the third game, and it is Glen Templeton leading 2 games to love. We can't quite hear the scorers on this one. And Templeton, the defending champion, the 2nd seed from the Katikati Squash Club in the Bay of Plenty. We have Jack Condor from the Titirangi Squash Club in Auckland. The Condor name very much synonymous with that club in tennis and also squash for a number of years. The mainstays of the Titirangi Club, you might say. Let's see what he can do in this one. A nice fight back in the second. And really the first game got away on Condor. The second started to get away. But nice fight back. And he forced a few more points to Condor. And hopefully we'll have the score back up very shortly. But we can tell you that Templeton did take the second, so he's up 2 games to love. Just looking at some of the other games that we've had completed so far. And we have on the other court at the moment, it is Leo Fatialofa, should be on court right now against Kobe Fleming in the first of the boys' quarterfinals. The other quarterfinals coming up, Elijah Thomas, top seed against Sam Kelly. And also after this match we'll have Joe Smythe from the Bay of Plenty against Northland's Riley Jack Bitter Blomqvist. And I can tell you that is not the score that you're seeing on your screen. In fact, the first game went 11-3 to Templeton, and the second game, well, that was 11-8. So hopefully we'll be able to come back. Maybe Jack Condor might be quite happy if he has that score. And it's not 7-4 either. We will give you a correct score shortly. In the meantime, it is Glen Templeton against Jack Condor into the third game, folks. And Templeton playing, well, he has been playing some very good squash. And Jack Condor certainly worked his way back in the second. We'll just have to see what does occur here. I'll also be able to give you an update of some of the younger age groups and who's through to the semi-finals and those very shortly. And let's just see both players now starting to really perspire. Sweat really. As we heard the president of the club say that they do have a flush, as they call it, which can keep the temperature at a certain level and circulate the air, which is something that will be very good for a lot of Auckland clubs. Christchurch a lot drier than Auckland, but certainly a great facility because there has been a lot of players here throughout this tournament so far. 170 players, over 300 matches, around about 160 matches today over the 8 courts. Players started at around about 8 this morning. Should finish by around about 8 p.m. So 12 hours of squash. Tremendous efforts by the local organisers and by the Squash NZ organisers as well to get everybody underway and on court. Let's see what we can have here with Glen Templeton in the blue. It is Jack Condor in the black. And just needing a bit of a score update. Both players now starting to really sweat on their goggles. Part of the PSA requirements to wear goggles for safety for anybody under 19. You see Templeton stepping up, uses his height and his reach. Condor with his ability to move around the court. Templeton looking to move forward, then waiting for it. So, nice play for Condor, keeping it low. And Templeton just didn't really stretch enough for it. It was there, didn't quite lift it enough over the top. All right, we can tell you that is not the score. We're actually 2 games to love for Glen Templeton. Oh, and a slip. And recovered very nicely by Jack Condor. Just trying to move it backwards at pace and instead falling on his backside. And players now feeling the perspiration. You can see Templeton leaning on the wall. Just told to get off the wall by the official. And hopefully we'll be able to give you a full score, an updated score. There you go, players bumping into each other a little bit as well as they get a bit tired. And you're going to see quite a bit of that as the matches go on. Players getting tired, and we get to the semi-finals and even the finals tomorrow as well. Using tactics. Oh, nice recovery. Made it. Well done, Jack Condor. Down the forehand side. He's got himself back into this match quite nicely. First game going 11-3 to Templeton. The second game 11-8. And we're now deep into the third. And we'll hopefully be able to update those scores properly. It is not 7-4. You can see just off camera, Elijah Thomas, as I said, ranked about 249 in the World PSA men's rankings. About to go on. Oh, there we go. We do have the score back. Well, we can tell you now that Jack Condor does have a lead, 8-5. It's a little bit difficult to keep up there with scores changing and the score stuck. And this is the way that Jack Condor plays. You think you've got him and he'll just sort of bounce back. So 6-8 now the score, Templeton. And this the third after a 2-game-to-love lead, which should be 6-8. There's that forehand just slapped away. Seems so casual. And it really is a drive away or a slap away from the body. So well done there to Templeton. So we can do from here. Can Condor hold on? Nice little scoop up. Yeah, probably could have done a little bit more with that. But, where are we? Okay, 7-9. Score is taking intermittent rest. Okay, well, with the score here, the question is, if we go to 4 or even to 5, Templeton looking quite tired on the screen. Can he actually come back and hit the winners again that he was hitting in the first game? And Condor, oh, there's a bad mistake there. And Condor taking the second, make that taking the third. And it is 2 games to love Glenn Templeton over Jack Condor in this, the under-19 boys quarterfinal. Squash Club in Auckland has made a very nice comeback into this match against Glen Templeton after really being put away in the first, 11-3. A little bit of a comeback in the second, but still Templeton winning it 11-8. And into the third, it was Condor winning 8-11. A couple of unforced errors from Templeton, helping out the Aucklander. Templeton, the defending champion in the under-19s. And we've mentioned already that when we get to the quarterfinals of the under-19s in particular, it is real tight. Half a dozen of the players have PSA world rankings. And the other players are certainly there or thereabouts. Got Leo Fatialofa on court. Has he finished his match? We'll have to check back on that one. And he's up against Kobe Fleming in one boys quarterfinal. Elijah Thomas will be on after that, the top seed and the runner-up from last year against Sam Kelly. Also Joe Smythe from Bay of Plenty against Riley Jack Better Blomqvist, a Northland player. So Templeton out to a 4-love lead. Amazing how things change. And just taking his time a bit more on the, looping the ball up, using his forehand again. Nice play up close. It's Condor who's doing all the running on this particular point. Oh, and then loops it back. Where's he going to go on this? There's the big reach, the big step. I'm not sure what that was from Condor, but he managed to get it back, but to no avail in the end. What we are seeing, particularly in the 19s and other age categories, is plenty of depth. And that's pleasing to anybody. Manu Yam certainly saying that. He was pleased to see depth throughout all the age groups, and he's one of the top coaches around New Zealand, has 15 players from his club, Belmont Racket Club, out of the North Shore. We did see as well a couple of players from Southland in the girls' 19s. That was Bella Crawford against Anna O'Connor. O'Connor winning that one in straight games. And so far, in this, the third, it should actually be 6-1, I believe, to Templeton. And you can see the perspiration on the brow of both players. And maybe we're up to 7-1, keeping ahead of the scoreboard here. But Templeton a lot stronger in this. There we go, and that's another one. So this fourth game, Templeton's really refocused. A lot less errors. Whereas a couple of errors from Jack Condor. And Templeton with that big shot. Try and read that. Oh. You can see the pace of Jack Condor. It's an advantage. However, sometimes the shot selection and the impatience in the point just doesn't quite help him. And that is one of those shots that we're just talking about. So game and match ball. Let's see if he can take it out, Templeton, in the first occasion. A lot of work being done here by Condor. Well, Templeton looking at the officials, smiling there, looking for the ruling, but Jack Condor, well, there's just a bit of discussion going on between the players and the officials. Condor basically said, well, look, now, I lost that, my racket went flying out, and then we've also got to figure out whether they actually shake hands as well. In the end, it is a 4-game victory for Glen Templeton, 11-1 in the fourth. Just too strong there. So well done to Glen Templeton, the defending champion. He is through to the semi-finals of this, the under-19 boys champs at the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals in Christchurch. So, and hopefully we don't have any more glitches with the scorecards and electronic scoreboards there. So that is a victory for Glenn Templeton, the defending champion, through to the semi-finals. Back with the next match very shortly, and that will feature Joe Smythe, the 5th seed from the Bay of Plenty in the under-19 boys quarterfinal, up against the 4th seed Riley Jack Vetter Blomqvist from Northland. And now into this, the last of the quarterfinals. No, it's the second to last of the quarterfinals. It is a match featuring Joe Smythe from the Bay of Plenty up against Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist. And we're going to see a couple of interesting styles here. In fact, that's not quite correct who we have on court. There has been a bit of a court change. And in fact, it is not the two players we just mentioned, Joe Smythe and Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist. It is Elijah Thomas and Sam Taylor who are on the court right now. And just a little change on the roster. So that's fine, we'll get on with that. But in the meantime, we have Elijah Thomas is in the darker shirt and the dark shorts. And as I've been saying, he's ranked around about 250 in the world in men's seniors on the PSA rankings. So Elijah Thomas was, as we mentioned with Manu Yam, a finalist, a beaten finalist in the under-19s last year to Glenn Templeton in 5 games. Quite a dramatic match that was. And I can tell you that the scores from other matches in the meantime, it was Leo Fatialofa in 1-2. That's make that 4 games over Kobe Fleming. And just looking at some of the other matches around the venue. So this is definitely on court, on main court, court 2. It is Elijah Thomas against Sam Kelly there from Auckland. And you'll see the efficiency of Elijah Thomas. Just around the court, he's willing to chase down everything and anything. But watch his positional play and where he places himself around the court. And willing to change his shots like that. And look for the drop, then play it deep. He will keep on frustrating. Manu Yam mentioned that he's the sort of player that will frustrate the opposition. And just use a lot of tactics, work his way in. And the game there to Elijah Thomas, taking that the first game in relatively easy fashion. As we mentioned earlier on, that's not quite the score, it's close. Thomas has taken that first, there we go, 11-1. No mercy there from Elijah Thomas, taking the first game against Sam Kelly, who is from the Browns Bay Club in Auckland. Elijah Thomas from Eden Epsom, his main club. He was a beaten finalist at the Henderson PSA Satellite Tournament earlier this year. Lost to Evan Williams in the final. It was his first PSA final. Now we'll see how he goes now with Sam Kelly back on court. And against the top seed, Elijah Thomas, just walking onto court now. All players wearing goggles, as it is the PSA safety rules to wear goggles. And let's see on court 2. Moving across to the other courts, we'll give you a couple more results of who has won through to the semi-finals of the under-19 girls. Georgia Robke from Thames Valley, Anna O'Connor through, and earlier we had Leah Hodges and top seed Natalie Says as well. We'll come up with some results from the 15s, 13s and 11s in just one moment. So there is around about 160 matches just today. So it is a huge competition. Let's go now to the quarterfinals of the under-15 girls. Well, the top seed there, Maiden Lee Coe, take on Hope Kennedy. That will be in the quarterfinals at 1:30 approximately. Looking through, Justine Porsche is up against Anastasia Lim, another one of the quarterfinals. Moira Karati up against Mackenzie Tate. and Erin Wiley against Maya Smales. Those matches all later on this afternoon, the under 15 girls quarterfinals. Looking throughout the under 15 boys, let you know who the quarterfinals matches there. In fact, we have Chris Hibbard against Ashton Hansen, Oliver Dunbar from Wellington against Liam Smith, Freddie Jamieson from Auckland, and up against Shay Gannon, Jack Friskin against Charlie Prince from Marlborough. And those matches, so plenty of matches still remaining. We'll go through the rest of the draw very shortly, but in the meantime, updating on court 1. A few transfers of courts because so many matches, and so apologies if you just have to check who's on where for the moment. But we can see Elijah Thomas just being so super efficient in the way he plays these matches. And the left-hander Sam Kelly just having to do so much to get even 1 point. This will teach him a lot, that's for sure. May not be the result that he wants, but it's certainly going to teach him a lot to do. And look at that, just so far up the court. Here's Elijah Thomas. He was almost in the front wall as he controlled that point to take a 6-love lead. And a bit later on, we'll be joined by Squash New Zealand High Performance Manager Shelley Kitchen. There we go on the board there for Sam Kelly. Taking a lot of effort to get that far. And Elijah Thomas, 7-1 up. Yeah, nice little dink into the wall. Backhand drop. Sam Kelly certainly finding out that when you take on someone like Elijah, oh, mistake, there you go, an error. Yeah, Kelly finding that it's very rare to get an error like that, but take advantage of it. And there we have the error as well. This player's been forced into it, but we did have an unforced by Elijah Thomas, one of the very rare unforced errors that you get. See where we can go now. Slowing down the rally. A lot of cut on the forehands from Kelly. Yeah, well played. Elijah Thomas knew where his opponent was able to push it through and back into the corner. Better play by Kelly, staying in the rally, using corners, using the angles, and there we go, well done. That'll give him a little bit of confidence there. Well done. That is another point by Sam Kelly, stepping forward, taking on the full. He had Elijah Thomas moving all over the court. Finishes off that game. Elijah Thomas still chastising himself, saying, why did I lose 4 points? Well, you're 2 games up anyway, Elijah Thomas, so making your way through to the semi-final. If he wins this, which he should do at this rate. Let's just have a look at the under-19 boys, how the semi-finals will sit. We already have several players through to the last 4. We look down the draw, Glenn Templeton in 4 games over Jack Condor, Leo Fatulofa in 4 over Kobe Fleming. And that means Fatulofa and Templeton will play each other in the semis. That is scheduled for 5 p.m. today. And Joe Smythe, Riley, Jack Blomqvist will await the result of that. That has been transferred onto a different court. Elijah Thomas against Sam Kelly. It is 2 games to love for Elijah Thomas in this, the quarterfinal, over Sam Kelly from the Browns Bay Club on the North Shore. Players just coming back on for the 3rd game. Elijah Thomas has been dominating this match. We did see a bit more of a fight back from Sam Kelly in the second, and he forced a few points and a couple of unforced errors out of Elijah Thomas, which really was unusual. And we've seen a 3-1 lead by Sam Kelly, so well done there to actually even take the lead and just put a bit more pressure on his opponent. So there's a huge difference in experience, maybe not so much in age, but it's the experience of Elijah Thomas playing against players ranked 150 in the world or top 100 in the world, like when he played Evan Williams in the final of the Henderson Open, the PSA satellite. He may have been beaten, but just playing against those players, playing against Lawamba Chalisi, ranked in the top 150 last weekend, that experience really holds him in good stead. And you can see now just working his way back into the point. And now from 1-3 down to 3-all in this, the third game, taking the first two. Well, fairly easy on the scoreboard, certainly in that first game. The second game was a little bit more difficult. He had to work a few times, was moved around the court. And Sam Kelly, the left-hander, really, I'm sure he'll want to play this game again straight away and think, why don't I do this? And this is what I should do in the future. What a almost casual way of moving there from Kelly, and well put away from Elijah Thomas, now taking the lead by a couple of points. And we're seeing a lot of families here and a lot of players who have come from squash families. Zoe Lepper, one of the top seeds in the 13s. Her brother Anthony Lepper, one of New Zealand's better players, out of the juniors now. And a lot of coaches who have been around the game for a while as well. People enjoying getting together in Christchurch. Let's have a look and see what can happen here for Kelly. Doing a lot of movement. You can just see the control from Elijah Thomas. He's beyond the tee, moving forward to the front wall. And that's how much control he's had in a lot of these points. Very rarely having to be moved into the back of the court. Much better effort there by Kelly. But again, on the turn, Thomas returns into the point. Who's going to go? Using the boast there. And again, yeah, just had the ball on a string or on his strings of the racket. And able to control it and push it to wherever he wanted. And even though he's up 8-3 and 2 games to love, Elijah Thomas annoyed with himself. And the point going to Sam Kelly, 8-4 up. Just nice touch. Well, it tells you something when you're annoyed that you lost a point and yet you're almost at game point. But that's the way that Elijah Thomas plays. He wants to win every point. He wants to play every point over and over again. Look at that, running around, still going, and not quite on that one. A little bit frustrated, but he still has that 9-5 lead as it is now. So it is, in fact, 9-5. Straight away moving forward, and a nice little drop there. Take it to game point. Can he win it on the first game point, first match point? There we go. Match ball, first match ball, and taken from Elijah Thomas. 11-1, 11-4, 11-5. He's through to the semi-finals, and in good form against the relatively inexperienced, in comparison, the form of Sam Kelly. So straight games, and that is Elijah Thomas through. So expecting a couple of other matches coming up very shortly as we drop down a couple of age groups from the 19s to the 13s, and they will be semi-finals. In fact, Aria Bannister, the third seed, up against Grace Spencer. Zoe Lepper from Auckland against by Hotham as well. So we do have the top 4 seeds going through to the semi-finals as they are in the girls' 13s, and those matches not too far away.
So it went forever. I gave it to
And now underway, or just getting underway, in this particular match featuring Aria Bannister. She is in the brighter, I guess we'll call it the purple colour, and Grace Spencer in the black from the Belmont Rackets Club on the North Shore, one of Manu Yarm's particular players. This is the under-13 girls semi-final. A lot of interest in this. Grace Spencer winning the first 2 points already, but dropping that one. Now, what you'll see is the maturity of the players coming through is when they can change up the pace and just take their time in the rally. It's always one of the things when you see the younger players, about taking your time rather than trying to force the rally too much. So Bannister now quickly in the lead. She's been playing over in Australia on the Gold Coast, where father Rod Bannister was at the National Squash Centre there. And certainly plenty of power there from Spencer on that forehand, and serving with a forehand from the forehand side, and just a little poke at the ball, not working. And quite so strong off the backhand side for Bannister. Take your time, both of you. That's a better shot for Spencer. Spencer certainly liking that forehand, really put some power into it. Some good running, not quite. And well played by Bannister, going up 6-5 in this, the first game. And it is the under-13s semi-finals. Definitely very handy forehand, Spencer. Let's see what she can do now at 6 apiece. Well, it's proving to be a weapon at the moment. See if we can get both players moving forward. Certainly both liking the whippy forehand. And Spencer quickly moving along to 8-6. You also see a little bit more variety in the play, letting the ball drop there, and too much. Bannister from Whanganui, and Spencer from the Belmont Club on the North Shore of Auckland. So we can want to see both players really work the rally. If we can get a 20-shot rally, it'd be good for both of them confidence-wise. But at the moment, 8 apiece in the first game. There's the big forehands coming in. Both players just loving that shot. And so now Bannister with the serve. Certainly quick fire rallies so far. Yeah, every time the ball comes close to Spencer's forehand, she just loves hitting it down the line. Not so much cross court just yet. And a score quickly changing hands. Really rapid change of shots, rapid change of scores here. Oh, use your feet on that one, Grace. It's coming straight at your body, just poked it away and it didn't quite work. It's a better rally, but again, Spencer getting caught out as the ball keeps low, bouncing off the side. The Bannister not overly happy with herself there. Quite warm on court, sunny outside, probably around about 20 degrees, and just affecting the ball a little bit. And some quick fire points. So it looks as though it's going to be best for both of these players to move forward on the ball rather than going back. There's a big sweeping backhand. Oh, both players really like having a go. Probably not so much subtlety for both of them just yet, but we're at 12-all on the first. It's like you hit the ball hard, I'll hit it harder. And another game point and make that 13-all. Not sure if that's... Oh, into the 10. Oh, well retrieved. So there we go, Bannister taking the first 15-13 in what was a topsy-turvy first game. So Alia Bannister from Whanganui taking the first 15-13 over Grace Spencer, who is from the Belmont Club in Auckland. Back on for the second game after Aria Bannister from Whanganui took the first, albeit that it was fairly uncertain who was going to take it because each player really did have the advantage and then seemed to lose it, particularly to the opponent's forehand side. But they're underway now, and too low quickly. We're not going to have too many long rallies in this. It's just not the case. That's better positional play, setting herself up well by the tee and just being able to guide it forward into the forehand corner. Big wipers backhand from Spencer. Feels good, doesn't always come off as well as you want. Probably better to use three-quarter pace and work your way into the rally. Oh, and the footwork just not quite working out, unfortunately, for Spencer. And Bannister, no doubt, feeling confident with that 5-point lead. Six love, really racing through it now. Never going to be many long rallies. Let's see what we can get. Oh, nice post. Yeah, no, she didn't pick it up. It looked almost as if she picked it up. No, it is. She did pick it up. We've got a let though. tactics. Force the ball back, force the play back. Now both competitors taking the ball on the full, looking at the officials. Nice shot there from Bannister, having the confidence to take that backhand up high. But now up 8-1. So what we want is having the confidence to do the shot, particularly on the full and move forward. That's good play. So Bannister really hitting the form now. And 9-1 up in the second. The forehand weapon from Spencer just hasn't quite been able to come off in this the second. Certainly holding in good stead in the first. And a couple of points back for Spencer, 3-9. But Bannister still massive advantage. Oh, yeah, she's pretty happy about that too. Well, you get a fist clench and everything else for Aria Bannister. She goes off. I'm sure her father and coach, Rob Bannister, will be very pleased with that second game performance. 15-13, then 11-3. Fairly solid in that second game and just keeping the momentum going. Grace Spencer will need to refocus as she comes out very shortly. And Aria Bannister looking very good in this particular semi-final. 15-13 the first, 11-3 second. She was quite efficient in the second. The first was really a lot of winners and a lot of errors by both players and opportunities for both players as well. So Bannister a lot more consistent in the second and one each in the third as the under 13 girls semi-finals underway. On the other court, Zoe Lepper against Maya Hotham. And that match not quite underway. There are 160 or thereabouts different matches on today on the 8 courts. And in total, around about 310 matches throughout the 3 days of the individual championships of this, the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals here at the Christchurch Squash Club. Around about 170 players plus the officials, parents, etc. all in Christchurch and all enjoying the opportunity to compete against each other again after a number of months where they haven't actually been able to get on court against each other. And from the under 13 semis here, we have had the under 19 men's and women's, and of course those players do, certainly a number of those players do have a PSA world ranking. So Elijah Thomas at about 249 or thereabouts in the world, and they are senior men's rankings, so something to aspire to for the younger players here. as Aria Bannister just getting herself prepared again. Still has a handy lead in this third. Oh, goodness. The error there from Spencer Bannister. Very professional in the way she's walking around the court. Just a couple of bounces and the serve. Right. Bannister moving forward again. Got caught out on that one though. Just skipped past her. A little bit of extra pace from Spencer on that shot. Couple of lengthy matches around the rest of the venue, and we're going to check now on the score with the under-19 men as it is. And let's see if we've got the score through yet from Joe Smythe and Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist. We'll just try and update that score and see if they have managed to complete. As I said, we do have 160 matches today. It's a lengthy day for everybody, and that match is still going on court 3. Couldn't make that court 1, but in the meantime on court 2 it is Aria Bannister from Whanganui against Grace Spencer from the Belmont Club on the North Shore of Auckland, and the advantage going to Bannister in the purple, but not on that one, and giving a point back to Spencer and just putting a hit against the wall. Different people have different ways of handling an error. The advantage, oh, not quite there, and Bannister just a couple of unforced errors and giving Grace Spencer an opportunity back into this game in particular. And there we go. Yeah, just discussing with the umpire, the referee saying no, the ball's all good. So 7-8. Spencer wanted to get on with it, and Bannister just taking her time. She still has the advantage, 1 point. Big shot around. Oh, what are they looking for there? It seems that the ball really did die on that one. It was a relatively normal bounce, but the ball just died. So checking on that, and replacement ball coming up for these players. That'll be no change to the score, we don't think. Oh, they're changing balls again. Have we got the right ball this time? Yes, we have. All right, let's go back, and the let plate on that with the ball really dying. And warming up the ball a few shots. Hasn't been used yet. We are at 8-all now. It's the ball warm-up being completed. Almost. So a big lead for Bannister in this third game has been whittled away by Grace Spencer. A few errors by Bannister. She ended up putting her head against the wall quite a number of occasions. And we just check across with Joe Smythe against Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist, and they are still going. This is a lengthy match in the quarterfinals. The Bay of Plenty player Smythe against the Northland player Vetter-Blomqvist. And we'll give you an update of that as soon as it finishes. Can't quite see the score on that one at the moment, but it certainly is a lengthy match. And the winner of that one will have a tough contest later on today. They're playing 2 matches today, quarters and semis, and the under-19s. And it is 9-4 to Joe Smythe in the 5th game, I think it is. We'll just confirm that very shortly. And just back to this under-13 semi-final. And it is the 5th game, so 9-4. The 5th game to Joe Smythe. And we have had a couple of changes of score between Bannister and Spencer. The main match on court 2. it was 8-all, then 7-8. There was just discussion with the officials on that, but we do have it now 9-8 to Bannister, doing a lot of running in this rally. There's the big forehand. Oh, gee, that is a strong forehand. 9-all now. There's the head against the wall and the wiping of the hands for Aria Bannister. And we'll see if we can get another score from that other court with Joe Smythe up against Riley Jack Veta Blomqvist, because this is the quarterfinal. Certainly a lot of the older players over there watching it. 10-5 now, so game ball. And we also have match ball to Bannister over Spencer. 10-9 though, quite close there. And it looks as though Joe Smythe may have just taken that one. And you can hear some applause in the background for both courts. That is also Bannister winning 11-9 in straight games. But Joe Smythe, big performance in 5, it appears, over Riley Jack Veta Blomqvist. That is the quarterfinals. The winner that match will take on Elijah Thomas in the semifinals later on today. In fact, tonight. That one's scheduled for 6:10 tonight. So we'll have a full proper commentary of that game later on this evening. So plenty of matches finishing at the moment, but we do have 160 to get through today on all 8 courts. So Aria Bannister through to the final of the 13s girls. And on the other court, it appears that we do have Joe Smythe winning in 5 games over Riley Jack Veta Blomqvist. We'll come back with the exact score of that in just a moment. And this the quarterfinal match. It is the quarterfinal match. Oliver Dunbar from Wellington against Liam Smith from Lugden Park in the Waikato. And one of many matches, in fact, one of 180 different matches today. Kind of blows everybody away with that. And it is the under 15 boys quarterfinal. And Liam Smith in the orange shirt. Oliver Dunbar in the grey, call it grey. So Smith serving early here. Dunbar's certainly been around the sport for quite a while, albeit that he's still quite young. Might see quite a few long rallies in this match. Just working their way in. Early stages still 3 apiece. Already quite a bit of running from Dunbar in this rally. And a long rally finishes. But it is the advantage to just figuring out whose point there was. It was a handout, and it is Dunbar ahead. Quite relaxed on the serve. And ball just dying in the backhand corner as Dunbar moves forward 5-4, and Liam Smith just struggling with the ball, staying a lot lower than what he thought. Much taller player, longer reach, and already that backhand from Dunbar, White kind of backhand away from his body. Also, as Manu Yam said earlier today, so much of this is the top 2 inches. You can hit the ball hard, you can be able to use your brain and live as well. And what are you calling on that one? So Liam Smith with the serve. Both players using the forehand serve on the forehand side. It's a good play. Well recovered. Ooh, too much. Pushing it too much. And as these players mature, you'll see that the ball stays in play just a little bit longer. And it works a bit more for them. Again, Liam Smith going for the shot. It was pretty much on, but just hitting the top of the tin again. And let's see how Smith can come back. Interesting seeing the reactions of Dunbar, just keeping his racket low. Needs to lift it up a little bit, look positive even if the point has gone against you. Liam Smith using his reach there. Taller player from Lugden Park out of Hamilton and Waikato. And what have we got there from the officials? It's a nice little dink, forcing it over the top, using the lob effectively there, Liam Smith. It's a good tactical point, this one. Well played there for Liam Smith. Coming back to a 1-point advantage only for Oliver Dunbar from Wellington. Already a little bit of body checking. And asking for an explanation. Well, I think that was pretty straightforward. Oh, that ball does drop in the corner at the moment. Players really need to move forward to it. And Liam Smith from 4-7 down to 7-all. You notice that both players, as much questioning the officials, but looking for reassurance in many ways. Good work by Liam Smith there, taking one step across to the forehand side, taking the ball early, and able to control it. And just checking on the score. Yes, that's correct now. Back to 8-all. Quite an interesting game with players working each other around as much as they can. And now 9-8 for Liam Smith. These two players would have met a number of occasions. Good work there from Dunbar, forcing his opponent right into the backhand corner. I'd like to see that lift use a bit more from Liam Smith against the shorter opponent, Oliver Dunbar. 9 each. A little bit more variety for both players would help. And in fact, 10-9 now. Let's see if Liam Smith particularly can use so a handout there. Players using their body a little bit. Oh, that's good work and well recovered. We're still in the first game, however, both players just a little bit taxing on them. You can tell they're getting a little bit tired. And it seems to be, as these players keep close together in the score, more looking at the officials for either recognition, or I don't think you can call that one, Oliver. Okay. And officials are having to do a lot of work here. Players turning just about every point to check and double check. Well, that's Oliver Dunbar taking the first 14-12, although it certainly wasn't, it wasn't a foregone conclusion at all. Liam Smith playing quite well, just those last couple of points, and players really getting close to each other, almost hitting each other a few occasions. So Oliver Dunbar takes the first, 14-12. This is the under-15 boys at quarterfinal, and one of 160 matches today, or thereabouts anyway, and what is 310 matches throughout the whole tournament over the 3 days. So a very busy tournament for the 170 players around the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals. So back on court for the second game. Oliver Dunbar taking the first 14-12. Albeit a little bit of conjecture between the players and officials. A little bit of body checking, or certainly making sure the opponent had to go around the body. And these players got into a couple of long rallies. Really, for Liam Smith, he needs to take the ball a little bit earlier, and it'll give him more opportunity to win the point quicker. Dunbar is very good at scrambling, be the best way of describing it. But had himself in a good position there, couldn't quite use it to full effect. So Liam Smith, a decent lead, a nice lead in the second. First game very close. Just check on some of the other scores from around the venue over the last little while. We had mentioned a long match featuring Riley Jack Better Blomqvist, the 4th seed, against the 5th seed Joe Smythe in the under-19 quarterfinals. Well, it went the full distance. In fact, I believe that's the longest match of the day. Oh, second longest. It went for 1 hour and 6 minutes. And we've had a couple, maybe one at 1:10 earlier, and I think maybe one at 1:07, so third longest. But it was Joe Smythe from the Bay of Plenty, the 5th seed, winning. Here we go, here's the score. 5-11, 12-14, 11-1, 11-8. That can't be quite right. It looks as though it may have been written in. It looks as though he won too many games there. Oh no, 5-11, 12-14, 11-1, 11-8, 11-5. So coming back from 2 games down, Joe Smythe will now take on Elijah Thomas. It doesn't get easy. In the semi-finals of the under-19 boys later on today. That will be another tough one. Let's see how we can recover from that lengthy match. 1 hour and 6 minutes. Joe Smythe over Riley Jack Better Blomqvist in the quarterfinals of the under-19s. And there we see back onto court 2, a nice forehand winner from Oliver Dunbar, just to get him back in a little bit. And, down 5-1. Let's see what he can do here. And there we go. Exasperation there for Oliver Dunbar as Liam Smith goes up 6-2. And a discussion by both players saying, let stroke, we'll take anything. And these two are certainly using space around the court to try and get the advantage. Let's see, get the let there. Oh, almost covered the 10. Oh, went over it, but just hitting the top. And Liam Smith up 7-2. Looks again at the officials and said, hey, where am I serving from? These players getting so much into the match that it's easy to forget. There you go, there's the defensive lob. Use it, Liam Smith. It could be to your advantage here. And nice hands. You seem to have misplaced the scoreboard, but it is 3-7. And Oliver Dunbar down in this after winning the first 14-12. He's down 3-7 in this, the second. That's a good shot, pushing it right into the corner. And maybe we might have Rod Bannister shortly. I'm not sure if he's available to actually have a chat as we move into this. Well, that's not the score, One Love. I can tell you that. It was 14-12, Oliver Dunbar winning the first. The second a little bit closer. All right, so Dunbar really scrambling in this one. There's Smith with the reach and a little bit more variety. No, we're just about every point checking with the officials. Let's see. And that is still not the score, but we're getting there. We'll get back there. We can tell you the semi-finals and the under-19 boys and the under-19 guys. Men, we'll tell you the semi-finals are just when those matches are going to be played. We have Elijah Thomas against Joe Smythe. Smythe winning in 5 massive games over Riley Jack Vetter-Blomqvist. That will be played at 6:10. Leo Fatialofa will take on Glenn Templeton in the other game. That's at 5 p.m. That is at the under-19s, the boys. Now let's see what we can do here with the score. And Oliver Dunbar, Liam Smith. Second game. It's Dunbar to serve. And it is Dunbar to serve at a 6-9 down. So Liam Smith working his way back into this. But a point back for Dunbar. It is now 7-9. No one quite been able to get a decent lead even in the first game. Well, that was 14-12 completely. And that's where perhaps the higher ball can be an advantage to Liam Smith. And at the moment, though, it is Dunbar dominating the tee a little bit. It's better, almost moves him back. Both players having to use plenty of speed around. Where's he going to go? A bit of angle, down the wall. And much better performance there, Liam Smith. He now has the game ball. Should be 10-7. Right, so 10-7. And game ball to take it to 1 apiece. 1 game apiece. 2 almost contrasting styles in a way. That is not quite. Okay, well, a point back for Dunbar. Back into it. Can't quite. We're almost back on the score. We're 1 point behind, but almost back there. Of course, the first. So we're just getting the scoring sorted there to make sure that we do have it correct. And we'll get that checked out for you in just a moment. But in this, the second game, it is Liam Smith with the game advantage at the moment. And so that is the game there to Liam. And we'll just make sure we got those scores correct and come back to you very shortly. Well, sorry, folks, we are at 11 all, and it was Liam Smith taking the first, got in 12. But in the second, it's been 12-11 now to Dunbar over Smith in the second. So we have had a few little scoring issues, but we'll get there. If we can only have these little issues out of 160 matches, we'll be very pleased. Nice chopping that ball away. Oh, well played to Dunbar. And he does take the second game, so we are at 1 game apiece. It was Liam Smith actually taking the first 14-12, but Oliver, let's check now, and we're just having a little bit of a discussion. And it is now 1-1, so 13-11 the second game to Dunbar. So first to Liam Smith 14-12, second to Dunbar 13-11. Back in just a moment with the third game. There has been a close encounter between Oliver Dunbar from Wellington and Liam Smith from Lugden Park. Dunbar the 5th seed, Liam Smith the 4th seed. We have had a little couple of jumps in the score, so apologies for that. But as you can see now, that is almost correct. Liam Smith taking the first 14-12, Oliver Dunbar taking the second 13-11. And now into the third game. That ball somehow staying in under the line, only just. And there's Dunbar with the control at this point. And a nice forehand. A lot of running going on from Liam Smith in this particular rally to remain in it. Oh, great angle. Nice touch from Dunbar. He does certainly have good touch. But now being forced back. It is a very long rally. Ooh. So both players moving a huge amount in that particular rally. Just waiting to make sure. And I'll confirm the score here because we've had a couple of long rallies, a couple of questions. So we do have Liam Smith a 3-1 lead in the third now. And there we go, we're up to date. A 3-2 make it. All right, so we are up to date. And that'll be 4-2 now to Liam Smith from Lugden Park in the Waikato. Nice shot down the line, good backhand there. Oh, nice. Goes long, then goes short, chopping it down. So 4-3. Dunbar. He has great hands. Just want to see him take a little bit more control. Liam Smith with the greater reach, able to cover the court very well. as we've seen, it is nice play. It's been a lot of long matches so far. 1 hour 10 the longest, then 1:07, and then 1:06. That was the Smythe against Veta Blomqvist. Smythe coming out the victor there in 5 games. Deep into the backhand corner. That's better. Stepping forward and taking it. Ooh. At times Dunbar is able to just step it up a little bit. And both players really looking towards the officials, questioning or looking for assurance. Dunbar just taking a couple points lead now. Good play from both players down the line. Let's see who switches first. And there we go. I want to see Liam Smith going forward, using his height to the advantage. At the moment he's just waiting. It's good work there by Dunbar. That's a good shot. Nice shot by Liam Smith. He was right forward on the forehand and able to flick it across and deep into the backhand side of Dunbar. And don't forget, there is action on both courts. That's court 1 and court 2. Plenty of squash, as we explained on today. With around about 160 matches on the 8 courts. As these two players grind it out, neither one of them able to really get a decent lead, and you've seen that by the actual game scores. That's a good shot. Liam Smith in position, had his opposition up close to the wall, and was able to hit through quite nicely. So well done there to Liam Smith. A couple of points ahead now. And both players just taking their time. We'll see what Liam Smith can do for the here. Chopping at the ball a little bit and almost getting away with it. And you can see the exhaustion now on Liam Smith. He's got a couple points on this one. Let's see what he can do. Nice serve from Dunbar, forcing him into the corner, down the backhand line, cross court there. This time that's a good ball from Dunbar. Nice control again. Loves being up close. Oh, just skip past him. I don't know if you got to get a lead on that one. So it was a let. Yes, it was a let. Okay, well, my call was no. No, I wouldn't have gotten a let on that one. It seems that, yep, we've got a let on that one, and gee, Dunbar managed to get it, and a good play. Oh, ball just stayed incredibly low, but Liam Smith now up by 10-7. Game ball on this one, and both other occasions they've had to go past 11 to win it. Let's see whether Liam Smith has just got it here. Oh, that's an error. And 10-7. 2 games to 1 lead now for Liam Smith after the error when he tried for just too much. Oliver Dunbar. So we managed to get A 2-game-to-1 lead for Liam Smith. Right, so back in with this, the fourth game. And joining me from Whanganui is Rod Bannister. Great to have you with us, Rod. And we're watching quarterfinal here, Oliver Dunbar against Liam Smith. It was quite amazing because the third game was quite a big win there for Liam Smith. The earlier two games were so close, you just never knew who was going to win it.
Yeah, I watched the initial first set. Hey, thanks, Dave, for the nice pronunciation too of Whanganui, mate. It depends who you talk to, really, how you pronounce that name.
The funniest thing is I actually live on Wanganui Ave in Auckland. There's no H in it, so it's just Wanganui for us.
Well, you're part of Wanganui then, mate, if you're from that part of Auckland.
I've never actually been there. Out of all the places in New Zealand, I've been to every other town in New Zealand except yours.
Goodness gracious, eh? Well, you're welcome anytime with that pronunciation. Hey, back to the game. I watched Ollie and Liam in the first set. It was really quite interesting, actually, because two different sort of characters, right?
Yes, oh, definitely.
I actually do really enjoy watching Ollie because he puts his heart on his sleeve, and he's really passionate and committed about what he's doing. He gets really involved in the game, which can be good, bad, or otherwise sometimes for a player. But Liam Smith, watching him come through the age group sort of last year,
I quite like his style.
Yeah, he's a good boy. Isn't it interesting, his demeanour, you know, and I'm not saying comparing, I'm just saying Liam's demeanour is very sort of cool. He's like a Roger Federer, like Bjorn Borg sort of character, right? Just carries on. And it's turned into a real bit of a ding-dong, isn't it?
Well, it really has. What I'd like to see more from Liam is use the lob a little bit more, use a bit more height. Yeah, he's look, let's be straight up, he's quite a bit taller than Oliver. Oliver's not that tall compared to other people his age at the moment. No doubt he will grow quite tall, but use the lob a little bit more, use it offensively or defensively. Oliver has great hands. He seems to have really good hands when he's up close. That's certainly what we've seen. So but Liam Smith just got away a little bit in that third and was able to use it a bit more. Oliver's been a bit... he's questioned the officials, which is fair enough. Not to a bad extent, but he'll turn around and sort of look at them and sort of... I'm not sure he's going to intimidate them just yet, but he's certainly been doing that.
Yeah, Liam, interesting you talked about the lob, because watching kids at this age as their bodies are developing, it's quite interesting, Dave. You'll understand this from your tennis coaching and your involvement over the years. It's when they get to the ball, they're not actually strong enough through their core and their thighs to really stop and sort of lift that ball.
Yes.
So they just run and hit.
Yeah,
and I noticed when Liam chased a ball in the first set, it was very apparent he got to the ball, wasn't quite balanced, and it went out on the forehand wall.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you watch a lot of the kids, a couple of them lift, I think it's a lost art too. It's a good point, Dave, because I always talk to a lot of kids now about 90% of the games played under the service line because they've got technology. They've got these shoes now that you can run around it, not Dunlop Max Plies. They've got rackets that you can mishit, and everything's pounded at pace. But I'm really interested in our kids developing their game up in the top 3 quarters, and I don't think we've really got into that space yet.
Well, that's a good point, because over the weekend, last weekend in Auckland, there was a PSA satellite, and Emma Miller from the Waikato was playing against, I think it was Ella Lash, only a youngster, 14. And what Miller was doing on her serve, she was doing almost a lob serve so that Ella couldn't quite figure to go forward or go back. She was sort of in no man's land as such. Well, I'm going to have to go back on this. I'd like to go forward, but I can't quite do it.
But we can come to another part of the game, and this is a massive rally as well. This is a bit of a defining rally. Well done. Sort of a defining rally in the middle of the 4th set, right? Now, what do you think Oliver will be thinking now after that rally, Dave? 6-3 down, 2-1 down. How do you think Oliver will be coping with it all?
That's the thing. He really has been going back into the corner and just trying to take his time. I think Liam would rather actually carry on and get going quickly. And he seems to be the sort of player who wants to serve quickly, wants to move it along, whereas Oliver's pair, it seems to just take his time. I'm not sure. It seems to be that way. Well, let's wait until after this rally, but...
a few signs there from young Ollie, eh?
Yeah.
A few physical signs. Can Liam see what's happening? Can he see what's happening?
What you're seeing with Oliver at times is he hangs during the point with his racket down. I don't think any coach likes seeing the player hang with their racket down. Look enthusiastic.
Another discussion, right? Another discussion around techniques and all that sort of stuff. And Vivian Richards didn't have the greatest technique either in cricket, mate, too, but he's quite a good player.
Well, he's pretty
I think we
talented.
get a bit stuck on that sometimes.
Sure.
The thing I love about Ollie, and knowing his mum and dad well, Debbie and Steve, absolute street fighter. So I think he'll get into this sort of mode now of just chase everything down.
He's definitely a scrapper.
Absolutely. And that's what I like about him too. But Liam also, young Liam, as a fighter. So this is going to be interesting.
Liam has perhaps more of a purer game, shot game. Whereas there you go, nice play.
Isn't it interesting? It was 6-3 a minute ago. Liam had Ollie absolutely sprawling at the back of the court, and then brought the ball back to him again, as opposed to just playing a straight drop. So awareness around the game too. Also, we talked about development physically. You wouldn't expect these kids at this age. I don't think he's even realised what Ollie's body language was like 4 points ago. Yeah. Now look what's happening. 6-all.
Yeah. Now you see.
This is Ollie's patch.
He just walked to the ball a lot quicker because he just won the last 3 points. Walked to the ball a lot quicker. Great. I'm on a roll now. Rather than I'll just take my time and stagger and just slow it down. Now he's saying, hey, I'm doing better. So this is a key point, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty critical. Pretty critical. If you can get a couple of points run now, it's pretty critical. Yeah, a few tired shots, lucky bounce, and you go with it. This has been a good match, though, hasn't it?
It has. It's been quite entertaining. And,
so quality-wise?
I would consider it quite a good quality, and the fact that you're seeing the scrapper versus almost more purer shots.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get the first two at 14-12 and then 13-11 the other way, makes it quite fun. And you can...
there's a lob. There's a lob. Hey, he must have heard you, Dave.
I think so. Off camera, there's a lot of people gathered around. They know this is important.
Got a stroke out of that. Reminded me very much of Marwan El-Shabaghi, actually.
Yeah. There we go. There's the crowd.
And there's young Phil Busky, coach in the front.
Exactly. So we've got Liam out of the Lugton club.
All right.
Hamilton. Well, that's what it's officially saying.
Yep. And Ollie's obviously, I'd say, out of Tawa, Mana. Don't quote me. I'd say Tawa.
Yeah, he's out of the... Well, we'll call him out of the Greater Wellington.
Okay, we'll say that. Yeah, good call. Greater Wellington, good call.
Just great pick up there from Liam.
Yeah, critical time of the match, isn't it now, really? 7-all. Massive rally. Great drop.
That's
really good drop.
To have the confidence to play it short enough that Oliver couldn't quite get there. And he had the confidence because in many ways it's key that people in that position just want to bash it deep.
Absolutely.
But he was able to have the confidence there, and even if Dunbar
amazing part of the game too, isn't it, Dave? You've got a big crowd here. Both of these guys are sucking a lot of air.
Yeah.
But hey, when the ball goes into play, they'll be away again.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice to see the big crowd behind. Oh, that's a nice touch. Is he going to play it?
Oh, I think Ollie put that one into the tin.
Yeah,
9-7. Massive part of the game. 2-1 to Smith.
But that was an error there that he just pushed it too far. Just tried too much. There's a bit of control. There you go.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But that was
a bit of panic now, isn't there? Oh, goodness gracious.
And the error that...
Full of theatre. Full of theatre.
So what we're getting there is a couple of unforced errors. Firstly, from Dunbar putting it into the tin, and then that one from Liam Smith really bent over, sucking in.
And what you got from Smith now, Dave, what you got from both of them is like, crikey, I just want to steal a few points.
Yeah.
When it mightn't be the best thing to do. Oh goodness, there you go. Bit of a mental lapse there from Liam.
So
9 all in the fourth.
2 given away when he was up by 2, but he's given away 2 points with unforced errors. Really didn't need to make either of them. And that going above the line on the side wall is something you really shouldn't do.
A few of the players too, Dave, I don't know if you've realised that they struggle to hear the score.
Yeah, it's with no speaker system for the players as well, from the officials. Ooh.
What a massive rally. 9 all, 2-1 to Smith. I'd say let, Dave. I'd say let.
No let.
So in that situation, what are we seeing there, Dave? What are we seeing in that? Is the ref saying he had enough space to play?
Well, there's been a lot of that. No let, indeed. There is... I think this is the problem. What Oliver's been doing is really trying to use his position to get himself, use his body and use his position to make Liam run around. And that's what didn't quite work this time. He's managed to get away with it a few times. Not saying it's intentional all the time, but that one didn't work. He didn't argue about it too much. Probably.
Oh, it's a really good hustle. And look, I've seen Dunbar do this over the years. Even he's a young player now. He won't go away. He won't go away. Neither will Liam Smith. 10 all, 2-1 to Smith.
I mean, you look at the patterns throughout here, and you've got a 14-12, a 13-11, and now we're at 10 all. The key thing would be no unforced errors. Stay in the rally. A big forehand there.
Nice good get.
Oh, got to it.
Nice foot.
Oh, I think he could have got around.
He gave him a let.
Gee, that's interesting. There was a lot of space to go around, whether it was to the front or possibly around the back. Rod, at this level, are the officials a little bit more lenient compared to, say, the under-19s where they're a bit stricter?
I would say no. I just think it's like anything, Dave, with any sport you ref. I just think they've got a blueprint. They've got a blueprint. It doesn't matter. It's interesting. We always talk about match balls while we're on the point. Do refs make a decision differently because it's match ball, for example?
In theory, shouldn't.
No.
And we had the error there from
Smith.
11-10
to go to 2 all. Game ball to Dunbar. Great length. Puts a beautiful drop in. Oh, goodness, what a great. I'll tell you what, 2 all. It's all on. It's all on here.
So what about you had a family member out there earlier today, and how did she get on? Yeah,
my young daughter, young Aria, she was seeded 3 in the under-13s, and she managed to get a nice little W over Grace Spencer from Belmont.
Well, that was quite an interesting match as well, because didn't Spencer take the first? Or
no, it was similar. It was like a 13-11,
exactly,
12-10, and then like an 11-7 in the third set. So bit of a mental barrier more for her, Dave, to get over that win. Beating the Auckland kids is sort of a big deal for the rural kids.
It is for a lot of people, and that's one of Manu Yame's players as well from Belmont.
Yes,
he's got about 15 players
1,400, I think, players he's got here.
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing every court at once.
Yeah, I think
Not that he's greedy. Not saying Manu's greedy.
Well, we're going to come back in just a moment with the, fifth game.
Fifth game, 2 all.
We'll come back with that in just one moment. And now back, ladies and gentlemen, with the under-15 boys quarterfinals. And this is quite an intense match between Oliver Dunbar from Wellington, the 5th seed, against Liam Smith, the 4th seed from Waikato. Joining me now, it is Rod Bannister. And Rod, this has been entertaining. I mean, just off camera, there's a huge crowd of people watching it because we know we've gone to the 5th. And these two players are very close, not just on the scoreboard, but very close to the way that they're playing it off point as well.
Yeah, very similar styles. And as you were just saying that there, Dave, they've got very temperaments, different kids,
yes,
but very, very similar styles. Very similar.
What do you say as a coach when your young player is about to go into the 5th of a match, they're feeling the pressure?
Yeah, I'd probably just let them know that, look, good start's sort of important.
Go with the let.
You know, all that sort of stuff. If you're getting behind, don't panic.
So keep it basic.
1 point at a time.
Don't try
one
and throw.
point at a time.
Yeah,
don't get ahead of yourself. All the cliches in the world, but what that means is that just don't get ahead of yourself. Don't think I'm going to win. Don't think I'm going to lose. Just play the point.
Yeah, because I mean the thing is, you know, generally after 1 point there's another one coming. So
Correct.
focus on the next one. Yeah, that's
But
it.
we're always experts from here, Dave, though, aren't we? We're always experts from the stands.
Indeed. Yeah, I've got a forehand and nothing else. And
great shot. So how was that scenario different than the last one? Was that a let or it was a point to Dunbar?
So that was...
How was that different than the last one that Smith caught in the last set that he got a let for? Same area.
Yeah,
I think the ball was a bit tighter.
And that's the thing. It's does the speed of the ball come into it? If someone... And that's the good and the bad thing about having judges, officials, referees, whatever you want to call them, in a lot of sports, that it still comes down to you muck up, they muck up, rather than keeping it so electronic that how do you know?
Yeah, that human element that's discussed a lot in a lot of codes, as you know, Dave, isn't it? That human element to sport. It brings the fans into it. It brings a whole different audience into it,
so we can
doesn't
discuss and say the referee's terrible, not the players or the coaches or anything like that. You know, right up close and see, can he come back?
This is a massive rally. Massive rally. And Smith's showing some real tenacity.
Did you see how low that ball
Wow.
got? As soon as they hit the corner, it just went bang.
Actually, Dave, while you're on that point, this is something we've discussed between us watching off-court during the matches today. When you tend to cross-court on these courts, even though it's a beautiful day in Christchurch, it's going to hit 22, it really hits and stays in the back corners. It's quite interesting on these courts, even though the ball's warm.
Definitely a couple of early matches we really, players, either corner, it was just dropping. So does that mean as a coach you're trying to tell them to move forward more? You're trying to don't let it go to that corner. Oh, nice play.
Yeah, Smith's looking pretty composed at this stage, isn't he? 5-1 up in the 5th, 2-all.
But then he did have a bit of a lead in the was it the 4th? And gave it away a little bit. Remember we saw Dunbar come back at him.
It's interesting though, Dave, at this age too. I think still at under 13s, definitely it's like under 11s. So they're babies and they're still young at this age.
Yep.
There's still the ability to come back in this age group.
Yeah.
You know, in a mental capacity, the kids haven't quite got a grasp at 6-1 up, and they don't really know how to turn the tide.
Yeah.
You know, so they can still fall off. So still Dunbar's still in this.
And we saw there Liam Smith just sucking in the air. What are you calling? What are you going to call, Rod?
Yeah, stroke. I'll give him a stroke there. The ball was loose. It was tough for Ollie to clear.
Okay.
What do we got? 7-1 in the 5th. Gee, this is pretty. This has run away pretty quickly, hasn't it, Dave?
That was Dunbar new on that one as
yes,
well.
I think so. I think so.
So nice.
Smith's been really smart.
Yeah,
it's a great shot.
Now,
great shot.
On that backhand, how would you describe that backhand? It was almost slicing it down to take the pace off a little bit and hit it low.
Yeah, I mean, he's got good hands. That's one thing. I don't know if you just mentioned that before, but Ollie's actually got great hands. He's actually a good little cricketer, so he's got great hands, natural hands.
So he takes it off his mother, not his father then?
Well, I can't make a comment, mate. If I listen, I just can't comment, sorry. They'll both rip me apart otherwise.
Steve wants to
they'll rip me apart. Oh, and you're cool? Cool, Dave?
I think I'm going to go with a lead on that one. Have we got a lead? We're just checking on that.
3-7 straight ball.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. That was Interesting. Yeah.
I'm always thinking about as a player making the effort to get away, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a massive rally for Ollie because we just talked about we've gone to 3-7. It was 1-7.
What he does, he lowers his head quite a lot on that backhand shot.
Oh, goodness. I'd call a stroke there, Dave.
Yeah.
Just loose ball,
You could
loose
see-
ball.
And a little bit of dejection there, going to the corner. Glasses off.
Having said that, I'm wondering if Ollie would be aware Liam's also bending over.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
you know,
you can see him now.
you know, as you tell your players, sometimes don't let it show, but at this age, they're still learning.
And they are in the 5th, of course, as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 9-3. 9-3.
Now,
I don't
what's
know what
he-
Ollie's asking about there.
I'm not
Backswing?
sure. Yes, it appears that way. Can't quite hear the court.
No let? Desperation call or
Yeah.
fair call? What do you think? Oh, they're
Well,
going to play.
You can't see it.
That's
You
interesting.
can't hear it. No let. No let.
No
Okay.
let. 9-3.
Gee.
One of those ones where you play the ball and see if you go all right.
Let's go with the down the line, down the line. A little bit more height on it.
Oh, loose, loose, loose. Say stroke Dunbar.
Yeah, he almost walked into that.
So 4-9. A bit of work to do. 5-point break for Smith. 5th set 2-all.
Funny thing is, Smith won't be feeling assured of this, even though
Oh,
it's
not
only 2
yet.
points
Not
away.
yet. Not
You
yet.
can't do that
Not
against
yet.
someone like Dunbar. That's nice control from the centre.
And these kids might be thinking, I'm going to win
that's
this.
Good play. Into the backhand corner again, just slowing it down, both players, which is good tactics. No need to rush it this time. Managed to play 5 games already. That's it. Whippiness.
Yeah, Ollie's well in control here. Oh, well
nice
played. Oh, good
control.
pick up by Smith. Geez, hanging in there, Dave.
This is a
Massive
great
rally.
rally.
Massive rally.
nice
Oh, well
chop.
played.
Right
Well
in position
played.
and chopped it across, kept it low.
Wow.
One thing that does, you do see on Dunbar on his backhand, he lowers his head down towards the ground, almost a little bit too much. And looks as though, so we'll carry on now at the moment though.
5-8, I believe.
Yeah, so the score just seems to be ahead a little bit. We'll just check in with that in just one moment. But we do know that, yes, that's correct. 3-point lead it is in fact to Liam Smith. He hasn't lost a point.
Gee,
for any
what some
particular reason.
composure by really moving the ball around beautifully, Dave. I don't know if he's aware of Liam bending over, but he's in these last 3 or 4 points, his awareness has been absolutely fantastic.
Well, that's what you want to have. You want your
Wow.
player to have eyes in the back of their head.
It's more of a hit and hope boast, I
Oh,
think. More of a hit
gee.
and hope boast.
Well, I want to see Smith taking it on the full a bit more, having the confidence to do it. We'll get ball staying low
Well, this
again.
is getting interesting.
Oh, that's great control. Using the boast there.
So what have we gone from 1-7, Dave?
I
1-7?
think it might have been
1-7
might
to
have been,
7-8?
7-8. Yes.
Incredible.
Yes.
This is typical Dunbar.
But we actually said, don't write him off yet,
Mm.
which you would think it would be a little bit different.
That's a
Oh,
bit of a
upset.
panic. Oh, really interesting now. 8-all.
Jeepers.
Who's your money on, Dave? 8-all. Who's your money on? 7-1, 8-all.
No, well, we shouldn't really be saying this about kids that are at school.
Absolutely not.
Look, gee, you almost put it on Dunbar with a comeback
So
because
what's
he's
changed?
on the roll.
What's changed?
I think that Liam Smith let Dunbar come in, and Dunbar have been confident once he gets on a roll. Here we go. Here's the opportunity.
That's gotta be that
Use it
one.
on the full.
Yeah.
He's got to use his height. He's the taller player. He's got to go forward and take it on the full, and that was the opportunity. Step forward, take it. So it's 9-8.
And it didn't have to be great, did it? He just
No,
had to
no,
get
'cause-
ball on racket
yeah.
on ball.
And this is what I want to see the younger players, girls and guys, go forward, take it on the full, create the opportunity. You don't have to hit a winner, but in that
I've noticed a lot of our kids hang back.
Yep.
Dave, actually, like you said, goodness, was that? I hope that goes up and I steal a point. I think it could have been right. Just a bit of a mental lapse.
hesitation to just flick
Hit
it back.
through the ball.
Yep.
9-all, 2-all.
But yeah, a lot of our players do hesitate, and whether that's just in the heat of the moment, whether it's coaching,
Wow, that was off the frame. and that trickle boast went up. Bit of a little fist pump there from Smith.
Well, you can't actually coach that.
Well, you can't, right? What a time. What a time.
It happens.
Match ball.
Down the line, nice play. Cross court now on the full.
Oh, goodness, what call? Call, ref. Sorry. I actually would have given that a stroke. Why a stroke? Down the middle. Ollie didn't clear well, loose, and Smith was set up.
When you hit it down the middle as well, I mean, the player should be able to go a way, whichever way. So let's go down the line now. Down the line with the back end, slowing it down. Cross court now.
They're both just waiting, aren't they? They're both waiting.
Got to move into position.
All great shot.
There we go with the dip.
Great drop. Got it.
He's still in it.
Yeah,
This is
great
good
rally.
This is fun.
Great rally. Good,
Just
well
take
done,
your time
boys. They're
again.
just waiting. Just wait. All
just
loose.
pushed it.
Panicked. All. Yeah, great match.
Well done.
Great match. Well done, boys.
Now that match, we'll check on the length of time that match took, and wondering just how long. We should be able to tell the time of how long it took, and not quite just yet. But anyway, that was probably close to an hour, and Liam Smith goes through to the semi-finals. Congratulations there for Liam Smith from the Waikato over Oliver Dunbar. But what an entertaining battle. Almost came back and stole it there. Here we go. Let's look at this point again, and that was the stroke. And that was a fair call on that as well.
Absolutely, Dave. What I liked about that at the end, the things you look at for me, for kids too, is attitude and effort. Both had magnificent attitude and effort. And look at the boys at the end. Shook hands, looked each other in the eye, thanked the ref.
Well, I would consider
well done.
that these two players have played each other untold times over the years already. And no doubt will continue if they stay with the sport, and hopefully they do. You know, they're going to play each other a lot. Let's just check who they play. So Liam Smith would now take on the top seed, Chris Hibbard, who I think is from Marlborough. And so Liam will go through there and play the semi-finals.
I see, yep.
And that will be 6:45 later on. So another tough match.
6:45 tomorrow? Oh, is that a
That's today.
Oh, we're into a semi? Sorry,
Yeah,
semis?
so they'll take them into the semi-final there.
Yep.
Players are playing 2 matches a day. You look at Joe Smythe, who played over an hour against Riley Jack Vetter Blomqvist, and then he's got to play Elijah Thomas later on tonight.
Quite a daunting task, isn't
It is. You still think, gee, I put
Well,
all my
Elijah's
efforts there.
name, let alone anything else, right?
And Elijah just cruised through his match earlier today, so a lot of people just taking a little bit of sunshine now out of that one, but you've got to give credit to both players there. Oliver Dunbar, Liam Smith going through the semis, and congratulations to him. Rod, just a final word, what you've seen so far out of the overall tournament. You've seen a lot of matches so far. You've been impressed with what you're seeing. Is there certain things that need to be improved on by players?
It's really interesting. I can't speak as far as improvement goes because their own coaches work for them, and not be a politician and sit on the fence.
Yes.
But a couple of things I have noticed, I think the players can take the ball in the air a bit better.
Yes.
I think in our country what we do...
Well, notice as soon as you said that, your daughter walked away from the table.
Yeah, she would, mate. She's my daughter. But it's interesting, maybe the kids could take the ball in the air a bit better, which simply means that they let the ball go past them a lot, like you talked about, Dave, tennis player, serve, volley, beautiful. Yeah. But maybe simplicity, not technically, take the ball in the air a bit better, and also maybe explore the front court a bit more. I'm not saying, because I've always watched coaching in New Zealand for 30 years now, the first thing we do is feed from the back and get people to hit the ball long, right? I know you've got to start somewhere.
It makes sense, but, well, maybe it doesn't.
I just think about the Egyptians play a lot, right? Yes. We're not the Egyptians. They play a lot. They learn through the game. They explore the game through playing. We're very structured, and we've become sort of a little bit robotic. And again, this is not a criticism. This is just observation. A lot of the players are the same. A lot of players, they're the same.
And we don't have the population to sustain same type players coming through. We need to create different players. We know that Joelle King likes to finish a point as often as she can. She admits that. She's not as, she's just turned 32. We know that Paul Cole has his own. He's such a worker. He's a real worker, and that's what's helped him. Other players have got to create their own style. Luamba has improved a lot, albeit that his 6 months out from tournament play was really tough for him. He was just trying to really move forward. Watched him play the satellite tournament over the weekend, and he has improved a lot. Now it's a matter of him playing players above him to take that step from about 150 to the top 100, which he seems to have the ability to be able to do. let's hopefully see that he can play tournaments to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I'll speak about the two recent markets. I've been in the Aussie market, obviously, that I was in for about a year, and I've just come back home and observing the kids here. Just talking to a few mates in Queensland this morning, actually, who are watching our live stream, and the general train of thought is that the Kiwi game, the New Zealand junior game, for whatever reasons, we haven't got long enough, is probably stronger in depth. That's my observation. So I'd say our top eight in our national draws would possibly beat their top 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got a couple of good players and up in the top there in the various age groups.
What's happened with Australia? I mean, you get asked.
How long you got?
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets asked in every sport, doesn't it? But Australia has dipped away a little bit of late, and for a variety of reasons. But in the past, even 4 or 5 years ago, Australia had a variety of players in both men's and women's, but they just dipped away and waiting for the next player to come through. Do they have a junior who's almost coming through?
Yeah, one kid that comes to mind to me, now I remember his name, he's from WA actually, he's Oscar Curtis, really good young kid, he's about 15. Look, he's an he's got all the... He's similar to Elijah.
Right.
So he's a very good worker. Not the most natural kid, but brutal sort of mental focus. That's one kid that comes to mind. There's another kid, Greg Chan, that's based on the Gold Coast. He moved from Malaysia a couple of years ago.
Yes, heard of him.
Their program got a great national coach, Stuart Boswell. Yes. Bos is a very, he's been there, done that. They've got great people around. They've got they've got people like Vicky Boswell, who's there now, or Vicky Borthright, who's obviously married to Stu. She's involved in Jenny Duncalf's in Brisbane. So what I've found in Australia, Dave, is that pockets are fantastic. I won't talk about states, but there's a club in Brisbane where I was called Daisy Hill. They're doing wonderful things under Brad Hindle with their club and their programs. So in pockets, it's good. Nationally, massive country, Dave.
Yeah,
massive country.
So
I talked to Paul Price, actually. Paul Price now, who's out doing some really good stuff in the mental side and peak performance side. Ex-world number 4, national coach before Stuart Boswell. Yes. He said it's incredible because he found in New Zealand, I saw him more in New Zealand when I was here before than he would see other coaches in Australia.
Remember him at the Trans-Tasman last year, the juniors up in Auckland.
Remember? Yeah, pricey. So he says the advantage we have is like guys like me and you and all the other, we can see each other 3 or 4 times a year, or we can get on a plane and come and see each other. He said the challenge with Aussie is that they used to have this. Most of their players were from Queensland.
Yes.
Back in the day, there was over 130 centres in the 80s, Dave. Now there's probably 14. They're all commercial too there, Dave. So, they're paying for space and property. A property developer comes along, knocks it out, gives them $1 million, squash is gone. Yeah. So we're very fortunate to be... Well, my club back home is council owned.
So that is council owned. So council, in theory, aren't going to sell it. Although
it's $1 a year lease, for example.
You look at the Henderson Squash Club in Auckland. They actually own the land.
Wow!
And in Henderson, it's close to the motorway where they are. And I'm just like, you've got 2 tennis courts there as well. You own the land. I'm like, you are sitting on a lot of money. That's not to say they should sell it or do anything like that. It's just a matter of what next. But there's so many sports clubs in New Zealand, and I speak to a lot of different sports clubs in different sports. A lot of bowls clubs in New Zealand own their own land, which is quite remarkable. However, I look at Auckland with rugby clubs. There's only 2 that own their own land. The rest all lease.
Who's that, by the way?
That's Waitemata. That's the cunning Croats, or my cousins. And there's one other. I've just got to try and remember, but it's very limited. So council controls you. That's not to say they're going to sell. However, owning your own land just gives you that little bit of advantage that you can work it to whatever. There's also one of the bowls clubs in Auckland has sold a couple of greens and has got apartments. It's the same Newland Bowling Club and another one in Ponsonby as well, where they didn't need a couple of greens, so they've sold this apartment looking over the top, and those apartment dwellers can use it whenever. And so they've made a bit of money to upgrade what they've got.
Yeah, interesting.
So it's very smart and interesting, and it's nice to see this particular facility just over a year ago, how they've upgraded it, and it works very well. And I'm speaking with Bruce, the president, saying that there's a lot of pay to play, because you can't just say, well, you can't join our club unless you play interclub. No, that's not going to work in this modern society. Paying to play is how it works in a lot of places.
Yeah, really interesting discussions, Dave. I mean, we could talk about it all day, right? It's like we're so focused on being membership-based, and I wrote a column recently for Squash Mad saying every time you join a squash club, do you want to play interclub, do you want to play competitively, when the model maybe needs to be looked at and turned around. Social aspect first.
And enjoy the squash, and then you may want to play interclub or may want to do whatever. I mean, you look at a couple of these youngsters out here, and this is... what is it, the quarterfinals now. We're getting through a lot of these matches as we move into the quarterfinals of the girls, and we've got under 15 girls.
15s, yep.
Yeah, Erin Wiley.
We've got Maya.
Yep, and Maya, she's their second seed. They enjoy interclub, but other people don't necessarily have the time. They're teenagers. They enjoy the interclub. Other people want to play every now and then, every Tuesday or every particular time at a set date, and they maybe be able to come in different times and play. I mean, it's great to see these youngsters out there enthusiastic and playing, and they were on the court before the other match had just about finished.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Dave, and having daughters myself, having 4 of them, but having one here at the moment, it's interesting because what I've noticed being back again, and we'll get onto this Maya game and Erin's game in a second, but being back is I've really noticed the drop-off of young ladies in sport. It's really, really quite concerning. So, so I know Sport New Zealand's brief is getting kids playing and having them involved and just have them playing sport, but one thing I've noticed being back home, there's been a real shift. There's been a real shift in young ladies not playing sport. Now back onto the current game in front of us, young Maya, and this is another interesting one with Maya. She disappeared for a couple of months.
Yeah,
but I was talking to Upper Whadialofa, who from up in Henderson, who Maya's part of the family, and he said she just went away and played netball for a while, loved playing the team sport. Now she's found her passion again for squash. So that's a cool story for me. At least you don't lose them at all.
Sometimes just to let the players just have a little bit of freedom, to not lose them, but have a little bit of freedom, and then come back and say, no, I do enjoy this, is really essential. Otherwise, some players do get bored, and it's just too much pressure on them. We've seen that with some of the young players around. Just one thing on Upper Whadialofa, probably actually listening in, what he does at that club, he rings every new member personally and says, how are you? Nice to have you. Would you like to have a hit with anybody? I can arrange you to hit with someone of your level.
Yeah, I follow them on social platforms actually, and obviously knowing Upper through the kids over the years and that, and I was going to mention that when you're talking about Henderson before. They've got a really, really cool setup.
Yeah.
They're doing something really well there.
Something
you can
that
notice
a president of a club, particularly a squash club, can easily do and say, hi, welcome into the club. Would you like to have a game at any time? I can team you up with someone who might be really compatible in the sports sense, so you can go and have a hit.
Yeah, fantastic.
And just to get that call, some people might be totally surprised.
Absolutely.
But just to get that from the president, oh, okay, well, come down and have a hit with me, and we'll have a hit, and then we can have a drink or something to eat afterwards.
Yeah, so really good.
There we go with the first game there for Maya Smales. And look, we've got to let Rod go because his daughter probably needs a bit of coaching. She won through to the semi-finals now.
Oh, she's a final now. Yeah,
it's a final. Of course, they were a round through. So well done there. And when's that game? We'll just have to go through.
I think it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, Dave. Tomorrow they start.
Well,
it's 9:10 tomorrow morning, mate.
So
that's the 13s.
And 60 matches today.
How are you feeling, Dave? You're looking great, mate.
We're trying to get through as many. Once we get to the finals tomorrow, we'll look for the key commentators, and we'll go through those. They start at 8:30 tomorrow. The grand finals should be.
Is that the 11s? So you start in age groups? Is that what happens tomorrow?
I think that's probably where we should be. Yeah, starting at the 11s. They seem to be able to get up early, and we'll play those ones.
And you go through the age groups.
Yeah, the final match will be the boys or men's under 19s at around about 3:30 or 3 o'clock tomorrow. And
then I believe we roll straight into teams tomorrow.
Yeah, into the teams. Well, you'll be still here for that. Christchurch will be loving having you here.
Oh, thank you.
A couple of days of the teams. That again is quite enjoyable seeing that happen, because the top players are really pushing for their number 4 or their number 3. They're really sticking.
It's a whole different dynamic, isn't it, Dave?
It is, and that's really essential for players to get behind their teammates. So we'll just have to wait and see on that.
And a lot of squashies, just as I depart, a lot of squashies, it's an individual sport, right? And it's really interesting. You would have seen this for years, Dave, as I have. It's amazing how players and individuals can beat players they lost to in teams.
Yeah.
A whole different dynamic, right? I love the team stuff.
And it's also good in an individual sport for teams that they have to think about others. They
Yeah,
have to think
absolutely.
about others in
The
their
modern
team.
kid thinking about others. That's a
Yeah,
novelty.
it's quite- Well, and then when they're on the court, they have to put down a phone as well. But anyway, we'll let you deal with it.
Thank you,
Rod,
Dave.
great to have you.
Great to be
And we'll
here.
come back with
Good
this
to
match
see
in
you.
just a moment.
Thank you.
Well, as you can see, we're into the third game of this. It is the under 15 girls quarterfinal. Erin Wiley against Maya Smales. And Smales certainly wrapping up the first two very strongly. And looking pretty good so far in the third. We've seen a huge number of matches so far today. A total of 160 set to be played throughout this day 2 of the tournament. And then tomorrow, starting from 8:30 a.m. through until about 4, we'll have all the finals done from the 11s through to the under 19s. Plenty of quality squash as well. Great to see such a big variety of play. And a dramatic match that we saw on court just moments ago with Oliver Dunbar against Liam Smith, and it was Liam Smith coming away. And then we have a victory there for Smales, winning in straight 3, 5 and 8. So she goes through to the semi-finals of her draw. Let's now just take a little look and see who she will be playing to the semi-finals. We're going into the under 15 girls. And we have in the semi-finals, it'll be Maiden Lee Ko, the top seed, up against Anastasia Lim, that is, sorry, the 4th seed. Mackenzie Tate, 6th seed, and she'll take on Smales. And those matches will be from around about 5:35 for Ko against Lim, and Tate against Smales at 6:10. Moving on to a couple of other contests and looking at some scores that have come through. We will just take a look now at who's playing where and some of the other matches that have been completed so far. Looking through, still at the moment the longest match that we had was 1 hour and 10 minutes, and then we had 1 hour 7. That 1 hour 10 was Braden Henderson against Benjamin Adams. That was actually a plate match that was in the under 19 boys. 107, well, that just featured under 19 boys as well. And I don't know how that was 107. We may have a slight issue with the timing because it was in straight games. Lachlan Greensill against Brendan Krieger. We'll have to check on that actual timing. Does seem a little bit too much. And looking at Liam Smith against Oliver Dunbar. Well, that was Liam Smith, the 4th seed, beating Dunbar in the under 15 boys. And at that match, there was a quarterfinal. 14-12, 11-13, 11-7, 10-12, 11-9. Took just over an hour there. So coming up very shortly on this court, the TV court, it is going to be the semi-finals of the under 17 girls. And that will be Sophie Hodges on court. And looking at her now, actually, just on court. She's already moved on. And we'll just check up against Martha Togel. And just make sure we have a little bit more about those two players. And so Sophie Hodges there, just warming up. We'll be back with the match to actually start in just a few moments.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Right, so now we're back in with semi-final of the under-17 girls, and Shelley Kitchen joining me from Squash New Zealand. And Shelley, this will be interesting with under-17s. It's really a sort of age group where they're just grabbing their own style, aren't they? They're able to take their own style into the match. And these two players, one of them from Wanaka, that's Martha there from Wanaka, and Sophie Hodges from Hamilton. It's good to have a wide variety of places, not just Auckland all the time, but certainly we're getting, in this tournament, a lot of different players coming through.
Yeah, definitely. Martha, she's number 5 seed. She beat Ashley Pepper in the quarterfinals earlier today. So I've known Martha for quite a number of years. She's been in our national squads for a little while. She's in the emerging junior girls squad this year. So she's been up to Auckland about 3 times since December last year in the elite junior girls squad. So first time I've seen her play for a little while though, obviously with COVID and everything going on. So yeah, she's a really nice player. Being from Wanaka, she is just playing the men, really, you know, so not many women to play, if any, to play there. So yeah, she's got a good game on her.
Well, as we look at the players there, just so for people who can't quite figure out, we've got Sophie Hodges in the white and Martha there in the all black. So for anybody watching who isn't quite familiar with them. And was there any particular style we should be expecting from one or the other? Nothing that's so distinctive that says, I play this way, you play that way?
No, I don't think so. Like I said, I haven't really seen Martha play in such a long time, and I'm not sure if she was at Junior Nationals last year. So actually, I think she was playing for the Southern team. So yeah, just with COVID this year, the other sort of big event that we had was the North Island Juniors, and Martha wasn't there. But of course, we know Sophie Hodges. Yeah. She's been in the New Zealand team her second year this year, which didn't actually go ahead. So she went to Malaysia last year for the World Junior Girls as an individual spot, and has come through the ranks now for a number of years. So.
Well, let's now look at a few of these points here with Hodges serving from the forehand side and see how it develops here, whether they're able to take the pace up and down throughout the rally.
Yeah, Sophie's very experienced. I think she's possibly into A1 now. You know, so she's playing a very high level of the game in New Zealand now. She's possibly top 8 in the women's game, you know, and still very young. So.
Is not a bad player either in the under-19s. So she's got some competition. It's always good, a little bit of sibling rivalry. Yeah,
definitely. Leah's, they actually both still play hockey as well. Okay. So Leah's very competitive hockey, possibly the New Zealand rep in hockey, and also playing squash, where Sophie, I think, still plays at regional level in hockey. Probably could represent New Zealand at both sports, really.
Well, she's raced away a little bit in this the opening game. With nothing special so far, but she's been very efficient. She's kept it in control, hasn't she? Nothing too dramatic in what she's
definitely.
done.
Just from what we're seeing, the ball is getting in the corners. It's tight, you know, and she's moving it around. She's not really afraid to put the ball in short as well, and probably a few too many errors from Martha. If she wants to do better in this game, she's going to have to stop those errors. This is probably a step up in level for Martha than what she's used to. So she just needs to adjust herself a little bit and have some confidence and belief, really. I think that she can match it with Sophie.
We have been finding that, particularly in the forehand corner, the ball has been dying a little bit. And players have had to adjust their game to almost take it a little bit earlier than what they would. A few of the younger ones have almost struggled with it. You know, the temperature outside is nice. It's about 20 degrees, and the front door isn't so far away. But really, Hodges there racing away with it. But you know, most of the players, you know, it hasn't been too bad. But certainly in the forehand corner, it has been dying just a little bit. Probably more so than the backhand at this stage. And there, although the score doesn't quite say it, it is that Hodges has won the first game. So we'll back in just 1 second as we get there. But Hodges winning through. And Shelley, do you remember the junior champs for yourself? It may have been a couple of years ago. You know, we've 160 matches today, 300 over the 3 days. It's just massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always been a big event. With our juniors.
Yeah, so no, it's-
playing. It's our biggest event for us, junior-wise, numbers-wise in New Zealand. It is an age group event, and all grades as well. So,
I mean, I don't think we've actually lost too many players with the COVID issues. Maybe just a few players, but it's certainly not a massive drop-off because of COVID, which is really great.
yeah, we've actually got more teams in the teams event, which is after the individuals
Wow.
are playing. We've actually, the South Island teams, Southland have actually got a girls' team for the first time.
Well, I
in
mean,
many
they
years,
had two
and a
people in the
boys' team.
quarterfinals in the under-19s just recently with Bella Crawford and O'Connor, and they're both very strong, so that's
Yeah.
a good start for them.
Yeah.
Can you actually
Yeah, so
recall
it's
your
really
first
good.
juniors?
No, it's very, very long, like 30 years ago nearly.
No, at least you can recall it. That's all that matters. But
I think my first junior tournament was actually at my home club in Kaitaia.
oh, really?
So,
A junior up there?
Yeah, it was the North Island
Okay.
junior age groups. We actually had the New Zealand teams event, this event in Kaitaia as well when I was growing up. So,
Wow.
most of these events now are in the bigger cities. As it's just so much easier to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
to
to
get
get
to.
to.
But
I mean,
that's when
Kaitaia would have been
we
interesting.
actually used to have an airport and
Exactly.
airport that had quite a number of flights. So whereas now it definitely wouldn't really work as a venue for one of our major events. So, but I was actually talking to someone, one of them, a player from Christchurch, and they said with these courts, they keep them at about 22 degrees all year round, which is
The
nice.
president, Bruce, was just talking about how they can flush it, and which he gave me the explanation of that, and how 21, 22 degrees, and I actually believe that would be great for a lot of clubs in Auckland where it is a lot more humid, a lot stickier, whereas in Christchurch it's a drier heat. In Auckland in particular, it can be quite sticky. Certain clubs, remember even the national champs at Henderson a couple of years ago, where it was in July, but it was still so humid with so many people in there.
Yeah, and we get wet walls and things as well. At my club at Henderson. But yeah, it's just nice. It's sort of it's a nice temperature. And just watching and playing, it's nice. You kind of all the courts are the same.
Exactly.
So the balls, you know how the ball's going to be bouncing actually any time you probably play here throughout the day.
Well, looking now at Sophie Hodges, again, a quick lead, winning the first 11-3 and now 6-2 up. Let's see what she can do in this point. Totally controlling the point right up close there. But she was
pretty big nick there that came.
Yeah, she was way beyond the tee to be able to control it. And,
Yeah, she moves up really well. Martha is just stuck behind Sophie a little bit. Sophie looks like she is lifting that ball, and Martha's just a little bit loose. So
she's going to have to tighten up her game in probably the third if she really wants to make an impact on this match.
Yeah. Sophie's just got a lot of experience, and even though we have had COVID this year, Sophie's actually still played a lot of tournaments, played a lot of matches this year. We had the PSA Summer Series, which started in February. So most of our juniors had already played sort of 4 or 5 events until before COVID hit this year.
Right.
So
we're looking for the call there.
I think that's a pretty standard let. I think possibly maybe a stroke, maybe.
And earlier on, particularly with the Dunbar-Smith match, there was a huge crowd all around the court and very enthusiastic as it went into 5. People just taking a slight break now and then coming back for more and more of the semi-finals, because it is, I think the last match tonight is about 6:30 or thereabouts anyway.
Yeah.
So 6:45 the last matches tonight. It's a long day, and that one of those last matches will be Elijah Thomas up against Joe Smythe. Smythe winning 5 massive games over Riley Jack Vetter Blomqvist.
Yeah, he'll be feeling it this afternoon for sure.
He's going to be feeling it, and then he has to take on Elijah Thomas. There's no rest.
No, it's a pretty tough gig, that's for sure.
And Elijah was in great form in his match against his opponent as well earlier today. So that is the second game, 3-3 the first 2. We'll come back in the second with the third. So Shelley Kitchen, High Performance Manager at Squash New Zealand, you've got to be quite pleased with Sophie Hodges playing a very solid performance, although you want both players to play as well. You don't just want one player, you want both players to play a top game, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. I always like to see close matches and everyone playing well, but you can only sort of play as well as your opponent lets you play as well. So, yeah, so Sophie, like I said, yeah, she's a pretty tough opponent, and even Martha, you know, to get through to the semis.
Well, let's just have a look at who Sophie Hodges is likely to play in the semi-finals, and you can see how she might go on that. So we'll just bring up the extra draws there. A lot of matches for all the players. If she wins this one, Hodges will go through, and she will take on either Galloway or Gina
In
Gregory.
the final.
Yeah, in the final. So
This is the semis.
yeah, so this is a semi-final here, but she'll take on either Dora Galloway or Gina Gregory in the final tomorrow, and that match will be 11:30 a.m. So plenty of matches. In fact, finals for every single category from 11s through to 19s from 8:30 tomorrow here at the Christchurch Squash Club. The Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals, around about 170 players in the individuals, so plenty of matches, and not quite getting that one.
Sophie's just sort of mistiming a little bit
Yeah.
there, but Martha looks like she's playing a little bit better in this game.
Some tactics just going forward. You can,
It's a great boast.
yeah, exactly. And then you can't really counter on that one, can you?
Yeah, I think Martha's length was just a little bit short, and Sophie, yeah, just penalising it there. So yeah, that was a good length, forcing Sophie to volley, and Sophie just forcing it too much there.
How does a person like Martha improve her game against someone like Hodges? What does she need to do?
I think it's just belief really for Martha, and just playing this level all the time as well. I think, yeah, like I said, she plays the guys all the time, and for her to even to get to this level is really, yeah, fantastic. So
Now, just how we were saying that Hodges, if she wins this, will take on either Dora Galloway or Gina Gregory. That is actually the next match coming up directly after this. So I guess you can come off the court and then watch who you're going to play, although they will all know each other. There's no real newcomers at this, quarters to semis, are there?
yeah, definitely. They probably haven't played just because of COVID each other, so much is probably what they would have usually have done. Yeah, but I think her serves at the moment just letting her down a little bit. That's a great shot. It's a bit slippy there, but her serves are sort of just coming out a little bit too far, and it's actually giving Sophie a lot of different options, or too many options really to play.
A little bit of chop on that forehand.
There.
You could see Sophie Hodges almost chopped the forehand down so that when it hit the wall, it was going to come back and stay. It wasn't going to do anything, was it?
It was just a little bit mid-court from Martha. That's right, she's trying to lift it a little bit.
She's done better in this third game, but not good enough in the end. And a straight game victory, 3-3 and 7, through to the final there for Sophie Hodges, where she'll take on the winner of Dora Galloway and Gina Gregory, coming up not too far away.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Dave's just gone to have a little bit of a break, so I'm going to be doing this match for a little while. So we've got Dora Galloway against Gina Gregory. So both these girls made the New Zealand team this year to travel to the Gold Coast, which didn't happen because of COVID. Yeah, so they sort of have been rivals, I guess, for many years, and have had many battles before. So looking forward to this game being close, and the girls going at it. So Gina's sort of out to a little quick 3-1 lead there, and Dora's just managed to get it back 1 point. I think the girls will probably be quite nervous as well, just adjusting to, I guess, the temperature of the court, being in a semi-final of a national event, and just getting used to each other's games. Oh wow, great shot from Gina there. Just reaching over there for the forehand boast winner. And a good serve there. Gina's not really mucking around in between serves. She's won a few quick points. Oh, but an unforced error there. Ended in a stroke for Diana. I think the girls are still feeling their way around the court a little bit. I'm finding a few quick points. It's a great lead from Gina. It's a good rally from the girls, probably one of the longest rallies of the match so far. It's really good. Winner there from Gina Gregory. Gina's moving Dora into that forehand corner a lot, and all Dora can do is put in a cross-court drop, and Gina's been straight driving from the front. Another great boast from Gina there. Gina was just snapped at the ball there. She's still got a 3-point lead at the moment in this game. Oh, another unforced error. Oh no, winner from the backhand corner. So 3 game balls for Gina coming up. It's a great game by Gina, leading 1-love.
Well, Shelley Kitchen, the first game of this, Dora Galloway from Wellington, Gina Gregory from, what's she, the Hawke's Bay, around that area?
Represents Eastern, yep.
So was one player dominant enough, because the scoreline suggests otherwise?
It was really good. Gina played really well. She was getting some quick points in here. Her length was really good. A couple of unforced errors, I think, from Diana, but Gina was just playing well. You know, like her shots are all working really well. She's moving Diana around the court.
All right, well,
Diana, Dora, we kind of call her different things all the time.
Well, yeah, that sort of thing. You know, we'll change our names a little bit there, but no, it's good to see. Once again, I'm sort of saying that it's good to see the players there. So the score not quite right at the moment, but we'll get back to that. Good to see such a wide variety of players coming through in the 17 girls and all over the country, because as much as Auckland might think they dominate all the time, it's just nice to see some other players come through and say, hey, we're here and we're not going to let you get away with it, big city.
Yeah, I know. In our elite junior girls squad, all the girls are from around New Zealand. I don't think we've got one Auckland girl in that squad. So that's Wanaka, Wellington, Palmerston North.
Southland. I mean, Anna O'Connor's very close. She's been in and out a little bit as well.
Yeah. She's in our World Junior squad. And then a girl from Northland as well. Yeah, so it is, I think in the regions, in the women's squash, girls squash, it's good. Most of the time they are just playing men,
yes.
And which is a definitely different kind of game, but the ball keeps on coming back all the time. So it sets you up. But Gina, she's playing good, really well at the moment. That score's actually, not correct.
Okay.
Gina's up 6-1 at the moment, so.
All right, so we'll get back to that score. But just in the style of each player, is there a particular style that we're looking at from each player here? So is there anything distinctive, or are they both play similar games? How was that?
Yeah, Gina's shots are just working really well today. Like her length is actually setting her up for the good points. Dora's probably looks slightly off to me at the moment. She relies on her movement a lot.
Okay. Well, there's a bit of a dud shot. I mean, I hesitate to say dud shot, but it wasn't that great.
Yeah, and Gina's not giving her anything. She's not making any mistakes. Her length's very good. It is really hard when someone is playing that well. So we've got game ball for Gina coming up.
All right, so we're just going to check on that score. So apologies for people watching at home if you're a little bit confused. It can be a little bit confusing for us as well. But for this semi-final, I mean, from the quarterfinals on in certain grades, it's been really tough. I mean, there's been no easy matches, even in the early rounds, but this is a semi-final. You're not going to expect one player to walk away with it, are you?
No. I was definitely expecting this match to be close, especially in the first two games. But, anything can happen, from this point onwards.
And particularly since there's been such a big break, since these players really played with a lot of others around. And the game there, we seem to have a game. We'll just be checking on the score with the umpires in just 1 second. All right, so coming back very shortly, and with this particular semi-final in the under-17, and we'll just confirm the scores in the semi-finals very shortly. In the meantime, we'll take a little look around at some of the other scores and some of the other players to go through. And the under-17 girls, here's where we're at the moment. We look at the draw, and Sophie Hodges is obviously through to the final, and she awaits the winner of this particular contest here. And Dora Galloway and Gina Gregory. So we'll just be checking on that in just one moment. And coming back in the third game of that. And as we look at the under-17 boys, let's do an update there. We're through quite a way in that as well. We are through to the semi-finals of the under-17 boys. And that'll feature matches Paul Moran from Marlborough up against Luke Stone from Taupo. Upper Wharealofa up against clubmate Mason Smales, and I know Shelley Kitchen will be very interested in that one from her club, both of those players. So now let's go back to the third game about to start in just a moment, and as we look at it, the under-17 semi-finals, Galloway against Gregory, and Shelley Kitchen I think we may have got a couple of scoring issues sorted there. So as we enter into the third game between Galloway and Gina Gregory. So let's have a look. And as we're getting the door shut and about to get underway again. And it appears that the score card not quite right again, but we'll get there, folks. So don't forget, we do have the finals from 8:30 tomorrow. And also coming up not too far away on this court, we will have the under-17 boys semi-final. Paul Moran, as we mentioned, from Marlborough against Luke Stein. And we do have the scores correct, Shelley? Yes, we do. Okay, so Gina Gregory, 2 games up, 11-7, 11-3. Apologise for any confusion with the earlier scores if you're a bit worried about that. And now, back into it, Shelley.
Yeah, I think Dora's got to find some form here, really. She's got to get Gina behind her. And, yeah, get Gina moving around the court. Diana loves, she loves running and she moves very well. She's just got to try and keep it tight, really keep it off Gina's racket if she's going to have a shot in this match at all.
She just seemed half a step off in that particular rally, not quite sure of herself. Did Galloway on that one, so maybe it's the way that Gregory's really forcing her out of position. Yeah, she's played well, and just like that,
really good drops, nice and tight, getting onto the board early, a few flicks as well, and it doesn't really help with unforced errors like that from Dora. So it would be nice to see a little bit more of a contest here, especially because earlier in the year these girls were it was a different game to what I'm seeing here. So,
well, players coming back from so many months of not really competing in big events, sometimes you just don't know how they're going to react to coming back, and actually, lots of people around and different opponents, etc.
Yeah, it is a lot different. So that's that mental side of things as well, just remembering to kind of put yourself in those positions, I guess, of tight matches and being under pressure and trying to sort of get yourself back into it. So we've seen a couple of rallies like that from Dora, just really mistakes off the serve.
Oh, yeah, she's not quite with it at the moment, it appears.
No, and Gina's just grabbing the ball, just trying to get on with it. So that's just a nice sort of really nice cross-court drive into that Diane forehand.
Okay, it's a little bit of a run through right now. These last 3 or 4 points really have just escaped Dora completely.
Yeah.
That's a better shot. Move forward, take it early, and put the pressure on. And she's pretty happy about that. Gina Gregory knows she's pretty much got it wrapped up.
Yeah, exactly. Gina's, she's volleying very well. She's mixing it up as well. Oh, maybe forced there.
Yeah, as we say it, you knew the opposite was going to happen. Just not sure if Dora's going to be able to come back from so far back. In fact, we're on to the game ball now.
Match ball now. It's a great length. It's a great game from Gina.
It was a funny game.
Yeah, no, she played well. Yeah, really well.
So Gina Gregory going through to the final of the under-17 girls, and she will take on one of the Hodges, Sophie Hodges, in the final. Now that game will be 11:30 tomorrow. So if you'd like to see a really good quality game, and it should be with Gina Gregory in some good form against Sophie Hodges, that match final, 11:30 tomorrow. Final starting from 8:30, but this particular one will be 11:30 tomorrow. Back with the next game, and the next game is a very good one. Paul Moran against Luke Stein.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker.
Right, so now underway with this match between Paul Moran from the Marlborough district area against Luke Stein from Taupo, and these players really going to be going at it hammer and tongs as well. This is important with the under-17 boys semi-final. They want to make it through, and you can see already a nice start by Luke Stein, the taller player there in the blue shirt, and up against Moran from Marlborough. Let's have a look at the respective styles of these players. Using the backhand serve on the forehand side. Let's see if we're going down the line. No, switches it across. And really see the height coming through from Stein. It's plays for Bayer plenty out of Taupo. Just pushing the ball back. And the error there. Both players feeling their way through the match. Of course, it is their second match of the day. Everybody, if you win, you're playing 2 matches today, folks. And if you win this one, well, you're playing the final tomorrow as well. Of course, this is the under-17 boys. And earlier we had the other semi-final, which featured 2 players from the same club, Mason Smales and Apa Fatialofa. It went 4 games, very entertaining, as you'd expect. Make that 5 games, 4 games. That was a match that was entertaining, and between those two, because they know each other well, so well. And the scoreline there was Mason Smales winning 11-8, 11-9, 6-11, 11-8. So you can see from that, it took 40 minutes as well. And certainly there was a big crowd watching that one. And we'll just see. So Smales through to the final, and the winner of this match, well, they'll take him on in the final tomorrow. Let's just have a look. That will be 12:05 p.m. is the scheduled time for that final. That is the under-17 boys final tomorrow. So the winner of this match will have to take on Mason Smales, 12:05 tomorrow. And they're already in the first game. A real gritty contest. You can just see a little bit of casualness in the way that Stein plays. He's got the ability there. And Shelley Kitchen.
This is a big rally. It's going on for a very long time.
It is. But
just the way Paul Marin likes it.
Yeah,
Nice
he loves the long rallies, whereas someone considerably taller in Luke Stein, almost a bit of the Glenn Templeton sort of, yeah, I'll just look as though I'm playing it casual. Not in the end, but he looks casual and relaxed.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a great player. He's got a big reach on him.
And Shelley
moves the ball around. Yeah, he's
that other match, you managed to see a little bit of it. It was on one of the side courts. Big crowd watching it between 2 of your club members. And they must know each other so well, Mason and and also Apa Fatialofa.
Yeah, it looked like that as well when I just watched the last game of that match. So they looked like they were going through the motions a little bit, maybe a few errors. They had a big event last week with the B-grade Super Champs in Palmerston North with Henderson made the final, so just unlucky to lose that match. So, yeah, it looked like the boys were maybe a little bit tired.
Well, it's second match in a day. I mean, you end up playing a lot of matches, but
and they're used to each other's game as well. Yeah. You can see really nice sportsmanship on the court when they play as well.
Well, Mason's got that left-handed hold, hasn't he? All the left-handers just seem to be able to hold the ball just a split second longer and change direction, don't they?
Yeah, they both play a nice game, but Mason floats the ball around a little bit, moves it around the court, puts in lots of boasts, not afraid to sort of go for a cross-court nick and things like that. So a little bit probably different to this match here, whereas Paul kind of likes to, just really likes to work the ball around the court.
Right. Yeah, you can see that in this rally already.
Yeah, he doesn't mind having the long matches. He's got a really big motor on him. He's not afraid of long matches. So
just one more thing in the Henderson group. You've also got Leo Fatialofa, who's in the semis of the under-19s, but he plays different to, say, Mason and Apa. He's more of a shot maker, full stop from first ball, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Not afraid to sort of go for those cross-court nicks. We were watching him last week, weren't we, in the PSA tournament play. Anything on, and Leo's definitely going to go for
whereas the
nicks.
younger players are a little bit more structured.
Probably a little bit more patient. Yeah, Upper's probably a lot different to both of them, I think. Upper is more sort of up and down the walls.
Right.
Waits for the opening and then puts the ball away into the front on a volley kill or a straight kill or drop. Whereas the other two are quite happy to sort of mix it up with a boast or a cross-court nick and anything. Yeah.
And in this particular game so far, that neither player giving the other one enough of an opportunity to really go for a shot.
Yeah, I think. I don't mind the sort of long rallies in the first game. Quite close. It's quite good that they're keeping with each other. We don't have anyone sort of really going ahead at the moment, which is a good first game, I think, for both players. Luke probably just now might be getting a little bit tired just towards the end of the game.
Considering it's only
Possibly.
the first game, it's warm outside and it's relatively warm in the complex and no doubt on the court as well. And there's the drop, not quite enough though.
Yeah, the ball's flying around. There's that forehand corner again that you sort of mentioned a couple of matches ago. It dies in that forehand corner. So I've just, I've seen it for myself now quite a number of times. So if you can work your opponent out of position and get a dying length into that forehand, back forehand, and most of the time it is a winner.
Well, that's something there. We just saw the almost smash there from Luke Stein, but that's something he should be using, going forward as much as he can, taking the ball on the full, and they're almost working. Not quite.
Yeah, like he's got Paul moving around the court, a lot, and he forces the unforced error. So I think what I like to see from Luke is making just those opportunities, making the most of those opportunities, all right? Like from here, you can hear Paul kind of lunging around the court. He's doing a lot of work around the court lunging.
Do you know who his coach is at the moment? He's working? He's coming out of the Taupo club. That's
Kashif. Yes,
right.
yes. So Luke's coach is Kashif Shuja, who moved to Taupo a couple of years ago now, I think. So was a top world ranked player, himself at junior and senior level. So.
Yeah.
And Paul's coach at the moment is Grant Craig, I think, from Blenheim. And Grant's daughter, Megan Craig, was actually played for New Zealand juniors and senior level and actually went to the Commonwealth Games as well. So both players here, have got some really good support behind them.
Well, nice to see a real variety of different coaches around the country as well. That's coming through in the players, that they've got different people and they've got slightly different styles.
Yeah, definitely. I think sort of, I guess as a coach, you just sort of want to keep the players' strengths there, I guess. You don't sort of want to be coaching things out of players, I think. There's also a lot of content online as well that's very easily to access.
It hasn't helped me.
for these players to watch and analyse as well. So
nice direction there. Where's he going to go? Not sure about
so
that one.
unfortunately Luke just sort of hit it back to Paul there. Yeah. He maybe sort of could have put it away a little bit. But, Paul doesn't mind these long rallies. He probably actually loves these long rallies. So is Luke going to like these rallies going as long? Possibly not with his frame, being quite tall.
It's almost as if he's got better as the rallies progressed even more.
Paul, yeah. So.
Yeah. And a great rally, and off camera there's a lot of people who have just started watching and really enjoyed that first game. 11-9 to Paul Moran from the Marlborough districts against Luke Stein from the Taupo club. And that is the semi-finals of the under-17 boys. The winner will go through and take on Mason Smales in the final from around about midday tomorrow. So a nice first game victory to Paul Moran, just running his opponent into the ground a little bit. In fact, it was Moran who did all the running, but he was just so consistent that he just must have frustrated Luke Stein a lot, Shelley.
Yeah, he's definitely that type of player.
You'd hate playing him, wouldn't you?
Because you have to win the point about 5 or 6 times, or probably even more. So even then, like a really nice boast from Luke, he just keeps getting it back. So if Luke's prepared to stay on there for a very long time and doesn't make any errors,
he'll be in with the
and
chance.
then it's definitely. But Paul, he just likes these long rallies. That's
Very
for sure,
aggravating for some players,
probably for most.
Yeah, probably for most. I mean, that was just 1 point, and Luke managed to win it in the end, but it seemed to be around about 20-odd shots just to get 1 point. And when you're a game down already, it makes it up. Well, that was well played.
That's a great shot, yeah.
Yeah. But he got himself into position to take it on the full and to be able to direct it down, so it was going to be difficult for...
Paul was, pushed right into the back there.
So 3 points are what he wants. He wants 3 points. He wants Paul to give him a 3 point and wants to be able to hit the winner, just take that step forward.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be having to win every point and take sort of 50 rallies to do it.
Yeah.
So if Paul makes a couple of errors and Lou hits a couple of winners, then, they're pretty even, really.
Oh, and then he did the drop, angled volley straight into the 10 on that one. A little bit of frustration.
Yeah, that's what happens. You just going a little bit finer and finer every time. Oops.
And Shelley, we just should make a mention about how Joelle King was defeated in the semi-finals of the World Tour Finals in Cairo today. However, it was 2018 that she won the first game, and that's tough. I mean, no matter what, that is really tough to lose.
Yeah, that's just like a couple of games, isn't it? So even though it was a best of 3, they probably played, four games, I think. So I didn't actually manage to watch the match because I was on my way down to Christchurch from Auckland. So.
But when you win the first like that, and then unfortunately just losing it, was around about 56 minutes, lost the second 11-8 and lost the third and final 11-2. And Hania, she's a very top player. She's about 20 years old already. She's the rising star of, you sort of target her as number 1 in the world shortly.
Yeah, she's got a really nice game. She's very fit, she's very fast, got some good hands on her, she's very keen. Probably always learning at the moment, so she's a tough.
And 12 years difference in age, as Joelle turned 32 just a couple of days ago, and she said, "I'm an old girl." Well, you're still doing pretty good.
Yeah, she is doing really well.
Certainly, good performance to make it through the semi-finals, but unfortunately, in the end, beaten in 3. There is the Egyptian Open coming up for both men's and women's in just over a week in Cairo. That's platinum tournament, good prize money for both Joelle King and also Paul Cole. But back on to the match at hand.
That's a great boast from Paul there.
So let's see what he can do here. Just nice and easy serve. There's not too much effort put into it. Taking his time on this point.
Yeah, it's a little bit in the middle of the court at the moment, I think, for the guys. Like that sort of half court. That's a little bit deeper. Sort of one step from the tee to these shots. So.
Just
Oh yeah. Don't know if Luke kind of meant that little drop there. Paul was sort of a bit caught out by the drop, I think.
A subdued point. A little bit subdued, a little bit slower, and then you're waiting. And again, that's the second error in a row. There's those couple of free points.
Yeah. Paul doesn't give away many free points at all, so maybe he's getting a little bit tired or just lost that concentration a little bit. Oh, but that's just a really nice tight forehand drop by Paul.
Talking about it with Rod Bannister about some of the players, the younger ones, maybe not so much these players, but for them to try and do a lift or a lob that don't really have the strength to stop or slow themselves and to actually bring the ball up. But these players are stronger, physically stronger. They should be able to use the lob to good effect.
Yeah, I think sometimes it depends on who's coaching you as well, and did that person when they played, if they were a player in their time, you know, do they use the lob much? But definitely Luke's coach Kashif, he used to,
Right.
you know, move the ball around the court very softly and use the lob a lot. So.
Well, it was interesting last week, Shelley, we saw a player such as Emma Miller use a serve that was high to put a bit of indecision in her opponents. It just pushed them back, or they'll think, do I go forward, do I go back?
Yeah,
a little bit of indecision, so it can work, not all the time, but it can work quite well as a serving option.
Yeah, no, she'd mastered that lob serve for sure. It was sort of cool, quite cool conditions in Auckland as well, and definitely not as warm as it is this weekend. So yeah, she's used to. It's almost like a master serve.
Well, that's where having the experienced players come in, say, 3 weeks' time when we have the Nationals at North Shore. It'll be really interesting to see someone such as Evan Williams, who's just walked past us, ranked about 85 in the world, up against, say, players such as Paul Moran or Luke Stein, and how they handle someone like that, and how some of the younger girls handle playing someone like Emma Miller, who's likely to be the second seed.
Yeah.
That's going to be the real test for these players. Great playing against each other all the time in the juniors, but when you take on someone who's in their 20s or 30s, or who is ranked much higher.
It's definitely a big step up in levels, even coming from the PSA last week.
No, that's not going to work there. Luke, you can't sort of
hurdle the ball. Line in there. I think. So we had a PSA tournament last week, obviously in Auckland, and that's another level from here, really. And sometimes the under-19 boys, even though Elijah Thomas, he came third last week in the PSA, and he had a great tournament, and he beat Temwa Chalisi in the third and fourth playoffs. So,
but just against someone like Luwamba Chalisi, who's 150 in the world, there's another step, isn't there?
Yeah, but I think everyone's learning from each other. You need to take the opportunities as much as you can. Kind of play in events when you can.
We've got to just let on that. The only thing with Paul Moran is they can do everything running around everywhere, but perhaps it would have been nice on some of these that he could go forward, and when he does take it on the full, he's good at chopping the ball down. I mean, that's his style. Let it bounce, go back and play it again. A bit like Paul Cole in many ways.
Yeah.
Oh, that was well played.
I think it's just a confidence thing. If he might try that in the first or second round, for instance. You know, would you do that in the semi-finals?
No, that's a tough one to finish the game on. Just a backhand slap into the tin. So that's an unfortunate one. And Luke Stein's going to have to come back in the third game very shortly and just reassess how he plays things, because it appeared that he dropped down a little bit of a level from the first game, Shelley, and he's really going to have to come back and refocus. We'll be back with the third game in just a moment. So Paul Moran with a very handy lead, 2 games to love. just stepped it up a little bit more in the second at certain times. There was a couple of unforced errors. And Luke Stein, a couple of errors himself, and hitting particularly the last ball of the second game straight into the tin. And it's just a matter of focus for these players. This is a semi-final contest, and the winner goes through and takes on Mason Smales for the title. That'll be from around about 5 minutes past 12 tomorrow. You can check that one out, and certainly be good to see. A very entertaining final if Paul Moran or Luke Stein goes through and takes on the left-handed Mason Smales in that finals match tomorrow. So as we get underway with the third, we've got the player, Paul Moran, who seems to be very happy with staying out there all day and frustrating his opponent. There's a bit of a tough one already for Luke Stein. He really does need to refocus and decide how he wants to play this match. Can he work his way back in? Can he force a couple of errors in his opponent? Certainly not going to be easy. Oh, the little flick almost lost that ball as it stayed low. And Paul Moran has been controlling this rally, but we've still got Stein back in it slowly. Certainly Moran, that is, feels or looks very reassured in this particular contest. Still back in it though. Luke Stein back. There we go. There's the dying ball. And well done to Paul Moran. And actually up 2-1. Just waiting. Yep, there we go. 2-1. And let's see how he goes now. That's a 2-all. Nice way of working his way through. And just taking his time again to reach it. But there we go. That is Luke Stein going forward. He needs to go forward and take those balls on the floor. He's got the height. And Stein just with the one-game lead. And the ball drops so low in that forehand corner. You've got to be very wary of that. Probably more so than the backhand for some reason. Holding the racket up the grip a little bit. A little bit of a flick. Go down the line. Cross now. And there's the little scoop shot there. Didn't come off though. So Paul Moran, just even he's looking a little bit tired. We're only in the third game. Imagine if it was in the fifth. And both players putting heart and soul into it. And it has been Moran who's done a lot of running, a lot of retrieving, but that is his game. It's his strength. And Moran taking that point. Both players taking a bit of a rest. You could see that Luke Stein leaning against the wall, just taking any sort of break that he can. And Moran forced right into the backhand corner. Down the backhand line. Scooping it up. Looking for the gap to go forward. Oh, there's the error. We're just checking on that score. Appears to have maybe delayed a little bit. We'll come back on that in just a moment. But a better effort from Luke Stein so far in the early stages. Come around, 2 games to love. Can he keep on going? Much better fight back here. And we'll try and get an update on the score shortly. It appears to have a little bit of a slowdown. Just waiting for the score to come back, because it needs to be updated a little bit. Of course, former round up by 2 games to love. All right, and the actual score is 7-8, and that's the third. So a good performance so far from Luke Stein, and taking control of this rally. Can he make it? 9-7. It's well played. All right, so it is a 9-7. An opportunity here for Luke Stein. 2 points away from the game. Oh, there's the error, and it is a game point for Luke Stein from Taupo up against Paul Moran from Marlborough. Game point, 10-7. This would be interesting if you can come back here and take this. And we go into the fourth. It looked for all money that Paul Moran is close to taking this one out. He's going to have to battle back now. Oh, the error though from Luke Stein. Gives one opportunity back. So that is Paul Moran saving 1 game ball. Let's just see what happens now. If you can grind it out, Paul Moran, and keep things going. Oh, out of his reach, but he's recovered somehow. Take that on the forward, help you out. This is the sort of rally that Paul Moran enjoys. Certainly the opportunity here. Still game ball. Luke Stein. And a lot of pressure on this rally for both players. One trying to stay in, one trying to win. Oh, he's missed it again. It somehow recovers. Oh, goodness. Well played. Luke Stein stayed in there and looks, no, he hasn't won it. Yes, he has won it. Wow. How he recovered. Luke Stein, twice from having the ball go past him. And Rose taking this into a 4th game. Paul Moran winning the first 11-9, the second 11-5. And then Luke Stein coming back to win the third. We'll just check if it was 11-8. We'll reconfirm on that one, as we're a little bit uncertain about the score. It appears to have stopped. But anyway, we are going into a 4th with Luke Stein taking that 3rd there and a bit of a comeback. And back for the fourth game of this, Paul Moran against Luke Stein. It is the semi-finals of the under-17 boys. The winner will take on Mason Smales in the final, right about midday tomorrow. Now, just pointing out that Paul Moran won the first 11-9, the second 11-5, as you can see. However, the third went the way of Luke Stein from Taupo. And we're just checking whether that was 11-7 or 11-8. So now into the fourth game. A nice little comeback by Stein in there in the third. And a couple of uncharacteristic errors from Moran. In the past couple of games, he was very consistent. Didn't really give away many free points. However, the third, there you go. There's the 3 point. And no doubt Luke Stein will be very happy with that and say thank you. Well, probably not in the point, but he'll be happy to get that 3 point. The long rallies certainly suit Paul Moran. And not quite getting there this time, Luke Stein. So as we let you know that we are in the fourth game, and Luke Stein winning game number 3. Little couple of flicks there on the forehand by both players. Down the backhand side, cross court. Taking the pace off, scooping the backhand. So it's not quite right. We're getting a bit closer on the scoreline there, but still not quite right. We're into the fourth game. It was Stein taking the third, 11-7 or 11-8, but now deep into the fourth. Well, it's just another long rally. Well played by both players. This could be one of the first lets of the entire match. We've had very few. All right, so it is actually 3-1 into the fourth game. So that was one of the very few lets that we've had in the entire game. So the third game was to 11-8. There we go. That was Stein winning that one 11-8. And now 3-1 into the fourth. We apologize for the scoring system glitch, and hopefully that won't occur again. Oh, a boast there. And well played by Paul Moran. Just a nice little touch was up at near the front of the court and able to just take the pace off and flick it away. So the 3-point lead. Who's going to be able to take advantage of it here? Paul Moran a little bit more invigorated in this, the fourth game. But both players playing very well. Look at that great boast. Where's he going? Oh, hit it straight back to his opponent who reached out for the volley. And a little drop. Good rally by both players. Using all corners of the court right now. A bit of a chop, both players. Well picked up, put it away. Oh, great running by Paul Moran. He's still in the rally. Not sure how many shots this has gone, but it's a lot. And after this one, they both deserve a rest. Oh! And you can hear the big crowd around the court. They enjoyed that. They felt it. No doubt the players felt it. It really was a good rally. As Paul Moran's got that 5-1 lead, had to really work for that point. And they'll both be feeling that. And just to let people know, the match coming up after this. Oh, good running, and a point there for Luke Stein. Match coming up after this is the under-19 girls semi-final. That's Natalie Soth up against Leah Hodges. Top seed Natalie, and up against Leah Hodges. after that will be the other girls semi-final in the under-19s. Georgia Robke from Thames Valley up against Southlands. Anna O'Connor, and nice play. Come back to Luke Stein against Paul Moran. And a nice drop shot by Luke Stein. Certainly a very interesting match. It's really turned out, well, it's had a good turnaround with Luke Stein coming back in that second with a couple of uncharacteristic errors from Paul Moran, and a large crowd really enjoying it as well. Both players having to work extremely hard. Nice pick up there from Luke Stein. Oh, gee, that kept so low. Amazing that it even went over the 10. So he's worked his way back in from 1-5 down to 4-5 down now, Luke Stein. So a nice effort. He certainly doesn't quite give up. He may look as though he's down, but that's what happened in the third. He worked his way back in nicely, and so far in this game as well. There's that very strong backhand. Nice play from Moran. He's working around. Big step there from Luke Stein. Let's see how he goes. If he can make it back to 5-all. He's got a bit more touch. Oh, goodness. He was signalling for something there, but to no avail. And looks like we've gone to 5 apiece. So this match has really turned around from 1-5 down. We've now got 6 apiece, 6-all. Paul Moran against Luke Stein. And considering that Luke Stein was down a game, in fact down 2 games, he's looking very solid now. And we're seeing a few errors come into Paul Moran's game. I mean, he's still very good at chasing. Oh, there you go. That was a nice shot there from the forehand. And just didn't quite work though. No, remembering who's going to serve. No, you won the point. There you go. You can have the ball. And so Luke Stein in the lead from 1-5 down to 7-6. The winner of this match will take on Mason Smales in the final. It's scheduled for 12:05 tomorrow. That is the final of the under-17 boys. An amazing day of squash with 160 matches on the 8 courts here. Oh, put it away, hasn't quite got it. Well done, Luke Stein managed to go forward just a little bit hesitant on that volley, but it worked in the end. So as we said, around about 160 matches on the 8 courts here at the Christchurch Squash Club in Kashmir. And we're seeing a very entertaining semi-final. There is no space anywhere near the court as all the rest of the players, fans, family, come close to watching the 2 matches on both court 1 and court 2. And they're really enjoying a contest which has seen a great comeback so far from Luke Stein from 2 down to now 8-6. He was down 1-5 in this particular game. Oh, he's now up 9-6 from 1-5 down to 9-6. That's pretty impressive play. Doesn't matter who you are. And Paul Moran, certainly a player that likes to chase everything. Well, he's been put under a lot of pressure. And quite difficult for the players to actually hear some of the score lines in there. And they're just checking. Plus, they'll be very tired, these 2 particular players, in this, the semi-final. Oh, there's the error again. So a lot of errors creeping into Paul Moran's game. As we have game ball to take it to 5. Luke Stein serving. Ooh. Gee, that was an interesting shot there from Paul Moran, but he took it well. And in the end, though, the rally didn't work his way. So we are going 5 with Luke Stein winning the 4th, and that was 11-6. So it was down 2 games to love, and now we're at 2 apiece, and coming back for the 5th. Back for the 5th game of this exciting semi-final. The under-17 boys, Paul Moran from Marlborough. Well, he was ahead by 2 games to love and 1-5. Yet Luke Stein from Taupo has fought his way back, and we're now entering into the 5th. Stein taking the first point. And you have to say, if he can win this, it'll be a remarkable comeback. But then Paul Moran is not known for giving up. So let's see how they've been revitalized into this 5th game. Well, the error, really a forced error in many ways. And Stein now in the blue shirt, the brighter blue shirt that is. Tall player, see what he can do here. Trying to use touch, nicely recovered. Deep into that forehand side. Let's see what he can do here. Both players biding their time in this rally. It is certainly been an impressive comeback so far. It's not over yet. Certainly a lengthy match. As we mentioned, the winner of this contest takes on Mason Smales in the final tomorrow. Just bring it down the line. See who's got the most patience. A real test. There you go with the cross court. Who's going with the drop? Well read. Oh my goodness. Yes, and well, you might put your head up and go, oh no, because Paul Moran had almost an open court and wasn't able to use it to good effect. And the error, Luke Stein's very much in this. He's ahead 3-1. So there's one back, and both players just feeling it. See Stein taking off the goggles there. It's compulsory for any under-19 players, according to PSA rules, to wear face protection, eye protection. But that's a great shot there, Stein. Off his body, almost like Glenn Templeton. The backhand away from the body, put away with enough power to give him space and the point as well. So it is Stein grabbing the 3-point lead, and just really what Moran needs is a good point or an unforced error to really just put him back on mentally and give him that edge again, give him that energy, because he appears to have faded a little bit. This is from someone who's exceptionally fit. Gee, that's a nice shot down the line, but recovered so well. And maybe that's the point that will help pull Moran back into the match. Must be tired legs for both players. Which player here can move forward and take the advantage? A lot of depth in this rally so far. A very good rally by both players. It's a strong backhand cross. Oh, and it stayed low. There's that corner. We're going to see that corner come into it a lot. And put it right in there. Certainly an advantage. And the cross-court backhand from Luke Stein. See him leaning on the wall there. Paul Moran just struggled as the ball went under his racket. Gave nothing back to him. Oh, now just taking that big stride across when perhaps an extra step might have been better to play that shot. Still has a 2-point advantage. And just checking on the score there. Quite difficult to hear the officials and the scores. Players just double checking, making sure which side and what the score is. Post, triple post. Ooh. Here's the advantage. Looks like Paul Moran has lost that advantage a little bit. They're both back on equal footing at this point. Another close point between these two. We're in the 5th. This is the semi-final to go through and take on Mason Smales in the final. And it has not been easy. Coming back from 1-5 down in the 3rd, Luke Stein took the 3rd and then took the 4th. However, in this, the 5th game, I think it's actually 6-5. I think we might be slightly behind there on the scoreboard. Let's just take a little check. And score may be a little bit delayed. Vital point of the game. Luke Stein's had the lead, the 3-point lead that he had in this 5th. However, it's been brought back to, and certainly Paul Moran well and truly in this match. It's certainly stretched out. Let's see. The mental game is probably the strongest. Well picked up, both players. So it is not 6-4. And it is, in fact, 8-5 to Luke Stein at the moment. And just 3 points away from victory in 5 games. It's been a tough one. And you have to give credit to both players as we... Checking on the time, looks as though we've gone over an hour. Ooh, having to really stretch there. Uses his height and his reach on that particular one, does Paul Stein. Oh, plays over the top of the ball there, and Luke Stein 9-5 after a dramatic comeback. And both players certainly feeling it. Hunched over a little bit, taking time to clean their goggles. And the ball deep into the backhand. Ball doesn't appear to die quite as much in the backhand as it does on the forehand side. Doesn't seem to be any reason on that at the moment. And can he put it away? No, not quite. Oh, it's been tough for both players as Paul Moran gains one back, but still 3 points down. Again, the big crowd of players, supporters, coaches watching this match. Oh, well played, Paul Moran. He will not go away. He's not going to let Luke Stein win this easy. Oh. Gee. Paul Moran bringing it back to just one. Maybe Luke Stein didn't quite need to push for a winner on that shot. And the error from Luke Stein on the backhand going forward into the 10. It's back to 9 apiece. And too bad if you wanted to get to an outside court to play your match. You can't get through at the moment. Everybody is watching this particular game. It is the under-17 semi-finals. 9 points apiece. And a very entertaining match. One more round, just coming back to stay in it. Down by 3 or 4 points in this. What's the call?
Let's go, boys.
Oh, and it looks as though we've got no let there. I think Paul Moran feels relieved more than happy. And Luke Stein, unfortunate for him, not being able to get the let, and match point. Oh, just picked up in that corner. Great rally. Well over 20 shots. Oh, goodness. You could see the frustration, hear the frustration there. Paul Moran, he was in a position to, well, potentially win it. He had the angle, he was up close. Oh, back to 10. 10 each. Entertaining after all that, such a long rally. So it's Paul Moran who just couldn't quite finish it. Luke Stein with the serve. And the drop, oh, retrieves it. Back in position again as Luke Stein. Oh. Gee. Well, if you wanted a close match to watch and you wanted some good quality squash with two players giving it heaps in the nicest possible way, well, these two are doing it. And this is a second match ball for Paul Moran. The error, albeit a tough one to call that unforced. I don't think we can do that. So 11 each. Should remember that in the third game, Luke Stein was down about 1-5, came back and won it, then won the fourth, and now we're at 11 each in the fifth. This is the boys under 17 semi-final. Mason Smales, already through the final, will no doubt be watching this and going, well, hope these guys keep on going as long as possible. Almost caught with the change of direction. Nice drop. Oh, and well played. And Paul Moran, this is his third opportunity to win this match. And you have to appreciate both players in that last rally catching their breath. And game point number 3. So calling for the let, and so the let will be approved. All right, so we did have the let there, and it's still game ball. So this is the fourth game ball, fourth match ball. Just let the players and the noise from the crowd come through. Oh, he's got to be careful with that. Well, he eventually got it. It was a little bit of a false finish in the end, but Paul Moran winning in 5 games, 13-11, in front of a big crowd. Congratulations there to Paul Moran from Marlborough, taking out that semi-final in quite dramatic circumstances all the way. It was a great comeback from about 1-5 down in the third for Luke Stein. Won the next two games. And let's have a look at this last point. There it was. He possibly had to be a little bit careful with throwing his racket like that. Could have caused a little bit of damage, and the officials could have possibly caught him back on it and actually said no. When the match was almost still in play, the shot was a winner as such, but well, we'll give him credit for winning, and well done there for Paul Moran, also to Luke Stein in what was certainly a dramatic match going the full distance, and well done to both players. That is Paul Moran through to the final, where he'll take on Mason Smales tomorrow at 12:05 in the under-17 boys final.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Right, as we open up into this, the under-19 girls semi-final, it is Natalie Says. She is the top seed and serving now up against Leah Hodges, the 4th seed. Natalie has been mainly at the Belmont Club on the North Shore, but now at Remuera in Auckland, whereas Leah Hodges, that is from the Waikato. And Shelley Kitchen, anything in particular that we should be looking out for in this match, aside from possibly a very close contest?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, got the potential to be quite close if Leah plays well.
Well, possibly not quite as close as the match that we saw on this court just a moment ago.
That was pretty amazing. I think was Luke 2 love down and came back. And,
came back. That
five,
was Luke Stein almost took the match, but in the end, Paul Moran coming through in 5. And I haven't checked on the timing of that game, but gee, it went for a long time and was certainly very entertaining. And we could have that this time, but I'm not sure if we'll go quite the full distance. It'll be interesting to see how we go with... Natalie's quite an attacking player. She likes to finish a point with a bit of authority, doesn't she? Yeah,
she does. She likes to sort of hard and fast and move the ball around. Yeah, she does definitely like going for her shots. Whereas Leah, opposite really. We're quite happy for this match to last quite a long time. Runs really well, moves really well around the court. Natalie might be a little bit too strong, especially in this first game.
Well, both.
We're not quite sure what the score is at the moment, but I think Natalie's got quite a big lead in this game. Leah hasn't really found her strides yet. Natalie's 7-1 up in this game.
Right, and what you'll see from Natalie, I think she just turned 16 just a little while ago, is she is a powerful player. She's been around the junior world squads. I think we'll check on her age again in a minute, but she's been around the New Zealand junior squads for quite a while, hasn't she? So we'll just check on that score in just one moment. And let's just see where we're at.
It's a great shot from Natalie there. She's just pulling Leah to the front of the court. Another great length from Natalie there. I think she might have game ball in this game.
So we apologise with the scoring link, but we'll keep you up to date as much as we can.
It's a great length from Natalie.
Okay, so looking very positive there for Natalie Says in the first game. She does have game ball. So there we go. That is a relatively easy game, first game to Natalie Says, and the winner of this particular contest will take on, and she'll take on the next match, Georgia Robke against Anna O'Connor. So that'll be an interesting contest as well. I think, Shelley, Georgia Robke had a little bit of a rest this year, seemed to not play quite as much of the tournaments, whereas Anna O'Connor has had a real surge through. Yeah,
definitely. Georgia went to uni this year, Waikato University this year, whereas Anna sort of still at school and was part of the World Junior squad. End of last year and earlier this year. Anna from Invercargill, she was committed to the national squad system and the World Juniors as well. Went through selection there in beginning of the year. But yeah, it's nice to see Georgia playing again after having a...
Well, sometimes they've got to sort out their education, where they're going, what they're doing, and just maybe needing a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, definitely. And the COVID obviously probably didn't help. We probably would have seen her a little bit more in a few more tournaments, maybe our sort of A-grade Premier Club competition.
All right, well, let's just see. We're getting the players back on court, and of course, all players at the under-19 level have to wear goggles and eye protection. That's part of the PSA, and some prefer the goggles, some prefer the mask. Is it Does there appear to be any one more popular than the other? The goggles probably more popular?
Yeah, I think, Leah sort of plays with the goggles, with the doubles, everyone plays in the goggles.
Right.
Oh, so the mask. I think a lot of players probably have sponsored eyewear from the racket sponsor that they use.
All right, so we did have the confirmed score for that first game of 11-2, and it certainly looked that way in the actual points as well, that Natalie was able to dominate enough.
Yeah, Leah just hasn't really got into the match at all. Natalie's probably not letting her, like a really
That was
good
nice,
serve.
just punch it away.
Yeah, I
decisive
don't think that was
shot.
coming back from anyone, that shot. So
No.
as we see, even though it is quite warm here, the ball is dying in the back corners quite a lot.
How do you force your way back in when you say someone like Leah Hodges? How do you force your way back into the match when you've really struggled to get in and you just need that time? How do you actually do it?
Yeah, it's pretty hard, I think. You've got to be prepared to stay out there for a very long time. But then your opponent might just be having an absolutely great game on that day. They might be seeing the ball really, big kind of tennis ball, seeing it really big. And just like Natalie there, like she's hitting very, very good length. There's nothing really Leah can do with those shots. So
you can't just hope for an error, because if you're hoping for an error, you're going to be out there in a very short time.
And if you haven't really had much match play in the past six months or so, then you kind of actually forget to kind of get yourself out of those situations as well. So I think Leah's just trying something new now, just going short off the serve, which is not
risky,
usually what
it?
she does. Yeah, it is risky, but I think probably at this point she needs to try and do something a bit different. So, but yeah, I think I would be moving Natalie to the front corner a little bit, and probably low as well. Natalie's really good on the volley. Anything around that middle of the court, she's just going to attack like what she just did now. So, so probably if I was Leah's coach, moving it to the front a little bit more, a little bit lower onto the front wall, and whipping it past Natalie, maybe trying to turn her a little bit.
Well, Shelley, we've commented how it's great for the players to be around each other in a social sense, and we're not talking about partying up, but we're talking about just to be around each other again and feel that competitive spirit amongst them all. But also for so many different coaches that we have here as well, all talking. I've seen you been, I wouldn't say talked at, but had a lot of people talking to you about how things are going. A lot of coaches, and I think they're just happy to be around tournaments again and be able to communicate aside from on email or messenger, that they're actually chatting to each other.
Yeah, because we've actually missed quite a number of large events this year. With the New Zealand Junior Open, which is
that was
usually
going to be
in
big in
April.
Tauranga, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that was cancelled. The Oceanias and Trans-Tasman was postponed in April, and also the New Zealand Senior Nationals was postponed twice now. So it was originally June, then it's gone to August, now it's at the end of October. So usually those events are as a big opportunity for coaches and players to get together, mostly coaches to, just catch up with each other and everything else. So, yeah, this is the first big event for the year where the coaches are sort of...
Well, it's information swapping, isn't it? It's information catching up, but sharing about players, sharing about tactics and coaching and everything else. So, and people learn from that. Gee.
Yeah. That's a great shot there with Natalie just sort of standard boast there, and Leah was sort of expecting it to maybe go straight. Wasn't expecting the boast. So,
well, Natalie has a bit of an air of authority about the way she walks onto the court and holds herself, doesn't she? Some people can say, oh, that's an arrogant approach, but no, that's the best way to actually, you don't want to stand back, do you? And there we go with game two. Just, she's off there. You could see it like, yeah, okay. All right, I want to win this in 3. That's it. There's...
even though she's up 2 love, almost looks disappointed in the way she's playing. But, to me, I think she's playing very well. I don't, what more can she do in this situation?
Well, we saw it with Elijah Thomas and his victory as well. He lost hardly any points, and he was berating himself for losing 1 point.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need to relax, really, and just be...
Hey, I'm winning this. I've got 2 game to love lead. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting the way different people relate and also communicate with themselves, and you always want to be there and up and saying, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. But,
Yeah.
All right, you're doing very well. It looks as though you're going to go through the final at this rate anyway.
Yeah,
for Natalie
yeah.
says.
I think sometimes with the juniors, they just put a lot of pressure on themselves,
Yeah.
whether they're in selection or they're in a PSA tournament or they're playing against players a lot better than them, so they're always getting themselves ready for those tough matches. So sometimes, you know, if matches are a little bit easier on themselves, they do forget that they can.
Size leads 2 games to love. Love all. One love.
Well, Natalie's started pretty well in this game, two love up and pretty couple of really short points. But what I've noticed really in these games that I've watched so far today, when you're serving, it's really gluing to the wall. And if you don't sort of time it properly and just sort of pat it, it does mostly, you know, go down. So I think
Well, in
got
this
to really
particular
focus on that returner serve sometimes.
point here, you could see Leah Hodges just try and take authority to it and go for it. It didn't actually pay off, but she thought, well, you know, nothing else is really working for me. I'm just going to try and whack it hard and see what I can do. And she's been turned around a little bit. Nice angle.
Yeah. So you can't just do that with Natalie.
Yeah.
Just the level that she is. Leah's just got to put that ball long a little bit more. She can't really afford to be going too short.
Yeah, you can see her just try and change it up. It wasn't effective. It's that searching for what can I do.
Yeah, I think try and get Natalie behind her, turn her a little bit, and then put it in short instead of going short off the second or third.
Well, it's a couple of points back now for Leah Hodges. It just keeps it within one. You know, perhaps a little bit more pressure on Natalie says here.
Yeah, it'd be good to see her get into this match. I've definitely seen her play some really good squash in the past. Oh, just an unforced error there.
Sort of chipped away at it too much, stayed low. And certainly just watching Paul Moran walk past after his 5-game epic. And yeah, he's just having to down some Coke, I think, to get a little bit of sugar back in his body, because he certainly perspired out quite a lot against that match. And nothing wrong with having a little bit of Coke to get you just a little bit of energy.
Bit of a recovery drink there.
Yes. It's probably something we wouldn't recommend all the time, but after you've played a match as lengthy as he did,
Yeah.
there's no harm in it.
Yeah, a couple of errors from Natalie in this game. I think we've seen, 2 or 3 bows into the tin. It's got to give Leah a little bit of hope, I think. Yeah, and Natalie winning on a little cross-court sort of drop kill there.
Well, we can tell you that the official scoreboard for Paul Moran against Luke Stein, the official score 11-9, 11-5, 8-11, 6-11, 13-11, 1 hour and 16 minutes. So it was 1 hour 16 minutes. We knew it had gone over an hour, but officially it says 1 hour 16.
Oh,
so
wow.
it is the longest officials timeline of today. I'm not sure about yesterday if there was anything longer. I kind of doubt it. But 1 hour 16 is a big effort.
Yeah.
Well done to both players.
Yeah. So 7-all now in this game.
Gee. Oh, and there's the error
There's
again.
another tin there. Yeah, so it's either sort of a loose ball or a tin.
And you can
with
see
the girls at the
quickly
moment.
how Hodges moves across and like, hey, I'm on a roll. I want to go.
Yeah, that's how she definitely likes to play.
Yeah, she might sort of get a little bit more confidence, I think. This is probably one of the longest rallies, I think, of the whole game. So
really hammering the backhand side there. Both players just happy to play it along.
Oh, I think that's a let ball.
Yes, let, yes.
Yeah, I think there was room to play there. I think Natalie just needs to really keep it out of the tin, really.
Yeah.
That's Leah's definitely a fighter, and she will just keep running and chasing down the ball.
And that point there, nice playing away from the body on the backhand, really pushing it away with full pace. Gee, a few errors
That's
here.
a close one.
Yeah. But,
just going up that one.
yeah, just from where we are and just looking at it, sometimes can be a little bit difficult to just have to wait for a second to actually see it. That's a better shot.
It's a good rally here. Oh, sort of unnecessary, I think, both there from Leah, really.
Yeah.
They've been sort of put back a little bit more.
Trying for something too complicated, do you think?
Yeah.
One of those things.
Probably just, pressure, I think.
She's worked very hard to get back into this game, but now it is match ball. You can see Natalie was like, oh, why did I do that? Why did I do it so fine?
Yeah. When she's sort of deciding to kind of keep it long, it's good. As soon as she decides to put that boast in, it is hitting the tin. So I think that ball was down.
Ooh. So there we go. Nice fighting ability from Waikato's Leah Hodges to bring it back to 10-all. Well done on that. And gee, we could actually be going 4 at this rate. That's about half a dozen unforced errors for Natalie in this particular game. And there we go. Wow, gee, that is a big surprise after the first 2 games were won easily by Auckland's Natalie Sayers, and now it is Leah Hodges who's come back and won the third 12-10, the Waikato player. Well, now maybe putting a couple of question marks in Natalie Sayers, the top seed's mind. Well, Shelley Kitchen, Squash New Zealand High Performance Manager, we are in an interesting situation here with Leah Hodges fighting her way back. And she was looking down for all money. But fighting her way back and winning a 12-10, as we can see, with Natalie says a lot of unforced errors. In fact,
Yeah,
another one
like
right
I
there.
think, yeah, you know, we all know that Leah is a real fighter. You know, she's just going to keep the ball coming back. I think Natalie 5 or 6 unforced errors in the third
Yeah, when you're
game,
doing that many.
almost, I think, and then it's just given Leah sort of a little bit of hope, I think. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens now, what the coaches said to both the girls. So if I was talking to Natalie, I probably would have said just try and keep the ball out of the tin as much as you can. If I was talking to Leah, I'd say just keep pushing as much as you
well,
can.
you just coach both players.
Yeah, just keep hounding as much as possible and get Natalie behind you as much as she can. So,
well, you can understand for most players a couple of unforced errors, but we were talking about half a dozen in that.
yeah, and probably no need as well. She was up 2-love, winning pretty comfortably.
Just a little bit of impatience.
Yeah. But that's all right, Natalie.
I mean, she's still got a 2-game to 1 lead.
Yeah. And A1 as well.
It's a better shot.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
In fact, she probably needed that for her confidence, because it was the shot that last game she would almost hit into the tin. This one was just above the tin,
Yeah.
played well,
Yeah.
nicely controlled.
I think back to basics, really.
You tried telling a teenager go back to basics?
Yeah. I know, easier said than done. Well, she hasn't played a boast, you know, in this game.
Yeah.
She's been just playing straight drops to move Leah to the front of the court. So definitely paying off, that's for sure at the moment. Oh.
So what
I think
happened
that's
there?
the right shot from Leah.
Yeah.
Oh, she kind of set up like she's playing a straight drive or long, and then
It's almost too many options, so I'll hit it down to the ground.
Yeah, and then a straight drop, anything on the front wall probably would have been a winner. Natalie was expecting it long.
Oh, that's nice play from
Yeah,
Natalie.
that's
Where's she going to
nicely.
go? Yeah, she knew where her opponent was having to run back, so she had options there.
Yeah. Also, Natalie's got a really, really big lead.
You wouldn't
Here.
expect her to drop it from here. Well, she shouldn't. Although we've kind of said that with other matches so far today. There's the option. Oh,
Oh, she got that back. Probably long. Yep.
oh.
That's some good pickups from both the girls there. Oh, wow. Natalie
Yeah,
kind of reading Leah's play at the moment.
I think Leah was sort of hoping that she could call something, but there was nothing
Yeah.
that she really could call there.
Yeah, the ball had gone past her there, so.
And again, a large number of people in the venue enjoying the afternoon of squash. 170 entries from ages 11 through to 19, under 19s, and 160 matches or thereabouts today alone.
Yeah, the matches seem to be going pretty well. I think everything's pretty much on time. The controllers and referees and players are doing really well to make sure they're sticking to times. It's good.
Certainly some very tired players who have had to play 2 matches today, in quarters and semis in the main draws, and then we had the consolation and plates as well.
Yeah, I think
Finals.
some people had 2 matches yesterday, maybe with the 32 draws as well, and in our national
So
events
as a high
now.
performance manager, you're cracking the whip on these players.
Wow, we actually shortened the event this year because of COVID and cost,
Yeah.
financial costs. So we've sort of, this event would usually be 1 or 2 days longer. But as it turns out, we've still got just as many people, if not more.
I don't think the players really mind. They just want to get out there and play because there's been so many restrictions for them. But they just want to get out there and play and seem to be enjoying it. And it's certainly been good for the players. 9-2. So let's see how Natalie can finish off this match. And then we'll check out the second semi-final, Georgia Robke against Anna O'Connor.
There's a pretty high ball from Natalie. Oh, and the opposite to Leah, hitting the tin. So
Exactly. So the game ball now, and see if she can finish it off this time. Oh, well,
Great
that was an
shot.
audacious
Good game.
type of shot. It was effective, though, and coming through in 4 games. That is, Natalie says through to the semi-final, made that through to the final, and she will have a match in the final tomorrow against either Georgia Robke or Anna O'Connor, which is the contest coming up very shortly on this same court. So already we've got Georgia on the court. She wanted to get on straight away, and we'll come back with that game not too far away.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
And we're on now. There you go. You can hear yourself. That's Mason Smales with me, folks. And he's through to the final of the under-17 boys. And Mason, you're going to take on Paul Moran, who played a marathon 5-game contest against Luke Stein. And your match was long enough. You beat Upper Wharealofa. Was that 4 or 5? 4, wasn't it?
I was in 4, yeah.
And, you know, he's one of your mates, someone that you've known for so long. And, you know, you're at the same club and everything like that.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that victory?
Pretty happy. Yeah. It was a good win. And
yeah, anytime you win a match is a good win, I guess. But in that particular one, in the first couple of games, there appeared to be some lengthy rallies, but you know, just fell away a little bit in the fourth. I think probably a little bit of tiredness, a little bit of pressure coming through.
A little bit, like started to feel in the legs, so had to change my game plan a bit. But
okay.
Yeah.
But what about when you know someone's game so well? You know, you guys must know exactly how you're going to play the
train
shots.
a lot and stuff, so it's just pretty normal.
Okay.
To play against each other. Yeah.
For you being a lefty, I mean, we're watching another lefty here, Georgia Robke. She's, you know, lefty. You just seem to be able to hold the ball. In most racket sports, you seem to be able to hold the ball just that split second longer, which it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's just harder for people to read because it's a bit
there's
more
not
trickier.
so many of you, is there?
Yeah.
You know, when you look around the boys and the men's in New Zealand, there's Evan Williams, who'll be the top seed in the national champs, senior champs, but I'm just trying to think of how many others. There's
not many, not too many other lefties.
Okay. All right, so it's a good thing. So you're left-hander. Maybe we should teach a whole lot of juniors, or actually real young juniors, to switch hands. And I mean, that's Rafael Nadal in tennis. He's actually right-handed, but he plays left-handed. So it's helped him. And you know, you're looking towards that other semi-final, when you must have seen a little bit of it, and must be thinking, gee, this is kind of nuts. But keep going.
Yeah, I was just like, keep going, you know. If you guys keep going those long as rallies, keep going 11 on the 5th, you know. I like that.
It took 1 hour 16 was the entire match, the official timing. So that's a long match, and I think Paul, although Paul Moran loves running, that's the thing. You know, you're not going to get short points with him tomorrow, are you?
No, because I know he's going to be retrieving the whole time, and it'll be tough. But
okay. So no, big tough one for you. You're still 15, are you?
I'm 16.
Oh, you
just turned 16, yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you've got another year in the 17s, or you probably...
No, this is my last year.
Okay.
So.
And I seem to recall last year, how did you go in the Nationals last year?
Last year I was 7th seed, and then I beat the number 2 seed, and then I made the semi-finals.
Okay.
And I lost to Jack Honda on 5.
Yeah, Jack bouncing all over the court and running everything down as he does. And we've just seen the first game go very quickly there to Georgia Robke from Thames Valley up against Southland's Anna O'Connor. And very quick fashion there. And we've got a lot of supporters around. How does it feel in a complex like this, where your court, you had a lot of people almost bearing down on the court, not so much from above, but from behind, watching you? Do you actually notice people watching, or, I mean, you probably shouldn't, should you? You should be focusing on the match.
Not too much. I just notice, you know, all the cheering after points and after games and all that, but yeah.
And then at your court and your main court in Henderson, it's really down, and people are up above you, sort of. I don't know how you call it, but you know, they're really looking down on you. It must feel a little bit. Is that intimidating, or is it a little bit different for courts like this?
Yeah, a bit intimidating, but it's like, because different supporters are coming from different areas of the court, because especially court 1, you know, there's different angles around, so like you can be cheering from the bottom or top, and just hearing it from anywhere.
Because sometimes you sort of get the, I'll call it the white line fever or red line fever, that you don't actually notice, everything sort of merges into one. You don't notice specific people, but I think there's quite a few loud supporters out of your club that you probably hear. They are very loud. And just getting ready for the second game. Anna O'Connor from Invercargill, and as we said, Georgia Robke from the Thames Valley out of the Waikato, and she's been in the New Zealand junior team. In fact, she was away for a couple of junior teams overseas, whereas Anna O'Connor was in the juniors for this year, which was meant to be going to the Gold Coast, and unfortunately that got cancelled. So a real shame there for the Trans-Tasman and also the World Juniors. and the Gold Coast. Unfortunately, COVID interrupting that tournament. So let's see what she can do here. What you'll see from Rocky is real whippy from the hands. It's kind of like the left-handed thing of just being able to whip it late.
From all parts of the court.
Yeah. Have you, for you, do you like letting the ball bounce into the corners and taking it from there, or would you rather push forward and take it on the volley, take it on the full?
It depends, because depending on what player you play, because like some of the players can hit it really hard and it's hard to cut off, but then you can let it go back and hit a better shot.
Right.
But it is definitely like, I definitely prefer to cut it off because it gives me more time and
is there
less
any
time to get there. So.
Is there any players, do you watch any PSA tournaments on, whether it's on Sky or whether it's online, and sort of see the differences there? You can see Paul Cole loves drawing out the relic, doesn't he? Whereas you get some of the other guys, maybe some of the Europeans, Simon Rosner or some of the others, like to just cut it off and say, that's it, let's finish it.
Play some shots and...
well, you're going to be like, Leo Farialofa and play a shot off every ball. He's one of those players. But yeah, they're different styles, and you can probably start analysing as you get to a certain age. You can analyse how, say, Paul Cole will extend it a little bit more, and some others will just try and go forward. And, what was it? I don't know what that was. No, it was okay on that one. So Anna O'Connor just forcing her way back in a little bit here. So we have a look at this point, Mason, and see what we can see out of this. Certainly, both players really having a strong hit at it.
Yeah. High intensity rally.
Interesting how O'Connor used the lob there to force her opponent back. Was the ball dying in this particular court that we're looking at, court 2, I guess the main court here at the complex? It seems to die in the right-hand forehand corner a lot, in the corner there on the right-hand corner. Was it dying a little bit in your corners, or it wasn't too bad?
It wasn't too bad. Like, it was like, since me and Upper like to hit it pretty hard.
Right.
It was really bouncy, but yeah.
Okay. Because it is warm outside in Christchurch today. Nice 21, 22, and we've got all the doors open, and it's sunny there. And a lot of friends walking by, people saying well done. And just looking at this particular court, it seems to be just one corner more than the other, which is hard to read. And nice away from the body there.
Good shot.
Do you have a particular favourite shot for you? Is there anything you like going forward or going for a particular shot?
I have like a little bit of a secret weapon shot, like there's a triple boast from the front.
Triple boast? That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. I get my body in a weird position and then just flick it out. And
okay. So that's been the wristy sort of thing there for the left-hander. And so Mason, as just turned 16-year-old, we've spoken to all sorts of people. Some players want to go pro, and we've spoken to Manu Yam, and he said his nephew Gabe is going to go on a scholarship to the US, so he's going to get that degree there. And playing the scholarship, other players want to play pro, others want to focus on different things.
Yeah.
What about you? You're 16, you maybe start thinking about, gee, this is what I'd like to do. Is there anything in particular at the moment?
I just want to try and do well in school first, and then maybe if squash is going well, then might try and go pro, but otherwise.
So what high school are you at?
Mount Albert Grammar School.
Okay, and that's the same as Jack Condor, I think, isn't it? He must be in his last year, I think, and you've got a couple of years to go?
Yeah, year 11 this year.
Okay, all right, and that's pretty good, historically a good school, and it's one of those established schools, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good school. I like it a lot. And
do your friends at school know that you're a pretty decent squash player?
Yeah, they know that. They're not that interested in squash, because doesn't. Yeah, doesn't so.
Well, if you can go back a national champ, then they'll show a bit more interest, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's good to hear. Well, in this the second game, it is Anna O'Connor who's worked it way back in quite nicely. Look at the set. Take it off. So, no, we've got a let on that one. Was it a let? Yep. Okay, let's just check and see if she can wrap it up and wrap up this game here. Strong backhand down the line.
Was that it? Yeah, that was a 10.
Well done there to Anna O'Connor. It's going to go 4 at least, and that was Georgia Robke taking the first 11-2. But O'Connor coming back nicely in the second. Well, Mason Smales, we'll let you go. You're going to take on Paul Moran in the final of the under-17 boys tomorrow. That's scheduled for 12:05 p.m. So anybody can check that out. And Mason, thank you very much for your time, and all the best for tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, let's now start into the third game. Anna O'Connor forcing a few errors at her opponent, Georgia Robke. And back into the contest, it is Robke who's the left-hander. O'Connor from Southland in the white skirt. And racing away in this, the third game, to 3-love. Let's see where this match will take us, because it's been a little bit, say, topsy-turvy, for want of a better phrase. And let's see where we're at with this. 5-love already. Nice angles there from, let's see, oh, that's a good play down the line now. A lot of running around for O'Connor. And she's finding herself down 0-6. Gee, well, 7-love. Not sure what's gone on. And just something on with the court there, all sorted now. Not sure what's gone on with O'Connor, and Robke's just cut out the errors. O'Connor's just made a few of them. She asking for a let there. And all business now it is for Georgia Robke. She's now up 8-zip and using some nice angles. Perhaps she just turned on the switch saying, let's play, because in the last game there was a number of errors, and now Anna O'Connor's just got to slow it down and take her time. And the winner of this contest, well, they go through to the final, and they will take on Natalie Says, who was a winner in 4 games over Leah Hodges. So a point back, and she's on the scoreboard. It'll be a big fight back if she needs to win from here. And that was very efficient and very businesslike from George Robke, taking that, the third game, 11-1. And 2 games to 1 up in this, the under-19 final. There's already one finalist, that is Natalie says she is through to the final, and it looks as though Georgia Robke, well, she's certainly got the advantage to go through and meet her in the final. And Georgia Robke looking fairly good. She's only dropped 3 points on the 2 games that she's won over Anna O'Connor from Southland. This is the under-19 girls semi-final. The left-hander from Thames Valley doing particularly well. Although O'Connor in that second game showed a lot of fight, but what we're seeing in the third and now the fourth is real efficiency and business-like approach from Georgia Robke, who was well, she dropped that point, but otherwise she was looking very efficient, just doing what she needed to do, quickly getting on with the next point, and making her opponent spend a lot of time chasing the ball. And 2 more. Oh, that's it. She does have a lovely backhand at times. O'Connor. Here's the angle. There's the post. And oh, came in. Whipping that ball across the body. It's a nice play. Get it in time. She did. And well played by Georgia Robke. Just able to not get overexcited with the opportunity to win the point and just play it with a bit of subtlety rather than overheading the shot. Oh, look at the angle, look at the post, everything on that shot. Let's put her in position. Gee, they're running there from Anna O'Connor. She's staying in it, having to work very hard for it, and then the error into the tin. So certainly great athletic ability, but just was always having to fight her way back into the point. And a big enthusiastic crowd of family, coaches and players themselves enjoying the atmosphere here at the Kashmir Club. And congratulations so far to the club for putting on a great event. It's a revamped venue from around about a year ago. Obviously had a few issues having to delay matches or delay the tournament, but at least it's been held, and everybody's very happy with that. Oh, just mistimed that one completely. That corner has been a worrisome corner for players left and right-handed. And coming up after this contest, we'll have the under-19, first of the under-19 boys semi-finals, Leo Fatialofa against Glenn Templeton. These two players have played each other many times. Oh, just pushing that one into the tin and giving Anna O'Connor an opportunity to work her way back in. But yes, it's Fatialofa and Glenn Templeton, the defending champion in the under-19 boys. Ranked around about the 340 mark in the world. It should be a very good match coming up very shortly. And Anna O'Connor's done what she did in the second game. Looking a bit down, but now forcing the errors. Oh, that's a powerful forehand, but let's just have a look. Players checking in with the officials. And O'Connor taking a step forward, a little bit of question mark, just figuring out which side to go. Players having a little bit of difficulty actually hearing the officials onto the court. And there we go, ready now. So, how things have changed again. Easy start to this, the fourth game for Georgia Robke, but Anna O'Connor is a very good retriever and has forced a few errors. Let's see. And really trying to work it quickly. Wow. This is quite an amazing match, because we saw in the third game Georgia Robke just playing some great squash and running away with it. However, in this, the fourth game, we've seen O'Connor just almost run away with it. And that's a bit of point. Now, can Georgia come back and actually force a bit of pressure at this one, because it's been a real turnaround. Where's she going to go? Chops it nicely and takes that point. So one back. It's a long way to come back from a 5-10 down. Well, that's deep into the corner as well. So 7-10 down. A lot of game balls against her. Is the pressure on O'Connor or Robke? Well, she just saved 3 game balls from 5-10 down to 8-10 down. She's able to come back from this and 1-4. That's a very good comeback. Oh, snuck that one just above the tin. That is a good play. And there we go, from 5-10 down to 9-10 down. Oh, a nice drop, still in it, and turning her opponent around. Oh, wow. Whether it's experience or whether it's luck, she's come right back from 5-10 down to now be 11-10 ahead. Right, we're back at to 11 all. Just had a little glitch there on the score. It's certainly been a very good performance to come back, but let's just make sure we do have the score correct. It is definitely Anna O'Connor up at 12-11, so she's got the game ball. It has been a very comprehensive comeback. See what Robke can do on this. It's a nice drop shot there. Another one. Back into it. And well played. We're going 5, folks. A good lead from O'Connor, and then a good fight back to force it to 10 each. Then 11 all from Robke from 5-10 down. But O'Connor wins it in the end to take it to 5. into the 5th game of this, the under-19 girls semi-final. The winner will go through and take on Natalie Says, the top seed. And that's not quite right. The scoreboard is having a, well, it's got a mind of its own. But we can tell you that we are at the beginning of the 5th. The 4th game was not 14-11. In fact, you can't actually have 14-11. But anyway, the main focus is that we are in the 5th game. And this is Georgia Robke from Thames Valley against Anna O'Connor from Southland. O'Connor's showing a lot of ability to run balls down and really force the errors. In one game, you've got Georgia just hitting winner after winner. And then in the next one, it's O'Connor forcing the errors. Both players playing on turbo speed when it comes to taking a break in between. Who goes at a service error? Checking it out. No, it's not. Just a little bit of indecision there. There's plenty of players staying around for the semi-finals. Of course, the finals starting from 8:30 tomorrow. And, these two players having a real battle from something that looked as though we were going to see Georgia run away with the match. We've managed to go into 4-1 in the 5th game. And the running ability of Anna O'Connor has really kept her in the match. Very fit and fast around the court. And checking now for the let. 5-1 up for the left-hander. Oh, I don't know. Straight into it. There's no mucking around here. These players want to get on. It's as if they've got an appointment somewhere else. Nice touch. And now kind of forcing Robke back there. Nice chop on the forehand. And as we get into the 5th game, a lot more questioning of the officials. And just in this venue, the officials are in a grandstand, a referee grandstand, so they've got a bit more height over the court. Get to see slightly different perspective if they were down low. 6-1 up. Robke. Oh, punching it away. Nice shot from Anna O'Connor. Just the punch forward. Not a big swing. She got it right in the corner. O'Connor's got control of this. So she can continue. And Georgia Robke fought her way back into that one. 7-2. Now this thing, a 7-2 lead, hasn't really meant that much, except for the 1st and 3rd game, but otherwise it hasn't really meant that much because both players able to successfully win their way back into the rally. And the pressure, nice angle there. So 1 more point to Robke. And you heard earlier Shelley Kitchen saying that Robke now at University of Waikato, in the New Zealand junior team a couple of occasions. And nice play, Connor. And really, both players almost congested close to the front wall. Let's see what Robke can do now. Substantial lead. Can she wrap it up? Only 2 points away. And now, game ball, match ball, you name it. She's got it. Georgia Robke up 10-2 in the 5th. And oh, there's the error, an unfortunate error in the end. Georgia Robke will go through to the final and take on Natalie Says in the final tomorrow. That game tomorrow afternoon. And congratulations there to both players. Going 5, albeit a kind of quick 5. And of course, the fourth wasn't 14-11, but it was in 5 games that she managed to go through, Georgia Rodkey. So congratulations there. Coming up not too far away, we Leo Wharelofa against Glenn Templeton in the first of the under-19 boys semi-finals.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Right, so now we are on for the under-19 semi-finals, and it is Glenn Templeton, the defending champion in the under-19 title. He's ranked at 356 in the world in the PSA men's, that's seniors, against Leo Fatialofa, the third seed, and Fatialofa ranked at 372 in the world. So these two players, they've got plenty of PSA experience. In fact, they both played in the PSA satellite tournament last weekend in Auckland. And as I said, Templeton, the defending champion, and up against Fatialofa, the third seed. What you'll see out of Fatialofa is willing to attack at any stage, and Templeton using his, I guess, his extra reach around the court here. And let's just bring in now Manu Yam. Experienced coach has already spoken to us a little bit earlier today. Manu, just moving on from where we were earlier today.
Yep.
This
is a big game.
Yeah.
Big game.
This is a very big game, isn't it? I mean, these two players have played each other
many times before.
Yeah. I mean, earlier in the tournaments in the year, then there was the Squash XL tournaments. They played each other just about every week there.
Yep.
And then last week they were playing in the PSA satellite.
They know each other's game. I think they've been playing since they were, what, under 11s probably?
Something like that.
So now they're under 19s,
well,
nothing
look at
new.
this point.
Yeah,
it's
big, huge first rally.
What could some of the younger players in, say, the 11s, 13s or 15s learn from even that first point?
It's just feeding. See, how you start the rally, how you start the match is how you pretty much start the whole game. And you could see that they're feeding each other around, working their lengths,
so they're
getting
looking
the
for
feel
weakness.
of the court. Yep, looking for weaknesses, just getting their basic games sorted, getting their straight drives, keeping those shots tight. Ooh, tight.
Yeah, it's quite enthralling, and I perhaps looking at the matches that we've had, Dunbar and against Smith, that was
Yep.
You know, you just see the step up in ages.
Yes,
the step
very
up in
clearly,
maturity.
boys and girls, you could see the maturity and the physical differences. Just you know,
We're not talking about just in body, but we're talking about mentally as well.
Mental as well, and you could see the level of play as well. You know, just an age group above. Rallies are longer. The structure of the rallies are better. You just, you know.
Well, some newcomers to the sport might say, well, why don't they go for a winner? That's nice, but it's not going to work all the time anyway.
But that's squash, you know. As you go higher in the age, the rallies, you know, under 11s, average rallies are what, 3-4 shots?
Exactly.
Under 13, maybe doubles up. Under 15, and look at under 19, a minute first rally. So you just, you know,
it's. I mean, that is the thing with squash. Is, to certain levels, it just becomes a battle of fitness.
Yep, fitness, testing out each other's game tactics, strategies.
Well, that's what is such a great sport. When people say, well, you know, if you want to get fit, this is probably one of the sports that
the healthiest sport.
Healthiest, most obvious sport you want to play if you want to stay fit or get fit.
And one more advantage of squash, it could be played all year round.
That.
You know, rain or shine, 4 seasons.
Well, they've got to say, knowing your club, Belmont Rackets Club, having been a tennis coach there a long time ago, it does get pretty humid in those courts.
Yes, it does get pretty humid. But because when I first started coaching in Belmont, they were asking me, you know, that squash is only during school terms 2 and 3. Terms 1 and 4 is tennis. So when I started, I said, why? Why can't be squash played all year round?
Yeah, why not?
And that's what we've started. And you could see now that even during summer months, we've introduced that summer training, and it has helped the kids.
I mean, that's the only problem. And I mean, you'll know coming from the Philippines, but the only problem in Auckland with the humidity.
Yes.
it can get pretty humid.
It gets pretty humid, and then we do outdoor activities as well. So enjoying the sun.
What about for you, coming from the Philippines? It must have been pretty hot playing there any time of the year playing squash.
You know, and my students still don't believe me that when I used to play, even my socks get soaking wet.
Oh, that's harsh. They don't believe you used to play. That's very harsh.
No, not only that, but you know, the way we sweat back in the Philippines. And I always kid them that even my socks get wet, and we have to change our socks every set.
Oh, goodness.
That's how humid and hot. And it's yuck, you know. But it's the way it is. So yeah, very different from here. Sometimes, you know, during the winter months
Yeah, it's,
with the cold weather, the games are.
you see your breath on the court, right?
Yep. So still 3-all. Still feeling each other at the start of the game.
Well, I mean, how long as a player do you want to just keep on going like this? Is this, you know, as a coach, you say, hey, just do it as long as you can?
Yes, as long as you can. And then, you know, about 7-all, 8-all, when your opponent or you yourself reaches 8, you know, I call that the end game, part of the game. And that's where you really have to stick to your basics, right? Double up your intensity, hit tighter shots, don't take too much risks.
Well, it's interesting because we know that Leo Farelofa is a shot maker.
Yes.
However, you can see
he's
so
still
far.
playing, he's still playing pretty conservative at this stage. Not letting Glenn really dominate that middle. It's a good volley.
There, come back.
Yes.
I mean, even there, he just loped across, managed to reach it. A little bit of body. What have we got there?
Just a little bit of.
We're just checking.
Yep, interference.
Leo on court, when he does speak to the officials, is always pretty calm.
Yeah.
He may shake his head a couple of times, but he's got a very good temperament.
Actually, both of them are pretty calm. You know, their temper, not too much emotions being shown, which is good.
I think Glenn can't wait to be old enough to get rid of the goggles.
Yes.
They're just like, oh, great, let's get rid of these. It's there for the benefit, and it's part of the rules, but
very important.
For some players, just the perspiration as well. When they really get into a match, they just want to throw them away. And
2-point lead now.
Yeah. I mean, if Leo could take this, it would be a real boost for him. I mean, it's not to say he'll win the final against Leo or Joe, but just the boost to get above Glenn and just take that step.
Because when was the last time they played? I think.
Did they play in the PSA last week? I'm just trying to recall. I was there, but I just can't recall.
I don't think they
played. But Leo has stated that he's had a bit of a struggle to beat Glenn.
Yes.
You know, usually.
Because I think Glenn is a bit older. I think he's a bit.
He'll be 19 in a month or so, whereas Leo is 17.
I think just turned 17. So.
I think when you have these two players, it's great to have slightly different ways in the style that they play, but it's nice to see 17-year-olds coming through.
Yep. Because Leo still has 2, so this year and next year to play in the under-19s.
He's actually a prefect at Auckland Grammar, which is quite a prestigious to be a prefect there. Well, that's a nice touch, but.
And I think earlier this year as well, Leo was playing and focusing on his rugby.
Yes. So well, you can see he's a very much an athlete. You could put him in just about any sport and he wouldn't look out of place, would he?
He's built and, and I could just imagine him running that wing in rugby.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
But I think
good pressure,
he's seeing now that squash could be a pathway to other things. But he's very conscientious about his study. Well, he keeps on telling me that. I don't know whether he is, but he keeps on telling me that, Leo, that, you know, his study, what he wants to do, he wants to excel, and no matter what he's at, and that's great to see.
And studying in Auckland Grammar, obviously you have to maintain a certain level of standard, academic-wise.
And this is another good rally, just feeling each other out.
So just sensing that, you know, like that last rally, so you could see that Glenn still needs to move up. You know, he's not really taking advantage of that high tee position.
You were talking about a couple of 11-year-olds or players in the 11s. How do you, I mean, aside from winning matches, although at that age it doesn't have to be winning matches, does it? How do you say that kid's going to be good?
Yeah, so I think it's more the understanding of the game.
Right.
You know, in terms of shot selection, their movement, you know, how they read their opponent's shots as well. So all those little things that this guys, you know, when you're under 19, don't really pay attention. But at that under 11, those are the crucial times. And those are the crucial small signs that coaches look for those young kids. And not necessarily results, not necessarily winning, you know, but it's those little signs that
But sometimes with some of those players, they can be good at every sport, particularly at the 13-year-old.
That's the problem with the under 11s and the under 13s. They do play other sports as well, and they have a tendency to be good at it as well. So that's where.
And they'll probably go with the team sport.
Yes,
most likely over an individual sport. Not all the time, but
that's the tough decision parents need to.
Because they want to go with their mates.
Yes. So that's a good aggressiveness.
Well, it's a little bit surprising, the scoreline. We're not saying that Templeton's been out of it. He hasn't. But the scoreline perhaps a little bit easier.
Yes, unexpected. So you could see a bit of body language from Glenn. I think coaches need to do a little bit of, you know, firing up and stuff. But I'm sure he will.
Who's he going off to see? And let's see who's following him. And
Glenn is from the Bay.
Yeah,
so,
and he's got one of the Bay coaches there up there with him, I can see.
So I think they need a little bit of firing up. But Glenn has been in this situation before.
Yeah.
He's been here. And we've seen him fire up.
Yeah. We might just keep you for just a few more minutes if we can, please, Manu, and look at how. The interesting thing for me has been players coming out after the break and how they've emerged. Like we had a very strange game with Georgia Robke beating Anna O'Connor.
Yes, in 5. That was
and it was just quite. It was like 11-2. Then she dropped the next one. Then 11-1 for Georgia, and then
that happens a lot.
Yeah, just quite an unusual match.
I think it's all about the starts. You know, it's all about how, especially with the juniors, at whatever level, it's all about how you start that set. Right. You know, and if you get ahead by 2-3 points, it's huge. It's a huge advantage, and it takes a lot from players to come back from a 2-3 point deficit, and I think that's what's been happening.
Well, what was with Georgia? She just had a couple of unforced errors.
Yes.
And, they weren't there the previous game, and then suddenly there was 2, 3, 4.
A couple of unforced errors could be huge at the start, you know, and there's always that positive mindset whenever you are leading. And as you can see in that first game, it was tight until 3 and 4.
Yes.
And then when Leo strung about 3-4 points, you could see already the change on Glenn's body language.
Well, we've had a few people in the past from overseas who have watched Glenn play, particularly in the Squash Excel.
Glenn has everything.
He does, and the power. I remember Paul Cole saying to me, "Oh my goodness, this guy can hit with so much power. Can we use it?"
Coverage, his skill.
But there's a few people from overseas who were saying, "Well, you know, this guy doesn't look as though he's trying."
Exactly.
Very deceptive.
Very deceptive. Very deceptive. His body language, his facial expressions, you know, but he can be. I've seen him fire up in the World Juniors last year. Had some really huge games, 5-setters where he really fired up.
Was that in Malaysia, that one?
Yes, that was in Malaysia. Oh, it was last year. Yeah, because this year it was cancelled. So, and he can fire up, and who can remember last year's under-19 final with Elijah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So at the World Juniors last year, and he would have been playing players from all sorts of different countries.
Yes.
How did they sort of feel about? Hang on, this big guy's coming out. How did because around New Zealand we're kind of used to it. But
yes.
How did those opponents from around the world feel about this big guy coming out? I'm sure he would have been physically bigger than a lot of the others.
Yes, but obviously you're talking about World Juniors. So
yes.
He played a couple of. I think he played a German guy. I'm not so sure, but. But there are a lot of big kids as well in the World Juniors, so
it wasn't standing out so much.
He wasn't standing out too much, but what he learned from there is that how these big boys play.
Yes.
How these big boys dominate the tee and try to volley and then back to the tee, maintaining a very high tee position, cutting off shots.
What about physically? It doesn't matter if they bump into each other.
Because that's the disadvantage with when you play a bigger and taller guy, you are made to move around them.
Yes.
And that's a lot of work. Every rally moving around your opponent.
Well, that was a nice pickup there from Leo Farialova. Didn't hit it too hard.
Yep, but again, Glenn could have easily gotten that one.
Yeah, just seemed to hold back a little bit.
Yep. And this is huge. The next points are going to be huge for Glenn to stay in that positive mindset. See, so you could see in that one, you know, he hit a good length, but didn't really push forward.
Did that come off? Yes, it did.
Yeah, I think that was a good boast. That was a good boast. But that's what we're talking about, the skill of Glenn.
Yeah. I mean, he was right in the backhand corner.
Yep.
He was able to take it completely across the court.
Yes.
And difficult for Fatialofa.
That's the skill that Glenn is capable of doing. Oh. Tried to be tricky there.
Yeah, well, that's a Leo. That's a kind of Leo kind of shot,
Leo will always. I call Leo fearless.
Yeah,
Fearless in the sense that, you know, it's in a good way. Fearless in a good way, that he will not shy away from winners. He will hit that nick when there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
And which is exciting to watch. Exciting to watch.
Well,
obviously, there are, you know.
As we get into this midway through or a third of the way through this second game, you can see a couple of errors coming in.
Yes,
you had
yes.
Leo trying too much. We had Glenn
Yep.
not doing too much there. And, you know, we're only in the second game, but it can still take a little bit out of the players.
Yes, I think.
Let's see.
Yep, they're feeling it already, but this is a huge rally. It's a good both.
Pushing right back. We haven't seen Glenn Templeton play off his body too much so far in this contest. Usually he plays off his body very well. For somebody's back, you just bang, puts it away on their backhand, and on their forehand, he's got a real drive through that can be very effective. Hasn't had that opportunity yet. In fact, Leo's actually kept it away, and you'd think for a big guy, cramping would be good, but it actually isn't.
Yep. It's a combination of both Leos getting good length, not really giving Glenn an opportunity.
So what's the call on that one? And doesn't appear to be going the way of Templeton on this occasion.
So I think that was called a no-let.
Yeah.
Is it a no-let?
Gee, that's quite tough.
Yep, so quite harsh on that call. But again, as you can see, because both players are feeling it physically, their movement is, but that's a good pickup. Now, there you go. I think Glenn needed that point.
Yeah, he
needed that point.
He was feeling a bit down, and after that decision not quite going with him. Oh.
That's Mr. Fearless.
Yeah. Which,
having lost a point, huge point, comes up with a straight volley drop winner.
You can't really coach that, can you? That's natural talent.
That's natural talent.
Yeah.
And the willingness to execute it.
At any stage.
Yep, at any stage of the game.
Oh,
it's a good drop, tight.
Well, he's come back. I mean, Leo's just sort of had a couple of periods there where a couple of points didn't go his way, and Glenn Templeton was looking better, and then a couple of points again not going his way. So it sort of switches around a lot.
Yep. Well, that's squash. You know, the momentum can change quickly as.
And we'll be able to let you go after this particular game, Manu, because I know you've got a lot of matches to watch.
Yes.
You've got
some huge games coming up, but yep.
Well, out of I managed to see he showed me the photo. Riley McCracken, who had to pull out of the tournament, showed me the photo of the gash out of his leg.
Yes, it was pretty nasty, that one. But again, you know, these are tests for those juniors that, you know, it's a lesson for them.
Stay off bikes, don't do anything silly.
You know, and just before a tournament, you need to do everything to be safe.
Yeah, the tournament comes first in everything, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's it. You know, tournament first.
Yep.
Forget about doing anything fun. Well, maybe not everything fun.
A little bit of fun. A little bit of fun.
Take the risk out of everything.
Yes, that's it. That's the right word, the risk. But he'll learn. Riley will learn. You know,
he's a good kid, and you know, just a young kid, and just wants to do everything in life.
Glenn is in control of this rally. Oh, that's a tight one.
Goodness. Okay, well, there we go. Well, Manu Yam, thank you very much for your time again today, and that is a 2-game to love lead
Thank you, Dave.
for
Thank you.
Leo Fatialofa. Leo Fatialofa playing arguably one of the best matches that he's played for, well, certainly against Glenn Templeton, the defending champion in the under-19 boys. Fatialofa seems very focused and very patient as well. Every now and then, as Manu Yam was saying, the fearless player comes out. He's able to hit the winners that you wouldn't expect. Glenn Templeton a little bit off. But Fatialofa hasn't really been letting him play that strong. Let's just have a look. And now Templeton just taking that point and going up 2-1. We have seen Leo Fatialofa do this in previous matches against Glenn or other opponents where he's had the lead and there just hasn't quite been able to keep the focus and let it drop away a little bit. Tried to scoop that one up. Glenn Templeton didn't work in the end. So Fatialofa takes one back. And the winner of this match will play in the finals tomorrow in the afternoon against either Elijah Thomas or Joe Smythe. And that will be for the title. Certainly Glenn Templeton very keen to keep going, and also Elijah Thomas very keen to take the title after having the opportunity last year. Again, just trying to scoop it up. Templeton, there was quite a bit of movement around there for both players. And Fatialofa, very good mover. Templeton just taking that step to his right, trying to scoop the ball. Didn't quite work out and hitting the tip. Oh, it's a beautiful shot down the line. Almost collected a racket in his head there, Templeton. So both players, you can see a little bit of fatigue coming in. And that was Fatialofa going for one of his trademark shots, and it certainly came off. There's the fearless factor, as Manu Yam called it. Oh, nice little drop. And there's another one. Had his opponent going the wrong way. Templeton went to the right, but it was Fatialofa able to hold the ball and drop it in on the left, on the backhand side. And nicely played by Fatialofa. He's now in the lead, 5-4, with a 2-game-to-love lead in the match. Fatialofa still moving very well. That's a nice touch. Good pick up again with the officials on that one. No let. Oh. And they've been instructed by the officials, you've got to move to the ball. So a 2-point advantage. Okay, things just not quite going the way of Templeton, the defending champion. Both players with PSA rankings. World rankings there in the senior men's, it is Templeton at 356 in the world, Fatialofa 372. And you can see now players turning to the officials after most points. A little bit of fatigue coming in, and particularly down the middle of the court, trying to move. And again, Templeton just struggling to stay in it there. See Fatialofa, there's a lot of positional play. If you watch the feet and watch the bodies, will certainly show you something. Nice movement from Fatialofa covering there. shot. And Templeton, well, he doesn't want to see it, but he's probably seeing a bit of writing on the wall if he doesn't do something very quickly. It'll have to be a very dramatic comeback too. Fadialofa just seems so focused. Not so much compared to normal, but just in this match, very focused to not give away 3 points. And Templeton probably not moving quite as well. Oh. So again, Leo Fadialofa playing very well, very economic match, and taking it and looking, maybe an opportunity. That's it, in straight. Goodness, Leo Fadialofa, 11-5, 11-4, 11-5. He is through to the under-19 finals. Well played, Leo Fadialofa, and really top quality match, very focused, very efficient, played a very good match. Glenn Templeton obviously disappointed, beaten in straight games by Leo Fadialofa from the Henderson Club, and it will mean that Glenn Templeton will play for third and fourth tomorrow, whereas Leo Fadialofa through to the final. He'll take on either Elijah Thomas or Joe Smythe from the Bay of Plenty, and really one of the best focus matches you could see from Fadialofa from the Henderson Club for quite some time. Coming up, more playoff matches, more semi-finals as this busy day continues.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Now with the semi-finals of this, the under-15 girls, it is Mackenzie Tate from Wellington up against Mayo Smiles, and Smiles in the light blue dress, and Mackenzie in black and grey. Just getting underway. Semi-final, and a lot of very good matches that we've had today, and including watching Leo Fatialofa win in straight games over Glenn Templeton. And already Smiles just out to a 3-love lead. There's no mucking around here. She's really going for her shots already, and 4-love up. Just the sheer power that she's got dominating Mackenzie Tate at the moment. And yeah, it's got to be, when she hits it, it stays hit. Is probably the nicest way of putting it. And a couple of points back though. That's the problem with using so much power. Is sometimes you've got to rein it in a little bit. And Mackenzie Tate just getting a couple back, but now we have 5-2 to Smiles. And we'll take a look at who this will put them against, the winner of this particular tournament. And well, the winner of this particular match, that is. Of course, this is the under 15 semis. And looking through, and what we can tell you here is been so many matches today, close to 160 matches today. There's still a few going on in the outside courts as well. So the semi-finals in the under 15s, Maiden League Co up against Anastasia Lim. That's number 1 versus number 4. This particular match is Mackenzie Tate, the 6th seed, up against Smiles, the 2nd seed from the Henderson Club. And it is Smiles who's got the lead at the moment, and just coming one back there, Mackenzie Tate. A bit of a slap serve. No time on it. Oh, that's a bit of a poke at the ball from Tate. Smiles shifting it across, wanting to dominate that tee. And again, pushing it away from her body. Oh, that almost caught out by the ball dropping so low. And uses that push away from the body to good effect as Tate. It's probably not the most orthodox shot. It's the most defensive, protecting your body. Taking your time there, Smiles. So a nice little comeback from Wellington's Mackenzie Tate. It's a good contingent of Wellington girls in particular, quite strong. The boys, although want to improve. I know coaches such as Evan Williams will be very keen to get the boys improving a bit. They're just a step behind their the rivals, the girls anyway. Oh, that one didn't work though. It was really needed to put a bit more effort into that, maybe even move her feet. So 8-7. Smiles looking, well, hot and cold in this match so far. And certainly so far we've had some lengthy matches, 1 hour 16 it was, and a couple of really drawn out but exciting contests. That was the longest that we've had. It was 1 hour 16 official timing from the judges. And certainly Leo Fatialova is one of the, well, shorter matches in that sense, playing very well to defeat the defending champion in the under-19s, Glenn Templeton. And Mackenzie Tate just hanging in there. And look at the power there from the backhand. And each shot. Oh, there's a little bit of pace taken off. That's smarter. Okay, takes the first one there. Smales 11-9 over her opponent, Mackenzie Tate from Wellington. So this under-15 girls semi-final, it is Wellington's Mackenzie Tate against Henderson's Maya Smales and Shelley Kitchen. I wouldn't say a hit and miss first one, but certainly when Smales hits it, it's hit.
Yeah, she's strong.
Very strong. And
I'm not biased or anything.
No, she's from your club. Yeah, well, there's enough of them from your club. I'd have to say that perhaps Belmont and Henderson seems to be the two bigger clubs with numbers here. I'm not totally sure about that. We could check it out, but certainly there's a number and a number of players doing very well. And let's see what Mackenzie Tate can do here. She stayed in that rally, sometimes forcing the mistakes from Smales. Stayed in the first game, that is, but sometimes forcing the mistakes by just being there and waiting for the unforced errors.
Yeah, Mackenzie, she's a nice player. She gets the ball back, runs well.
It's a good play, and he really stayed in that corner. I guess when we see, I mean, we are talking about under 15 level here, but when we see someone like Mackenzie Tate, she's going to have to take it that step further to either be an exceptional hitter, an exceptional runner, or something else. So it's around about this age group that they need to find that little bit more, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. I think she's probably chosen squash over netball at the moment, so
right.
She did sort of make that decision this year to give her squash a good go. I think she's a really good netballer as well. But she's coached by Evan Williams now from Wellington. So I think he travels over to Masterton a little bit, or she's involved in some elite squads in Wellington under Evan. So, yeah, she'll have some great support, great advice there. So, but still under 15, they're still playing multiple sports, still enjoying the game.
Well, that seems to be a bit of a theme. You've mentioned hockey, you've mentioned netball, all sorts of things with different people. And that's great that they're not so much choosing squash, but that they can find joy out of competing in different sports.
Yeah, and I think the other sports are team sports as well. So whereas squash, just mostly individuals, unless you play inter-club or involved in a Super Champs team or a district level team. So not often really. And actually Maya plays netball as well for Mount Albert Grammar School.
Yeah, well, that's a strong school in all sports. So that's good there.
Yeah.
Just really using a bit of depth there again. Is Maya Smales, and
maybe she could have moved her feet a little bit more. Maya was sort of stuck in the back corner there, but Maya's, she's a strong player, and she's been playing at this level for a couple of years now. She was in the Trans-Tasman team last year.
What we've seen from Mackenzie Tate so far is just sometimes the ball comes into her body and just that it's not even a full step, it's a half shuffle, that can maybe give it that extra bit of space to fully swing, other than pushing it, poking it away.
Sometimes you don't really expect those shots.
Yeah, sure.
They sort of come at you pretty quick, and Maya hits it pretty hard as well. So if it's sort of out in the middle of the court from Maya, it is probably hit quite hard. So it's quite hard to adjust.
Well, she'd probably be the hardest hitter in this age group, wouldn't she? Most on a consistent basis.
Yeah. But I think if Maya manages to win this match, we've got 3 players in the finals from Henderson tomorrow.
And there'll be no bias at all. No, that's, I mean, the thing is, they're almost from the same family, really.
Yeah, that's true.
So again, Mackenzie Tate just staying in the game, not necessarily pushing for the win, but staying there. And it's a matter of taking that extra step or hoping that her rival will maybe have a few unforced errors.
Yeah, she just needs to try and play at this level, you know, all the time. You know, this is only probably the second biggest junior tournament of the year after the North Islands.
Is there, aside from the senior nationals, is there anything else coming up for a lot of the juniors? And that's the second game there for Smiles. I mean, it's been such a hard year anyway that you've just got to take what's there and do what you can with it. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but for the players having limited tournaments this year, but take what you can, and Maya Smiles takes the second game, that is. So 2 game to love up in the under 15 girls semi-final. And just for people, we have our finalists confirmed for the under-19 boys, or under-19 men as you want to call it. Leo Fatialofa, of course, we saw him defeat Glenn Templeton in straight, and now we've just seen Elijah Thomas win through for the second year in a row with a victory over Joe Smythe. Smythe, who had already had a 5-game epic in a victory over Riley Jack Vetter Blomqvist. So no doubt Smythe feeling the effects of that, and Elijah Thomas in very good form, also from the satellite PSA satellite tournament the week before, and looking, well, you could say he's the favourite, but then the way that Leo Fatialofa played today against Glenn Templeton, it really will be a very good final tomorrow. Just to give people the match time for that final, and well, we should be having it on about in the afternoon. Let's just take a quick look at what time we can let you know about some of the finals. And that final, 1:15 it is. That will be Elijah Thomas against Leo Fatialofa. So 1:15 p.m. Check it out. Fatialofa from the Henderson Club and Elijah Thomas from Eden Epsom. Should be a great under-19 final. And no doubt Elijah Thomas wanting to get the title after losing it in 5 or not quite being able to win it in the 5 games last year. But Shelley Kitchen back onto this match. And what have we seen so far in the third? Is it similar to the first 2? Again, the power of Maya Smales coming through?
Yeah, she's playing really strong and control here, really getting in front of her opponent. A couple of loose shots, I guess, just like that one, and Mackenzie getting a stroke or just putting it away for a straight drop. So,
oh, that's not, well, yeah, that scoop didn't quite come off there. Yeah. So,
yeah, Mackenzie's closing the gap here, so 5-6. She's definitely hanging in there.
Interesting service action. She really almost slaps it down, isn't it?
Yeah, but in an unorthodox style.
Yeah, it is. I hope she doesn't mind it being called a slap. Oh, there we go. Opportunity there. Oh. Almost.
It's great running. She's sort of making Maya, play the ball to win the shot. She's not really giving Maya any loose shots, loose balls at the moment.
Well, this will be good for, assuming Maya Smales does actually win it, this will be a good match for the final, and then that she's had to play the ball. She can't just go out there and have her opponents not giving her a massive amount of errors.
Yeah, no, she definitely has to play well in this match. I think Mackenzie has the ability to, just keep getting the ball back and play some good shots. And Maya's definitely had to be on the top of her game in this match.
So one more back for Mackenzie Tate from Wellington. And just a bit of a question there from the officials. Quite difficult for them to hear the score. There's a fair bit of noise around of enthusiastic supporters as well.
Oh, hard luck there.
Yeah, but it was interesting just watching how Maya was controlling the ball, just watching. It's almost like, I just admire you run for the ball.
Yeah, and she was there, so rightly so to sort of be disappointed with that shot.
Oh, that one though.
Maybe a few little nerves from Maya, not moving her feet there.
Yeah, she's been admiring her opponent running for the ball that she's hit. Well, I'm not sure what you call that shot, but it was effective in the end.
A master shot, I think. Yeah, reverse boast, volley boast.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, you'd be quite happy with anything.
Exactly.
You just want to get off there.
Yeah.
It's good running by the girls. It's a good rally here.
Oh, gee, that stayed in.
Oh,
no.
I like.
Oh, what a shame.
It's a great match.
Yeah. So well done there to Maya Smales. She goes through to the final. She'll play the winner of, and that'll be the winner of a Maiden Lee Coe and Anastasia Lin. And looks as though we may check on the scoring there of that match, just who came through in it. And as we can check through, and so many matches today, and it was, and let's keep going. And well, we haven't quite got a score on that. We'll do a quick update. And in amongst the 160 matches so far today, hasn't quite been updated just yet, but we'll come back to you and let you know what's occurred there as we get ready for the boys under 15 semi-final featuring Liam Smith, who of course had an epic victory over Dunbar, and Chris Hibbard. And that match getting underway in just a few minutes' time.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.
Well, this is the final match of the day on the TV court, that is, of 160 odd matches on day 2 of the Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals in Christchurch. Still a number of matches on the outside courts at the moment. And the scoreboard may not be quite right. Yes, I think it is right now. Chris Hebbert from Marlborough doing a good job so far against Liam Smith, who had an epic match against Oliver Dunbar in the previous round. But this, the semi-final, and the winner of this contest, well, they go through to the under-15 finals, and we can tell you who they're going to play, or who they potentially will play, and what will be another tight contest by, well, another tight contest in the finals. But so far, Chris Hewitt just really in good form. There he is there in the green, the taller player of the two, and certainly a great start. So the final tomorrow will be held at 10:55 a.m. There's no rest for the wicket with these players. This is the second match today, and then 10:55 tomorrow morning, the under-15 boys final, and they will play either Freddie Jameson or Charlie Prince. Prince, another one of a group of young players coming through. Freddie has been playing, it seems, for many, many years. That match is on the other court at the present time. So a nice lead, a game ball already for Hebbert against Smith. And Smith just bringing one back. Showed plenty of fighting ability when he took the game to Oliver Dunbar, but that is the first game of this, the boys under-15 semi-final. And nice work there by Hebbert from Marlborough, taking the first. Squash continuing tomorrow and the next 2 days after that, but tomorrow are the individual finals, and we're starting the coverage from around about 8:30 in the morning and right through until finals play, and that will go on until deep into the afternoon, and plenty of matches to watch out for. And of course, we know that the under-19 boys, well, that'll feature Leo Farialofa against well, the rival there, Elijah Thomas. The under-19 girls, Georgia Robke against Natalie Says. Apologies for that. And Mackenzie Tate, well, no, she didn't quite make it through against Maya Smales, who will take on, and we're just waiting for the match to finish on one of the outside courts. So many different matches, it's hard to keep up, and great that there's so many matches, 170 competitors completely. Also, we've had Sophie Hodges go through in the other 17 girls. She'll take on Jenna Gregory, and really another quick fire lead here for Hebbert over Liam Smith. Smith showing plenty of fighting ability in his previous match, but this time maybe his legs are a little bit of jelly. As Hibbard finds some good, efficient squash. There we go, just been set up for the forehand volley, being able to put it away down the forehand side. And now looking at especially the finals for tomorrow and the under-19 girls. Natalie says against Georgia Robke. That one's scheduled, that final, for 12:40. Ooh, so it didn't quite pay off. He's having to do a lot of movement again. There's the opportunity. Hibbert stretching, taking it. And another point to Chris Hibbert, looking very strong. 7-1 lead. Playing away from his body and doing it quite efficiently as well, picking up his second point of this, the second game. And nice play from Liam Smith, but again, Hibbert just really in top form in this match and not letting Smith come back in. Just check on some of these other matches that we've got on the other courts, as really we do have some top play. 9-3 it is, the actual score in this one at the moment. Let's see what we can have coming up. Don't forget that Elijah Thomas won his match in straight games over Joe Smythe, who had already played an epic over Veta Blomqvist. And game ball on this one as well. Hibbert playing some really business-like squash, not letting his opponent come back in at all. It's good play to the backhand corner. Nice flick across court as well. And just chopping the ball forward into the backhand corner. No chance there for Liam Smith. It is game number 2 for Chris Hibbert. 11-3, and just check and make sure that score was either 3 or 2 in the second. But either way, it's game number 2 for Chris Hibbert, and looking very good to go through to the final. Well, Chris Hibbert from Marlborough doing a very good job in this, the semi-final of the under-15 boys. Racing through the first two games. Liam Smith perhaps feeling the effects of a marathon match in his quarter-final against Oliver Dunbar. And that was a tough contest and a really good one as well. So we're going to look at the schedule for tomorrow very shortly. And on this particular court, the Vision Court, the TV court, it'll be at 11 girls. That's at 8 a.m. Agatha Griffiths against Casey Ellery. Then the 11 boys round robin final. Sazima Waitai, apologies, against Dominic Lim. That is Zazima looking for his second title in a row. Under 13 girls final will be Zoe Lepper against Aria Bannister. And that should be really interesting. Both of those players have spent most of their life on squash courts. And Liam Smith not overly happy with himself there. Had an opportunity to win the point, but to no avail. We move on then to a under-17 boys match. It's not a final at 9:45. That's Brodie Bennett against Maximus Matthews. And then there'll be approximately 10:20, the under-15 girls final. It's Maya Smales against either Ko or Lim. We'll have to wait for the final score on that one. 10:55 will feature the winner of this match, and up against Freddie Jameson or Charlie Prince. We move on to 11:30 tomorrow. Sophie Hodges against Jenna Gregory in the under-17 girls final. Under-17 boys final, well, we know who that's going to be. That's Paul Moran from Marlborough up against Mason Smales from Henderson. As we see Chris Hibbert just moving on. Oh, no, knocked that one up. Had the 6-3 lead, now 6-4. So Liam Smith hanging in there. Still a couple of points behind. Then at 12:40, it is the under-19 girls final. Natalie Sayes against Georgia Robke. It'll be entertaining, to say the least. 1:15. Well, it's going to be a big one. The under-19 boys final, both players internationally ranked. Elijah Thomas up against Leo Fatialofa. So those are the finals at this stage for tomorrow. And certainly tune in for those. Should we give you full coverage of all of those contests. Starting from, yes, there is 8 o'clock in the morning. Through until probably around about 2 p.m. Let's see what Liam Smith can do here. He's stayed in this. Oh no. And that is probably tired legs, tired body, tired mind on that one. Second match of the day for both players. And that one is over and out. Here we go with first match ball for Chris Hibbert. Oh, really going in that corner. Hibbert's got the opportunity to finish it. Wasn't able to on that. Liam Smith, oh, turned him inside out. Well played, Liam Smith. Up to 6 points in this, the third, and turning his player inside out. Well played. Like nothing else in this third, Smith has really come back and been a real fighter. And what can he do with that? Puts it right in the corner, and there we go, in straight games. Well played to Chris Hibbert from Marlborough region. And winning in straight games over Liam Smith. That means he goes through to the final. And we await his opponent in that final tomorrow. Congratulations there to Chris Hibbert. That is the completion of matches on the TV court commentary today. There is still court 1 continuing, and that is the other semi-final. In fact, they've just finished, is it? Or they've just finished a game. So they're still continuing there. That is Freddie Jamison and also Prince continuing. So really has been some quality squash, as we mentioned. 160 odd games underway today. And 310 or thereabouts over the 3 days of the individual championships, Aon New Zealand Junior Nationals 2020 in Christchurch. So well done to all players, spectators, and to you at home or wherever you've been listening and watching this. We'll be back tomorrow on the show court from 8 a.m.
Aon has been helping Kiwis strive for sporting success for over 20 years. As New Zealand's leading insurance broker, we can also support you when it comes to your insurance. Expert advice and local service. Talk to your local Aon insurance broker today.